So casually keep diving into concrete, so bittersweet, huh? Keep losing sleep while driving in the backseat. What's left of me? Drowning in what feels just like an ocean. Negativity is getting closer. Hard to keep the heat when it gets colder. You know, sometimes everything just gets hard. Sometimes everything just gets harder. Feeling like I'm missing some parts. Days just keep on getting much darker. Even when I'm down in the low, I remember what you were saying. Sometimes all you need is a spark, and maybe just a better kind of bitter, bitter. Lose gravity, I'm swimming in the quicksand. Up to my knees. Keep losing sleep, I'm at extreme at midnight. So hard to please. Drowning in what feels just like an ocean. Negativity is getting closer. Hard to keep the heat when it gets colder. You know, sometimes everything just gets hard. Sometimes everything just gets harder. Feeling like I'm missing some parts. Days just keep on getting much darker. Even when I'm down in the low, I remember what you were saying. Sometimes all you need is a spark, and maybe just a better kind of bitter, 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 Think about the stuff we play. How I'd rather do that instead. I keep screaming out loud from the top of my lungs, baby. Ooh, think about the stuff we play. How I'd rather do that instead. I keep screaming out loud from the top of my lungs, baby. Ooh, think about the stuff we play. How I'd rather do that instead. I keep screaming out loud from the top of my lungs, baby. Ooh, think about the stuff we play. How I'd rather do that instead. I keep screaming out loud from the top of my lungs, baby.
Say that you will change the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you wear your hair. Change the way you dress, the way you kiss, everything, 'cause you are scared that I might leave you. Well, why should I leave you? Baby, please don't talk to me that way. Don't talk to me that way. 'Cause I think you're perfect for me, just the way you are. And I don't ever want to leave you. Baby, don't you talk to me that way. And I'm sorry if I sound a little harsh, but but I don't know how to get through to you. Because you don't seem to know that you are everything a girl could dream of. Baby, won't you hear me? Don't talk to me that way. 'Cause I think you're perfect. You say you need a timeout, think you mean a buyout, cause it's pretty clear you're on your way out. And though I understand it's hard sometimes to make up your mind in these trying times, yeah, I just can't accept you leaving me when I'm overseas with the heart so heavy. Think that I deserve the truth for once, not a guilty tone, cause you're not alone, yeah. You said you wanna come home, but I know you don't. So this time I won't hear it on the phone. If you got something to say to me, then say it to my face. What it's all about, why you're bailing out. Think you owe me an apology. Just say it to my face. You're sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. Say it to my face, you're sorry. And I quit my job for you, even quit some friends for you, cause you couldn't stand it, me all independent, so you had to have me for yourself. That was when I trusted you, when I could add up 2 and 2, when you promised we'd be together, you, me, forever. Now there's nothing left to lose. And though I understand it's hard sometimes to make up your mind in these trying times, yeah, I just can't accept you leaving me when I'm overseas with the heart so.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? What's going on, y'all? It's your boy J Red Unfiltered, and we are back with another video and another live stream. Just want to say shout out to everybody for coming through, and yeah, I mean we back at it. And to be honest, I'm here to, like I said, continue on my escapade to expose what I believe to be a black supremacy cult, and hopefully wake people up to that, to how their destructive influence is actually detrimental to the community. It's not just that it's just that even because look, you can disagree with somebody. You can fundamentally have a disagreement with somebody and you guys not be at odds, right? But when you have a group where their teachings actually harm people, cause harm to people, then I mean, eventually y'all gotta put y'all black skin and the fact that you care so much about race and black skin, you gotta put that to the side and look at it for what it is. And it's a cult. It's the truth. I mean, I always like to usually start this stuff by mainly focusing on trying to understand people and why they think and say the things that they do and say. So I want to first start out by formally extending the invitation. Anybody that wants to call in, give their opinion, 100% is welcome to do so. Just let me know, and I will probably drop the link in after we look at these videos. But yeah, I just hopefully we can have a productive, a productive dialogue. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, and I'm not going to sugarcoat what I believe. And based off of a conversation that was had on this platform, the Black Hebrew Israelites don't even care about black people in the black community. So it's like it's crazy. It's like, it's kind of crazy how people are so quick to call somebody like me a Sambo or Uncle Tom or any of these other like just crazy names that they call people that they believe are sellouts. But yet and still, these people that y'all are looking to don't even care about your community, right? That's crazy. That's crazy. So I'm the first thing I want to look at my guy Jesse Lee Peterson, because I feel like Jesse Lee Peterson always. I feel like he always just does a good job at exposing people in there like the backwardness, the backwardness of their ideology, right? So, let's let's start with this clip.
And so, Yanni, you're married to Malak. And
Yes, I was raised actually in a Baptist church growing up.
really? And so you became a Israelite, Hebrew
Absolutely.
Israelite. And what's the difference in being a Christian and being an Israelite, Hebrew
Well, the
Israelite?
difference is being a Christian, those are all man-made religions. So like my husband Malak was saying that a Hebrew Israelite is our culture, our heritage, our nationality. It's who we are as a people.
Meaning that you are a Jew?
Yes,
You a Jew?
I'm a Jew.
Are you the original Jew?
According to the Bible and the scriptures, yes, we are the original Jews. Yes, we are.
There, it does. You can't prove that. I'm sorry. You guys can say what you want and you can apply Deuteronomy's curses, but you cannot prove that you. I mean, unless you have actual like ancestry dot com genealogy, it's no way in the world. It's no way in the world that you're gonna be able to do it. And like I said, I mean, these are the people that y'all look up to. These are the people that y'all
So,
look up to.
did your life change as a result of becoming a Jew rather than a Christian?
Yes, it did.
In what
Because
way?
in regards to when I say everything, I changed everything from my diet, the things that I ate before when I was going to church. Although we read out of the same Bible, we weren't following those laws that are written in that Bible. The Most High God gives us specific foods we are to eat. I was eating everything under the sun. When I say lobster, crab, shrimp, those are all abominations.
You don't
Those
eat
are,
that anymore?
Now that's great. I'm glad that they brought that up. I'm glad that they brought that up. I'm glad that they brought that up because, see, Hebrew Israelites, they love to bring up the food point, right? They love to bring up the food point. So, when you actually look, right? So, let's go to Matthew 15, 17, and 20. Right? Hold on. All right. The beloved King James version, right? this is the beloved King James version, right? Okay. 17 says, "Do not ye yet understand that whatsoever entereth in at the mouth goeth into the belly and is cast out into the drought? But those things which proceed out of the mouth come forth from the heart, and they defile the man. For out of the heart proceed evil thoughts, murders, adulteries, fornications, thefts, false witness, blasphemies. These are the things which defile a man, but to eat with unwashing hands defileth not a man." See, this is the part. This is what I mean when I say cherry picking the Bible. Like they'll say one part means something, but then ignore other parts that contradict that. So I'm just saying that's just one example. I mean, like you can get deeper into it, but I'm just saying it's the the basic belief of Christians is that well, first of all, the laws only apply to Israelites, right? So if you don't consider yourself an Israelite or you're not an Israelite, then the laws don't apply to you, number one. But number two, the whole point of Jesus coming and for salvation was basically it was paying the cost of breaking the laws. So at the end of the day, I mean, like I said, we'll get into it more. But
No.
it's
Can I
crazy.
have your portion?
You don't want it either. You don't
I
need it.
love
You don't need it.
fish and stuff.
Yeah, but all those are.
No, you can eat fish. You just
You
have
can
to
eat
have
fish. Yeah.
scales on it.
Everything that's in the water
I
has to
see.
have scales and fins.
Right, okay.
Will have to have scales.
And
and
so
fins.
how long you been married?
We've been married for 6 years.
Is he the head of you?
Yes.
He's the head. So you're the head of your wife.
That's correct.
And what does that mean to be the head of your wife?
Be the head of my wife means being a strong leader in my household, being a provider, being a nurturer of the Bible, and spiritually, mentally, and physically through the power of the Most High.
And so the white-skinned people in Israel and other places who say that they are Jews, they are not the Jews.
Just real quick, I'm gonna address this comment real quick. Valerie says, well, the IUIC and the IOG are bringing black people together, but there are some groups that have little knowledge and coming up short. So it really depends, but better for black people than Islam. I don't agree with that. Number one, the last part, I don't agree. I think it's just as bad. It's just as bad. It's 100% just as bad. Especially when they're manipulating and twisting the truth. You know what I mean? It's just as bad. I look at the Hebrew Israelites as basically just, they're just the they're just the Judy they're just the Jewish version of the Nation of Islam who do the same thing with the Quran. You know what I mean? But that's just, you know. But they aren't bringing. I don't think they are bringing black people together. Well, I mean, they are bringing black people together, but if you're bringing black people together in the form of a cult, I mean, that's not really productive. So, I mean, yeah, I just wanted to address that real quick. It's not productive.
No, they're not.
And who are they?
They call themselves Ashkenazi, right? So the Bible actually says in Genesis chapter 10 that Ashkenazi is the isles of the Gentiles. So these are converts that came in and took our identity when we went into slavery.
Really?
Yes.
And so you're saying blacks are the original Jews?
Yes.
Are you like totally convinced of that?
What is with that music? But anyway, like I said, that's just one example. Hold on while I find this other example. Yeah, guys. Okay, so um, okay, here we go.
Really? And why do you like learning so much?
I think education is the true answer to liberation. When people are educated properly, they can make a difference, and they can change, the poor habits that have been oppressing them or their community.
So you think education is the key to freedom, you say?
Right.
Freedom of what?
Freedom from oppression or freedom from your current circumstances. So if you grow up in poverty and you want to get out of that poverty, you need to be truly educated. And it doesn't have to be in the school system. You can be autodidactic, but you need to be educated. You need to have financial literacy skills. You need to be able to work, that sort of education.
And you say freedom from oppression?
Correct.
What is oppression?
Oppression is unfair treatment.
Unfair so an education would
Hold on. Is that one thing you guys gonna learn about me, I'm quick to look up a definition. Prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment or control. Good job, buddy.
free people from an unfair treatment.
Right, and to a degree, yes,
To a degree.
it has for me.
And what is unfair treatment?
Unfair treatment, for example, is what black people went through during slavery or during Jim Crow.
Oh, God,
That's
here we
unfair
go.
treatment.
Oh, and so an education would free them from that.
Right, a true education, not the public school system, which is miseducating our children.
Yeah.
Because I'm a teacher, I would know.
You're a teacher, and so and you said that educator freed you. Education
Yes.
freed you.
Yes.
And how did it free you?
Mentally, my mentality, because the chains of bondage are more mentally than physical. So if you can educate yourself and change your mentality, then you're free, no matter what they do to you physically.
Amazing. And so you're free mentally.
Right, mentally and physically.
Do the white folks oppress you?
Do they oppress me now?
Yeah.
I mean, they try.
White people try to oppress you now?
Yeah. They
I
try.
love when people say that because y'all are lying. I love when people say that white people are oppressing them. Let me know in the comment section. Are you oppressed? Because golly, I hate when people say that. It's like, no, it's 2024. You are not oppressed. You are not going through it like the way the people were in the Jim Crow era. Like, get over it, bro. I hate when people just say that. So this is, look, I know you might be wondering why I'm playing this video, but I'm playing this video because you let them talk and they expose everything that I've said about them. Everything that I've said about them. So you can say that, oh, you picking with the Hebrew Israelites. Oh, you just trying to tear down other black people. But everything that I say about them is true. I have not said one falsehood about them. And the truth of the matter is, what they do is they prey on victims. They preach victim mentality. They profit off of black struggle. They encourage people, and they look for people that are longing for a sense of belonging, like a cult. And then they go about and they spread and twist the Bible to basically fit their narrative that they believe that they're the chosen people of the Jews. And there might be some African Americans who are Jews. There might be some Jews who are in West Africa who got sent over in slave ships. But by and large, African Americans, Native Americans, Hispanics are not freaking Hebrews. You can't prove it. You can't prove it. Those verses don't substantiate the argument because every race has gone through those things at one point or another.
They oppress me at work all the time.
By doing what?
They don't want me to teach the truth like I have in this book. So they try to muzzle you. They threaten to take away your job, things of that nature, if you tell the truth.
And just for the record, black people do the same thing. It's a girl that just lost. What about that TikTok girl that just lost her job from saying the N-word? I'm not saying she should have said the N-word, but I'm just saying she just lost her job. You have power. You have pull. Just saying. Like, I don't want to hear about. Look, yeah, people don't want you to spread your book because they don't agree with the message.
And so you be trying to teach black supremacy in the classroom?
Yes.
And
Jesus Christ. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is why I say they're dangerous. They're teaching black supremacy. This guy is teaching black supremacy in the schools to children. To children.
what's the purpose of teaching that to the children?
To educate them, give them a truthful, honest education, because right now they don't get it.
AKA to raise up revolutionaries and zealots. Just call it for what it is, man. Just call it for what it is. Tell the truth, shame the devil.
And do you teach at a black school?
Yes.
And ain't no white people there?
What do you mean? The staff or the kids?
The kids.
I think in my whole school we have probably 2 white students.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And so they wouldn't be learning about black supremacy just to the black kids.
No, they would learn about it too. Everyone
The
needs
two-
to.
the two
Everyone needs
white
to hear the
kids?
truth. Yes, everyone needs to hear the truth.
And so you believe in education would free black people
A proper education, like reading this book.
Right.
Yes.
from the oppression of white people.
Right.
And so they don't want you to teach that in the school that you teach at because it's not a part of the curriculum.
No, it's not a part of the curriculum. I actually did teach some of it, but I wasn't able to get in depth with it. I did teach an anti-racism course, which just taught like maybe 0.1% of what's in this book, but I only taught that for a semester.
Right. Did you sneak and teach it?
No, it was a part of the curriculum.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it was approved.
And then they stopped you from the rest of it?
Yeah,
And why?
I don't know.
They didn't tell you?
No.
And so are there other black teachers at your
wonder why.
school?
Yes.
And white teachers?
Yes.
Do they get along, the whites and the black teachers?
Yes. The teachers, they don't like me, but they get along.
The
I wonder
black
why.
and the white teachers don't like you?
No, pretty much none of the white teachers like me. I don't think they do, but even some of the black teachers don't like me.
And why they don't like you?
Because I teach the truth. You know, we have a large LGBTQIA population thing now, and I'm not for the spreading of the LGBTQIA agenda to our children. So some of the black teachers who are a part of that community, they want to spread it. I want to teach the truth, so they don't like me.
And are you a Christian?
I'm not a Christian, I'm an Israelite.
You a what?
An Israelite.
What's that?
You had an Israelite on your show. You had Captain Tazariak on your show.
Oh, yeah.
Remember him?
Yeah. You like that?
I like that. I
Are
am
you
that.
like, you that kind of an Israelite thing?
You can say that, yes.
Are you?
Yes.
You agree with him?
Yes.
And why were you a Christian before you became an Israelite?
Yes, I was raised a Christian. I grew up in a Baptist church.
Really?
Right.
So you know,
So one thing that I'm starting to find in common with a lot of these Hebrew Israelites is that they started out being Christians. They started out Christians and they got burned for whatever reason. Or they got burned, either they got burned or they went to Hebrew Israelism in order to find a place to belong. And I mean, like I said, I can sympathize with that, but that don't mean I gotta agree with what they say. This is not right.
as a black Israelite,
I'm known as an Israelite. See, the term black Israelite is oppressive because we don't
Oppressive?
Yeah, it's unfair. We don't call Jewish people white Jewish people.
Victim Olympics, Victim Olympics, Victim Olympics, running in the Victim Olympics, running in the Victim Olympics, just running in the Victim Olympics. Hey guys, we're running in the Victim Olympics.
why not?
You do that?
Uh-huh.
I never
I
heard of
I
it.
didn't know the difference for a while because they look like white people to me.
That we always say white Jewish people. We always say Jewish people. I never hear people saying white Jewish
Oh, I
people.
see. And so to call you black Israelite is oppressive?
Yeah, it's unfair. Just call me an Israelite.
Oh.
Yeah.
And why did you switch from Christianity to Israelite?
Because I studied and I found out the truth.
And what was that truth?
That Jesus is a Jew. You agree?
Jesus is a Jew?
Jesus, yeah, because he's still.
Well, he was while he was here.
He's dead.
No, he's not dead.
Where is he?
He's in us.
So is present tense.
Right.
So he is a Jew.
Right.
You agree?
That Jesus is a Jew?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So I found out the truth.
Well, the real Jesus is not a Jew, he's a spirit. But he came on earth as a Jew. He was born through a Jewish woman.
That is the best way to explain it. That's the best way to explain it. Jesus himself is not a Jew. What Jesus is, he came in the form of a Jew through a Jewish woman. There's a difference. Some words matter, people.
Real
No,
Jew,
not a
real
Jewish
Jesus
woman.
is
She was a
a
Jew, not Jewish. The suffix ish,
whatever.
the suffix ish means somewhat like pertaining to, which is why we don't use it.
Oh man. So like, so
Amazing.
let me say. So yes, Jesus was a Jew.
Right. So I studied what made him a Jew. He was from the tribe of Judah. So the Bible focuses on lineage. It doesn't focus really on a religion. It's lineage based.
And so
So
so that's why you switch from Christianity to what are you,
an
Israelite?
Israelite, yes. And I just so happen to
Because
be
Jesus was a Jew.
right. I just so happen to be from the tribe of Judah. I just so happen to be a Jew. You can be an Israelite and you could be from the tribe of Manasseh, Issachar, Gad, Nad. You could be from another one of the 12 tribes. I just so happen to be from the tribe of Judah.
And what good is it doing you to be an Israelite that it didn't do for you as a Christian?
Right. So a lot of Christians, they think that Jesus is white and they hang that white Jesus up in their church.
Like I said, no, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. They might associate a white image, but any actually intelligent Christian knows that it's no color. Like it's no color. Jesus was of color. he was of color. Whoop de doo. You want a cookie?
And it doesn't serve you to, it doesn't help you to serve a Jesus or a God that doesn't look like you. That's not to your benefit. That's to your detriment.
The color of Jesus is irrelevant. The color of Jesus is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. The color of Jesus is irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
My belief now is that Jesus and God, they look like me, and the people of the Bible look like me.
But what good is it?
So now, basically, what you're saying is your religion is only strengthened. You only have comfort knowing that the person who's gifting you eternal life because he looks like you. Now you can be at peace. That's crazy work. That's crazy work. So you telling me if, say for instance, God was white, and you still get the same offer of salvation, you will reject him because he's white?
Doing you, what good is it doing you to be
Israelite.
Israelite as opposed to a Christian?
When I was a Christian, I lived a life that was off because a lot of Christian churches, the pastors, they preach that, no matter what you do, God will forgive you. You can be gay, you can be straight, you can get high, you can eat pork, you can do all of these different things. As an Israelite,
That is a straw man argument. That is 100% a straw man argument. That's 100% a straw man argument. Churches do not teach that you can do and be whatever. And when they preach the gospel, they are not preaching that you can do and be whatever. There might be some of these new age, conformist churches. But I'm just saying, when churches preach the gospel, they don't say that any of that stuff is okay. They just preach that God died for your sins, for all sins, for your sins. That you may be redeemed through him. So at the end of the day, you can sit there and say, you know what, man.
I understand that that's not true. We
And you
can't
don't do
eat
any
pork.
of those
I
things?
don't.
You don't do it. And do you love the Jews?
I love the Jews, yes.
You love
I
white
am a
Jews?
Jew. What do you mean by that?
The real Jews over in Israel.
The real Jews?
Yeah, do you love
the
them?
black Jews in Israel?
No.
The real Jews are
Well,
black.
there are some black Jews in Israel, but not your kind of black. They're like they're like the real Jews.
I'm a real Jew. What you mean?
But do you love the white?
Pond Ice says, stop the cap. Yes, they do. I don't remember what part that was for. Says, bro, I was in a church with multiple gay pastors. Right. That means you were in a flawed church. I hate to say it, but not every church is like that. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Not every church is like that. I'm just saying you can't judge you can't judge the teachings of Christianity based off of the people that practice it. I hate to say it, but you can't. It's like even my disagreements with the Hebrew Israelites. It's because of what they do and what they say. It's not because of who they are. You know what I mean? I don't just associate just all that kind of stuff with them. It's because of how it's a behavior. So you got to understand, just because some people do that, it's not a representation of Christianity. Just saying. I mean, it doesn't like just it doesn't make it any more okay. You know what I mean? That's all I'm trying to say. It doesn't make it any more okay. If you were in a church with gay pastors, then I hope that those gay pastors are meet their conviction and turn away from what they're doing and get out of those, or people get out of those churches, because I mean they're like, yeah, that's not a good idea. Being in a church with gay pastors. Just saying.
Looking Jews.
The white look. Do I love all of them?
Yes.
I don't know all of them.
Do you love them?
I don't know all of them. What do you mean?
Do you love them?
Like, for example, I love the ones I know.
Do you love the white Jews? We'll call them white just to distinguish between the black Israelite and that.
I don't
Do
know
you
them.
love the white Jews?
The ones I know I love.
But the ones you don't know, you don't love?
Yeah, because I don't know them. That's like me asking you, do you love Joe Biden?
Yes,
You love Joe Biden?
I do.
Do you love Adolf Hitler?
Yes,
You love Adolf Hitler?
100%.
Really?
Yeah. Do you love white people?
Yes.
You do love white people.
Right. My
you-
martial arts instructor is white.
But
My
do you-
travel agent is
Do
white.
you know all white people?
No, that's what I'm specifying right now.
And so why do you love all white people but you don't know them?
I don't love all white people.
But I asked you if you love white people, you said yes.
Yeah, because the white people I'm naming I love.
But you don't love all white people?
No, absolutely not.
Really? And does your God love all white people and all Jews?
Say it.
God doesn't love all white people.
Your Israelite God doesn't love all white people?
No, he doesn't love all of everyone, no.
And why not?
If you read the Bible in Romans, it says that he hated Esau, so he didn't love everyone.
And why doesn't he love all?
Because the Bible wasn't made for all.
Oh.
He has a special people.
Did he send his son to save all or just some?
To save some.
But not all?
Nah.
Not true. It's not true. It contradicts. It literally contradicts what the Bible says. It literally contradicts what the Bible says. Now, some, some, not all, right? Some, not all, right? Hold on. Some, not all, right? Matthew 12:50. What does this say? For whosoever shall do the will of my Father which is in heaven, the same is my brother and sister and mother. Now, the context of this scripture is basically Jesus was preaching. He was preaching, and his family was standing around, and it was people that were like close to him that were standing around, and his disciples basically asked, or it was I'm sorry, I misspoke. It was people. Somebody asked, why aren't you around them? And Jesus' answer was the verse that I just quoted. So what I'm saying is that, like, it's not the idea when they say that for God so loved the world that he sent his only begotten son that everyone may be saved. You know what I mean? It's not. If they wanted to say just some may be saved, then they would say some may be saved. They would say so Israel can be saved. But no, that's not what it says. It says so all can be saved. And like this is it's a false doctrine. You're teaching people wrong.
All of Israel, not all
So
of
the
everyone.
Bible was lying when he said that Christ came for everyone that will accept him?
No, the Bible can never lie. Who's the audience you have to look at?
But that's what the Bible said. It can't. He sent he sent his
The-
son for all who will accept him.
All of Israel.
All
It
people.
didn't say
All
that.
of Israel.
That what it means to you?
No, that's what it means. The audience is Israel.
Amazing. What
Right.
is it like to be an Israelite
Mm-hmm.
and not love all people? What's that like?
It's amazing because it's objective. I don't think it's healthy to love all people. I don't love child molesters. I don't love rapists.
Pond Ice says, but if God only gave his law to one nation, and he hath not dealt so with any other nation, then can everyone do the will of the Father? And the answer to that is yes, because what you see is that they've stated multiple times in the Bible, specifically in Galatians, like, you know, I know Hebrew Israelites love their Galatians chapter, but it basically says that there's no difference between the Jews and the Gentiles. There's no difference between the Jews and the Gentiles. And then what about the other scripture where basically Paul is saying that if the Gentiles are doing righteousness while the Israelites are only following the law, then and the you know what I'm saying, who's more righteous? So that's what I'm saying. It's no, like you can't just sit there and just say, can everyone do the will of the Father? The answer is yes, because that's the whole reason for Christianity. That's the whole reason for Christianity and spreading the word of Christ. That's what Christianity is. The word of Christ. I mean, it's the teachings of Christ. So like I said, I get it. Like, most people don't have bad experiences, but at the end of the day, the truth is the truth, and that Gentiles are no different than Israelites in today. Today they aren't. You can still be so. No, they're not. There's no historical evidence to that. There's no historical evidence that every single Gentile that was referred to was a Jew. I chose my words very carefully. Yes, every Gentile was not a Jew. So I'm just saying that's not true. That's not true. There were Jews among Gentiles. I'm not saying that. There were Jews among Gentiles. I'm very clear about what I'm saying. There were Jews among Gentiles, but every Gentile was not a Jew. And specifically, the Galatians were not Jews; they were Celtic. So I'm just saying, like you can look it up.
You know, I don't love people who destroy my community. It's not healthy to love all people.
You don't love the blacks that destroy the black community?
No, absolutely not.
So you don't love all blacks either?
No.
Really?
If you're
You kind of pick and choose who you love?
right, as you should.
Amazing.
No one should love the child molester.
You love your barber?
Yes.
Do you believe that human beings are in a fallen state?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
And what's a fallen state?
A fallen state, as you would define it, or what I think you mean by
What do
fallen
you
state?
think a fallen state is?
Fallen state, I think, is like fallen further away from Christ, not living to his teachings, eating all the pork, getting high,
You don't eat
getting
pork?
drunk. No, I do not eat pork.
Not even with egg and bacon bites?
I don't eat pork.
Man, you missing it.
So
you
no.
used to eat pork,
You eat
right?
pork? You eat
got some
pork?
bacon with
the
you?
Bible says to not eat pork. The Levitical law says you shouldn't eat pork.
Amazing. I don't pay
So
no
you're
attention to
breaking
that
the
law.
laws.
I quoted the scripture where Jesus said where Jesus said that anything into the mouth is not considered unholy. I'm just saying.
I break that one every
See,
day.
you're a Christian.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm talking about. I don't
Amazing.
break those laws.
But you're not breaking the law by not loving all?
We don't have to love all.
Now that's 100% a fact. That I'm glad he said that, because Hebrew Israelites, let them tell it. We live by the law. We live by the law, right? So the law would say that you have to love your neighbor, right? The law would say that you have to love your neighbor. Now, you guys can go look this up. I'm not making this up. I quoted a scripture where Jesus said that people that do his will, they are considered his family in Christ. The Galatians talks about Paul basically saying that the Gentiles and the Jews are the same. So if they're all the same, and we know that they're considered the same through this new covenant, which, like I said before, I consider to be Jesus dying on the cross and dying and paying the toll for our sins. When you look at that, you can't follow this doctrine. You can't follow this doctrine because they don't even follow it themselves. The Gentiles have become your neighbor. You have to love them. If you don't love them, then you're cherry picking the laws according to your own doctrine. It's just, I'm just saying, it's like, it doesn't make sense. It's backwards. It's backwards. You have to love the Gentile because the Gentile is your neighbor now. Through faith. I'm just,
You're not breaking the law by not loving all?
absolutely.
There's no law that says we should love all.
No, I'm asking, you're not breaking the law by
No,
not loving all?
I'm not breaking no law by not loving all.
Amazing. That's amazing.
Ecclesiastes 3:8 says that there's a time for everything. It says that there's a time for love and a time for hate.
Do you have hatred on your heart?
Yes, the Bible says, surely oppression make a wise man mad. So being oppressed angers me.
So you have hatred in your heart?
For some things and people, yes.
You do have hatred in
Thy brother according to the flesh. Pound Ice says, who was the law given to, and what context did Moses give the law? Who was the law given to? The law was given to the Israelites. Yes, I said that. In what context did Moses give the law? It was because of the transgressions and what the Israelites were doing. So that's why Moses gave the law. So I'm just saying it was because of the offenses that the Israelites were committing. I don't understand how that invalidates what I'm saying. I'm saying that the new covenant basically paid the toll. So it doesn't mean that people shouldn't shouldn't live a certain way. I'm just saying that Gentiles, those laws don't apply to them.
your heart?
I do.
And do you have love in your heart?
Yes.
So you have both?
Right. There's a time for each.
You
like
serve
the Bible
two
says.
gods.
No, I serve one.
If you have both, if you have hatred and love, how can you only serve one?
Ecclesiasticus 3:8 says there's a time for love and a time for hate.
Amazing. You have a book called Black Supremacy.
Right.
And what does that mean, Black Supremacy?
Black supremacy means that black people have supreme courage, supreme resilience.
No, they don't.
No people on the face of the planet have been oppressed more than black people, but no group of people have made more significant contributions historically than black people.
Really? And why?
And this is the problem, right? People then you say something like this. See, you build your entire premise on the idea that you're oppressed, but then have the nerve to say that you're supreme over something. That black racist supremacy cult. like I said, you let them talk and then they show you exactly what it is. They show you. And at the end of the day, Jesse Lee Peterson, I don't know what it is, but he has a good way of getting it out of him. It's just the truth. It's just the truth. And if we being honest, black people aren't in a position to claim that they're supreme over anything. So you just really being dishonest. if we, you know what this guy sounds like when he says that we're the most oppressed, but we've had the most contributions. You know what he sounds like? The losing team in the locker room. That's what it sounds like. Sound like player 2, runner up, not the winner. So at the end of the day, kill all this black supremacy stuff. You can't have black supremacy because you don't run nothing. You don't run nothing because you don't want to try and work hard enough to build nothing. And anytime you do try to work hard enough to build something, y'all cells love to tear it down and destroy it. Then blame the white man for you destroying your own stuff.
Nobody see it. You don't see it anywhere.
You don't see what?
Black historical accomplishments.
That's a part of the oppression and the hidden history. Not
Victim Olympics, victim Olympics, victim Olympics. Like I said, these people run and profit off of the black struggle. It's the truth.
far from here, there's a guest you've had on your show, Tariq Nasheed.
Yes.
He has a museum called the Hidden History Museum, which is highlighting some of the accomplishments of black people. There aren't many in America because they want to hide the truth. That's the problem. And that's probably why he named the museum the Hidden History Museum. They hide the truth of black history.
And so if blacks are supreme, why they keep chasing white people and accusing them and asking for affirmative action and reparations and
What do they call it? Diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI. But just saying, man, I hate to say it, but
telling the white people, we want to be a part of your schools, we want to be a part of your everything, but you're going to have to lower the standards so that we don't have to worry about passing the test to get in and all that. Why don't black people go and just do their own thing rather than chasing white people if they are black supremacy?
Well, I talk about that in the book. Black people should have built our own institutions. We should have our own organizations, and we shouldn't chase after these.
But why don't they
white
know if they're
organizations.
superior?
No, the black people who follow, I say that in the first page of the book, the black people who follow the teachings, the history, the actions of their ancestors that allowed them to be successful in the face of oppression, those are the supreme black people. The black people who are following after other groups of people, after other race of people, those aren't your black supremacists. Those aren't the people who are supreme.
Who are the supreme black?
so now here we are again, more segregation. Now you segregating yourself from other blacks. I thought you wanted to unite. That's what I'm saying. These people, when you really think about it, like, yeah, these are y'all heroes. Are these really y'all heroes?
The ones who follow the actions and behaviors and history that allowed their ancestors to be successful. So Frederick Douglass was
Big J Young says, sound like you hate brown people because my skin not black, it's brown. It's called a descriptive name. Like, I'm sorry that I have to go back to high school so you understand what that means, but it means it's a descriptor. It doesn't actually mean that your skin is quote unquote black. I'm sorry. Like, why do you have to explain such rudimentary, stupid points? It's just stupid. Like, talking about, and then no, I don't hate brown people. No, I don't hate brown people. I hate y'all culture. I hate the way I hate the way American quote unquote brown people play victim and just look like, you know what I'm saying, and can't take care of their own stuff, but then want to cry and complain about the white man oppressing them. I hate that. I hate that. But I mean, yeah, brown. I think just brown people think they're more important than they really are. Truth be told. Truth be told. Mazda says, hell yeah, they're heroes. Nah, that okay. Like I said, black culture. Black culture is trash because it celebrates the worst people and champions the worst people and rebukes and fights against anything that might do it good. Like I said, they always prove my point. Black means nasty, destructive. I mean, does it really? I think that's just like an immature way to look at it. Marcus Harrison, what's going on, man? What up, Jay? At some point, I think it would be a good idea to let some of your watchers that Christian debate some. Oh, I want it. I want it. If y'all want to, oh, I want it. I want it. I'm looking into it now. I want it because I don't think it was fair. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair. No, but you absolutely right. You absolutely right. I want it. I want it. I do want it. Like I sincerely want it because I feel like I feel like it would be way better that way because you know what I'm saying, like yeah. Because I don't think I just yeah I don't think yeah I think you're absolutely right, man, Marcus Harrison. Like I said, I appreciate you for stopping through too. um Big J says, "What's stupid? A man like at his skin and still call himself black is crazy." Um, do I read the Bible? I'm not professing to be a Bible scholar or nothing like that, if that's what you mean. But I also don't make up and interpret it either. So or make up my own interpretations of it either. Um, Said, "What's a stupid man like? Look at his skin and still call himself black. Black. Like I said, it's a descriptive. I don't actually mean, I don't actually mean that I have quote unquote black skin like this background on this video. I don't actually mean that. You know what I'm saying? It's it's not to like everything does not have to be so literal. What is wrong with y'all? What is like seriously? Goodness gracious. You even know why they say black people in the first place? The Negroes that y'all claim as to be part of y'all group. What does that mean in Spanish? What does that mean? What does Negro mean? I'm just saying, like, etymology is a great thing. Learn about the words y'all trying to cry about. Golly.
Successful, even though he was born a slave.
And where Frederick now?
He's dead.
I'll rest my case.
Benjamin
I'm talking
Banneker.
about now. What's wrong with the blacks?
Well, I'm successful.
What's wrong with the blacks that they are constantly complaining about the white man and
How am I being fake, Monster? How am I being fake? How am I being fake? So you like being fake. What does that mean? So who called us black? Yes, I do. Do you? I'm not part of a group. I just read the Bible. Yeah. I mean, the people that call you, I mean, it was probably your opinions, but I mean, by the same token, don't you call them white people? You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure. You know what I'm saying? Like, black people are the only ones that get offended by that. I don't see white people getting mad about being called white. You got Irish people, you got Italian people, you got your UK. You know what I mean? You got the British. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of different types of white people, and they don't get so triggered about being called white. So I'm just saying. I mean, you got your Scottish, you got your you got the you know what I'm saying? Like, I I'm just saying. It's so many names. It's so many different types of white people. And yet still, you call them white. I mean, I'm not saying you specifically, but I'm just saying people call them white people and they don't care. Black people are the only people that care so much about their race, and it's sickening. Like, it's pathetic. Mm. Um, um, are you saying you don't call them Edomites? Because that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you Edomite. Enemite. You know what I mean? Like, that's man. I get what you. Oh, you're saying you don't call them Edomites because they're not white, they red. Mm. I thought red was supposed to be the Indians. I'm just, but yeah, that's crazy.
and try to keep up with him. And right now they're out of control as far as snatch and grab and robbing and stealing and raping and killing white people and
That
breaking into stores and all that. If they're superior, why are they doing those things?
those aren't the superior blacks.
Ooh, those are the inferior ones.
Yes, the ones who
And
do
why
stuff
don't
like
the
that.
superior one help the inferior one?
We do,
How?
and we try.
How?
Like how I do it. I educate black youth. None of my students would ever do anything like that.
Oh, they wouldn't?
No.
Amazing.
And I have hundreds of students.
Do you teach at a black Israelite school or something?
No, I teach at a New York
You
City
teach at a
public
normal school?
Right. If you want to call it normal, it's normally oppressive. But what you said, while we're asking for affirmative action,
Can somebody keep track of how many times this guy said oppressive? Said oppressive since this has started. Goodness gracious, y'all really want advice from people that are oppressed? I'm just saying. These are the people telling you that you royalty. They're oppressed.
is only way to protect black people. In the 1950s and 60s, they would prevent black people from, 1940s and 50s, they would prevent black people from going to schools. They would follow them from NAACP meetings. They would follow them from Black Panther meetings, and they would make sure that they weren't going to college. They would harass them, kick them out of schools.
When you say that, you're saying white people would do that to the
Right.
black.
And the people who were in charge of the institutions.
And
So,
the black people back there was trying to get into the white schools.
well, they were just trying to go to schools in general.
To black schools or white schools?
A lot of them were trying to go to WPIs.
Were they trying to
or
go to black
PWIs.
schools or?
Mazda, you said so you would rather listen to your slave master. I don't have a slave master, sir, and I've never been a slave. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you part of that victim mindset where you think that you a slave, but I ain't never been a slave. So you speak, I ain't got no slave master. White people don't live in my head rent free.
White schools.
PWIs, predominantly white institutions.
And so, if they were superior, why were they trying to go to white school rather than just building their own school and doing their own thing like the Jews did?
We have built
Why
our own.
were they trying to force their way into the white school?
No, schools or colleges. We have our own colleges.
Whichever one you're
They're called
talking about.
HBCUs.
Why
even there, they were kicking white people or black people out of like HBCUs.
Why were the blacks trying to force their way into the white schools if they're superior?
The HBCU, historically black colleges.
Whichever one you were saying that they were kicking the blacks out.
Those are supposed to be black schools. Historically black colleges.
Stay with me. You said back in the 40s and 50s, right?
Right.
That they were, or 60s or whatever you said, they were kicking the blacks out of the school, they were following them and doing all that. Were the blacks trying to get into the white school back then?
Some were.
If they're superior, why were they trying to force their way into the white schools?
Because they didn't know that they were superior.
They didn't know it?
No.
Oh, you could be superior and not know it?
Yes.
Why were they so dumb that they didn't know they were superior?
They weren't dumb, they were just ignorant. There's a difference
How can
between...
you be superior and be ignorant that you're superior?
Wait a minute, what? Being dumb is it? Oh, never mind. What? Never mind. You're right, that might have been too much, sorry.
There's a difference between ignorance and stupidity. There's a difference between knowledge and intelligence. Knowledge is what you...
Mazda says you have a social security card, you a slave. No, that's stupid. No, it doesn't. It just means I'm an American citizen. Yeah. That doesn't mean you're a slave. It means you free. It means that you live in like the best country in the world right now. Like, yeah, stop the cap. Stop the cap. You live in the number one country in the world talking about you a slave. Y'all see, and this is the problem. Like I said, y'all want to sit up and listen to these people that promote and preach victim mentalities, but yet and still, what are they doing for you? Where is this gonna get you? What is this gonna get you? Where's this gonna get you? You a slave. You a slave. No, you a slave. You a slave to yourself, buddy. I'm sorry. It's the truth. You a slave to yourself. You let these white people live in your head rent free. You let these white people make you think that you can't be nothing, so you don't ever try to be nothing. You can't blame them for that. You the slave. I'm just tell the truth. Tell the truth. You the slave. Golly. Big J says, I bet you think the white man wrote the Bible too, do you? No, I think Jewish people wrote no, I'm not saying that. No. No, it's stupid. No. White people wrote the white man wrote the Bible. No, I don't think the white man wrote the Bible. The white man wrote the Bible. No. This is crazy. Can you leave the country without permission? Yes. Yes, I'm 100% can leave the country without permission if I go get a passport. Yes, 100%. There are laws. It's called laws, people. I'm just saying, like, be for real. Be for real. Marcus Harrison with the fact says Hebrew Israelites are a slave to sin. Yeah, because if we really want to be honest, because I got told I had an antichrist spirit the other day. So if we really gonna be honest, one could make an argument that the Hebrew Israelites are the synagogue of Satan. One could really argue that they're really the church of Satan and they are directly doing Satan's work, which is to cause confusion and discourse. Yeah, let's just be for real. Let's just really be honest. I mean, I'm just saying. And Big J says white people, like I said, Jewish people. No, it's more than likely it was people of color. So no, just no. You tried it.
No, intelligence is how you utilize what you know.
So you could be superior and not know it?
Yes.
So,
a lot of people don't know it, which is why I wrote this book.
Define superior for me.
Exceptionally greater than.
Exceptionally greater than.
Right.
And so the blacks were exceptionally greater than the whites?
Historically speaking, what I'm saying is no group
What
of people
the?
no group
Right.
of people have been oppressed as much as black people, and no group of people have made the significant contributions that black people have made. That's a historical fact.
Every race has been oppressed, and for some reason, like I said, black people think that just because theirs what happened in recent history that they can sit there and hold claim to being the biggest victim. That's the problem with black culture specifically. But when you look at groups like this that profit off of it, that's the worst part about it. And like I said, I'm painting a picture of why these people are dangerous for the community, dangerous for the culture. Because at the end of the day, like I said, they're victims. They're oppressed. They're victims. They live in a victim mentality. They live in a matrix within a matrix. I don't know. Have y'all ever seen that? Episode of Rick and Morty, right? Where Rick and Morty are trapped in that little dream world, and then once they get out of the dream world, and they find out it was a trap within another dream world. That's what the Hebrew Israelites are.
But you're saying that the black people were superior when they were trying to force their way into the white schools, meaning that they were way smarter than the whites and they were superior to the
You
whites.
said that.
Well, superior, whatever your definition.
Okay.
But they didn't know it.
Yes.
So how can you be so superiority doesn't come from God?
What?
It doesn't come from God.
What doesn't come from God?
To be superior.
To be superior doesn't come from God?
Right.
Anything we do comes from God.
So how come how could they be superior and didn't know it?
Because many don't know the truth. Like Deuteronomy 7:6 tells you that God has a chosen people. I know that I'm a part of those chosen people. If more black people knew that, then they would carry themselves like it.
So if they had read the Bible, they would have known that they were superior?
If they read it and understood it properly, yes.
They would have known they were superior. So
Right.
you can't know that you're superior unless you read the Bible?
No, you can know that without reading the Bible.
But why didn't they know it then?
They were ignorant.
But why though? If you're superior,
Systemic racism.
if you're smarter than the white
Systemic
people,
racism.
Systemic
So,
racism.
you
Oh
took-
my God! Like I said, victim Olympics, victim Olympics. It's almost like they're competing for who got the biggest victim trophy. It's like Jesus Christ. Like, come on. Oh, like, Jesus Christ, man. So BJ says, so mad at us because our ancestors was over in West Africa chilling till the Arabs and Africa sold on to the white man and brung us over here to build this kingdom, and you mad at us for speaking facts. I don't think they were just chilling in West Africa. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I don't think they were just chilling, but yeah. I mean, yeah, he got sold. So I mean, what you're saying kind of contradicts what he's saying. Do you realize that, BJ? Y'all got conquered. And I'm saying y'all loosely, but you know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, I mean, you can't be supreme, man. I'm just saying, you can't have it both ways. I'm just saying, you can't have it both ways. Marcus Harrison says this man is not study world. Yeah, it's true. There are a group of Eastern Europeans that are called slave for a reason. Yeah, every race and group of people on the planet has experienced some form of slavery. Black people are not special in that regard. So and just based off of historical facts, historical records. Based off of historical records, you already know that every group of people could make Deuteronomy apply to them by that logic. Especially when you take into account that everybody only comes from 3 people. I'm just like, come on, make it make sense.
You're talking about in the 1940s and 50s,
I'm
right?
talking about this time when you said that the white people like
Right.
Big J says, so it was Emmett Till fought to write. I don't understand what you're saying. Yeah, I don't understand that. Show your facts. Then, I mean, in this instance, I don't have to because the record, what I'm stating is the historical consensus. That's what I'm stating. I'm stating the historical consensus that there are that every major civilization has experienced slavery at one point or another. So at the end of the day, I mean, like I said, you can try to make yourself feel special, and I guess every group should try to make themselves feel special. I'm just here to tell you that you're not. I'm just saying.
the
No.
black people out of the
Yeah,
school,
so
they were following their home.
staying with the timeline, we weren't far removed from slavery and Jim Crow. During the 1940s and 50s, we still had black people in slavery under peonage.
But I'm black and I'm slow. I'm one of those slow and didn't know.
Big J says, just because you saying don't make it true. And you're right, but what I'm saying is backed up by historical consensus. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying something based off of what I feel or how I'm interpreting something. I'm literally saying what the historical consensus is. I'm not making up anything. So I mean, like, what is that? Mazda says, how you feel about white people grape, rob, murder your ancestors? I mean, it was unfortunate, but it happened. I mean, yeah, it happened. And I can say that because one of my uncles did an ancestry test, and yeah, some of my people were from West Africa. But at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, it was unfortunate what they went through, but one, that doesn't define me. You hear me? You hear me? Listening good. That doesn't define me, Mazda. That doesn't define me. Number one. Number two, what they went through allowed me to be able to be born into the best country in the world. The absolute best country in the world. So it's unfortunate what they went through, but because they went through that, I was able to be born in the best country and have more freedom than any of my ancestors. So I'm just saying, like, yeah, like that's how I feel about it. It's Pound Ice says slavery in and of itself is one curse and does not qualify some to be an Israelite alone. There's 50 curses in that chapter. I mean, you can make that argument about a lot of things, but I mean, well, whatever. If the Most High says special, who is you to tell us we not? If the Most High said we special, who is you to tell us we not? The Bible said you're not special. The Bible says that Jews and Gentiles are all considered one under Christ through faith. That's how. That's how. That's how. The Bible literally says that Jews and Gentiles are one through Christ through faith. So it doesn't, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. It's not, you're not like, you're God's chosen people. Israel, it was God's chosen people. But like I said, the Jews and the Gentiles become one. There is no distinction anymore. If you believe in God, you believe in Jesus, you could give your life to him, you're born again, then that is basically the toll. And that's what I'm saying. Y'all just you don't believe that, but you're Hebrew Israelites. So of course you're not gonna agree with that. Like I don't understand why you always want to harp on that point. We're not gonna agree. Monza says you don't care, basically. Wow, sellout. I didn't say I didn't care. I said it's unfortunate. I mean, you can hear, right? I said it's unfortunate, but I said it doesn't define me. No, I'm not sitting up angry, crying, crying, praying, asking God why my ancestors went through slavery. Absolutely not. If that means I'm a sellout, then whatever. People like you, that's a compliment. Being called a sellout by people who are literally doing more harm to the community that they claim to be trying to help, you know what I mean? Like, nah, yeah, sellout is a compliment. I'm a lie. Where did I lie? The Most said we above all people. He said, like I said, cherry pick certain verses and ignore other verses that don't agree with what you saying. No, it don't. You let's see. No, it don't. You a lie. Prove that with the Bible. So do the most love. Most love everybody. All right, so I already asked him that, Big J. So it's just denial. Satan takes advantage of people not knowing their identity, giving into their pride. So by that same logic, don't you think Satan could take advantage of people needing an identity? Huh? Don't you? By that same logic, don't you think that Satan could take advantage of people desperate for an identity and give them false doctrine and give them false interpretations? Like I said, one could make an argument that y'all are the church of Satan. Hebrew Israelites are the church of Satan. One could make an argument for that. That's not what I'm going to say at this particular time, but I'm saying that when you look at it, the Jews, who was it that turned Jesus over to be executed? The Jews. Who was it that Jesus had to tear up the temple because of what they were doing in it? The Jews. Who was it that Jesus had to lecture about their understanding and interpretation about the laws? The Jews. So I'm just saying, if you were getting it wrong back then, what makes you think that you're right now? Like, come on. I'm just saying. Like, what makes you think that y'all just have some supreme just authority on biblical interpretation? When what you're saying literally contradicts everything that scholars have been working on for centuries and centuries.
Our
Slow.
superior.
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna give y'all what y'all want. It's like, it's just crazy. From Seattle since 1980 says, I truly have no understanding. Um, Justin says, that's what I'm saying. BHI is a code of hate. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, they something else. Prove what I'm saying with the Bible. Not all of them. Not all Jews. That was the Pharisees. That's like saying you're the church of Satan. No, I'm saying no. I was saying you guys are the church of Satan. Oh, you don't talking about my guys. Sorry. Okay. Like I said, I'm gonna get to it, but I'm not gonna let y'all dictate my show either. So yeah, like I said, I'm gonna get to it. Like I said, I've proved everything else I've said.
But how can you be superior than everybody else and not know it?
I'm going to tell you. So, one of the most famous slaves from the 1940s and 50s, we're
Um, letting us call tonight. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, probably. Um, um, but it ain't gonna be like how I did it last time. It's gonna be one at a time. Like it's gonna be one at a time though. Big J says, "Damn, so we supposed to love the people that put us in slavery is crazy." I mean, you don't have to do anything. I'm just saying it's hypocritical to say that you follow the laws when you only follow some of them. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that's hypocritical. I mean, I'll put it out. I'll put it out when I'm ready. Like I said, I got a show. I got a show. But I'll let y'all call in if y'all got smoke. Y'all got smoke. If you want the link, then like the video. Like the video if you want the link, then. How about that? You give me something, I'll give you something. How about that? Fair exchange.
talking about the 1940s and 50s. This lady was a slave. Her name is May Louise Miller. She was a slave in the 1950s and didn't even know that slavery was over, had been abolished.
But I'm asking you, how can you be superior and not know it to the rest of everybody else? Here you are fighting, trying to get into the white man's schools and to their businesses because you think you can see that their stuff is better than yours, right? But if you're superior, wouldn't you like naturally do superior things?
We do.
And just so you know, if you call in, when I drop this link, I'm just letting you know when I drop the link, the conversation is going to be very specific. We're going to be talking about how it's destructive for the black community. We're going to keep this on the culture. I want y'all to ask them same questions. I want y'all to be asking me if I'm a Sambo. I want y'all to be asking me if I like about that love in America. I want y'all to bring up that slavery stuff. Keep that same energy.
Naturally do superior things.
Like break into white people's business?
No, like run the fastest, jump the highest, things like that.
No.
Usain Bolt, no one has ever run faster than him.
Animals.
And you didn't. I mean, just to be honest, Pie Ice. I mean, you didn't really prove the point. You gave. You gave. I mean, you know what y'all do. You know what y'all do. I mean, you know what y'all do, but you didn't really prove the point. I just let y'all speak. That's just the difference. I mean, just saying. Um,
To the
Do
player,
that.
huh?
Animals
No,
do
I'm
that
talking
kind
about
of.
with people.
But you don't have to be superior to run fast. You just need
If
to
you
run.
if you run faster than everyone else, you're superior.
But you really believe that white people, that black people are superior to the
you know
whites?
what? Forget it. I'm finna drop this link. I'm finna drop this link. I want to smoke. Y'all didn't woke it up now. I want to smoke now. I want to smoke now. Hold on.
Look, no,
And,
you're saying something that's subjective. Objectively, no group of people, no race of people have been oppressed like black people and have.
Look at this victim mentality. Look and listen to this. See, I really want y'all to hear this victim mentality stuff. But like I said, I'm only gonna be so much of a I'm only gonna be so much of that. So you know what? We're gonna go ahead and get to it. We're gonna go ahead and get to it. Yeah, because I'm only gonna be so much of that. Okay. Okay, I'm dropping the link, guys. I'm dropping the link. It is on. Yeah, I'm dropping the link because yeah, we're not finna do this. We're not finna do this. Yeah, we're not doing this. Cause yeah, I want you. Yeah, let's talk about America. Let's talk about American love. Yeah, let's talk about it. You're not a victim of America. See, that's the problem. You're a victim. That's the problem. You're a victim. That's literally the problem. Victims. Let's get it. Let's get it. The link is dropped. The link is dropped. 100%. And what's going on, John Truth? Appreciate you for stopping through. It says if black folks built this country, not not the Industrial Revolution, which is absolutely true because it's 100% the Industrial Revolution. Well, why can't they go off someplace and build another one? Because they can't. That's the truth of the matter. They'll tear it up. They'll tear it up. They'll tear it up. Now I want y'all to keep that same smoke. Want y'all to keep that same smoke. Hold on. All right. Jay, you there? Jay, unmute. Jay, you there? Unmute. Mm, mm. I dropped the link, guys. Come on. Y'all say the title, prove me wrong. Free Seattle, from Seattle since 1980. You are as well. As well, what, a victim? No, I'm not. I'm not a victim of nothing. I'm not a victim of nothing. I'm not a victim of nothing. You don't hear me crying about what the white man did to me. You don't hear me crying about like all this kind of stuff. Like no, like that's not proof. Like mm, mm. Well, the link is pinned. The link is pinned. So I mean, whenever, like I said, whenever y'all want to come up, anybody, and it don't have to be anybody that disagrees. The John, if you want to come up, anybody that wants to come up, anybody that has smoke, Anybody that agrees, if you got smoke for the Hebrew Israelites, if you got smoke for me, let me know. Let me know, because at the end of the day, I think I think it's just too easy. It's just too easy to get caught up in semantics. So let's go ahead, because I want to know. Like I said, and Big J says I don't know what's wrong with my mic. I don't know. Try to join again, or I don't know. It just but um the John Truth Williams show says white folks can't even move away from the hood without black folks crying about how white flight killed the hood. No, that's 100% true, because then these people, they always talk about, oh, they always want to uplift the hood, right? But then whenever white people move and get in the neighborhood, now they cry about gentrification. It's sad. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. And that's one thing I'm learning. Like, black people are always gonna be victims about something. It's the truth. They're always gonna be victims about something. Always. Always. But guys, the link is still pinned to the top. Link is still pinned to the top. Man, we're gonna get back to this video while we still waiting. But I just want y'all to know, like I said, you guys are putting y'all faith in people that are teaching you and training you to be victims. That's all I'm saying.
The significant contributions that black people have made. So when it comes to resilience and innovativeness, black people are superior. Objectively speaking, name a group.
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true, because if we're being objective, if we're really being objective, the European conquered the world twice. If we're really being objective, or really technically almost 3 times, but the European has proven that they are able to control the world. And not just that, but the European has also held the control of the world the longest. So I'm not saying that to just blow smoke of white people's butt. What I'm saying is, you can't claim to be a black supremacist. You can't operate like a black supremacist when in reality you don't have nothing. You don't have nothing. And I'm not saying that for you to live in a victim mindset. I'm saying that you need to be working on having something. It's just pathetic. These are your leaders. How can you have a leader and follow somebody that's teaching you to be a victim? But then you always want to cry about what the white man's doing to you. What about what the black man is doing to you, that's telling you that the mystery white man, who I'm telling y'all, they don't care about you as much as you think they do. They look at you and see the stupid stuff you do on TV, and you do on the news, and you do when you go out in public, and they form their opinion on you. You confirm prejudice. But we're all prejudiced. You confirm it, though. Then you want to cry and talk about, oh, the white man is oppressing me. No, you're oppressing yourself. Your biggest enemy is yourself. Your biggest enemy is the person that looks like you, because the person that looks like you is literally going to be telling you that you're never going to be able to be nothing. And that's the truth of the matter. That's the truth. It's just crazy to me. Isaiah, unmute your mic. But yeah, like no, I don't have you muted. I don't have you muted. Or hold on. Hello, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh
My
yeah, I
my
can hear
mic
you.
could be bad at times. Can you hear?
I can hear you
Okay.
now. Cool. What's going on, man?
So why are we still on this shit, man?
Oh yeah, I'm just getting started, buddy. I'm just letting you know. I'm just getting
I
started.
understand, but like, bruh,
Yeah,
come on, man. I love
yeah.
talking to you. Like, you cool and all, but I ain't gonna agree with you on this one, bro. Black Israelites is, or excuse me, the Hebrew Israelites, they got the truth at the end of the day. And from my perspective, I'm gonna be real with you. I hope you don't take offense to this, but understanding the Israelite position, you cooning for the white man. Once you understand the Israelite position, you understand how I'm getting there. Because you out here trying to tell my people that they not the chosen people.
So that means I'm cooning for the white man.
It looked like it does. Remember last time LP called you an agent? That's what he was saying. Like you're an agent for the other side. I could put it that way if you want me to. If that's a little bit better.
I mean, it don't. You could. You could clean it up, but I mean, it don't make it right.
All right, my if that offends you, my apologies. But
It's not
like,
about.
bro,
It's not about
I'll
being
put
a.
it.
It's not. It's not about
But you
being
gotta
like
understand,
offended. It's not about being offended. It's just about not being right. How am I cooning for the white man?
because you out here telling Israelites that they not who they really are.
But what's
Like
the definition
that's
of a
not
coon
our
though? But what's the definition of a coon though? What is a coon?
basically. Basically, bro,
A coon is a
you
black person
not.
that makes black people look bad, right?
I would go with that, yeah.
So I'm saying,
But
so
if we
how
supposed
am
to be
I
God's
making?
chosen people, and
So how am I making
if
black
we
people
supposed
look
to be
bad?
God's chosen people, and you telling us that we out here telling people that we not God's chosen people, that actually makes us look bad by definition. That's what I said. If you understand my position, that's why I say that. I'm not. I'm not trying to belittle you or anything. I'm just saying it's what it seemed like. Like you not, nah, bro.
It's not. I
It's not
mean,
right.
it's not belittling. I'm saying though, how does that equate to to being a coon? I get that you
Because you out
saying,
here trying to
huh? Oh, my
you out
bad.
here trying to tell God's chosen people that they not chosen. Like, stop that, bro.
I'm saying prove it. You can't. I'm saying there's no evidence. And I'm also saying, and
I
it's not
we
just that, and it's not just that. Even if I were to say, let's just say I was to give you the position that you are Hebrew Israelites, right? My position that the Jews and the Gentiles are equal, that stands through Scripture. It stands.
again, I already told you that I would challenge you proving to me that the Gentiles that that are being spoken of are not Israelites. Because when Israelites fell into idolatry consistently throughout Scripture, they were called Gentiles.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, what? Okay, no, let's just
But you
let's just
you see what I'm
let's just
saying
go
though, in the
let's go to it. Let's go to it. What does Romans 22 through 24 say?
give me a second, I got my Bible right here. You said Romans 22?
Yes, 22 through 24.
Romans what? Romans 20.
Well, I'm sorry, Romans 3 22 through 24.
Um, even the righteousness of God, which is by faith of Jesus Christ, unto un, unto all and upon all them that believe. For there is no difference. For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God, being justified freely by His grace through the redemption that is in Christ Jesus. So here's my
Mm,
question, right?
mm,
And this
mm.
is this is
But
my
no,
I,
no,
I actually don't.
but hold on. We can't just, you know what I mean? We can't just like look at interpretations. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just interpretation aside, what was just said.
He said, "For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God, and they are justified by the grace that comes through the blood that was shed by Jesus." Right?
Now you see that word where it says, now look, I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna hold on, I'm gonna bring it up real quick. Now, what did hold on. Now, what does it say? For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. Right?
Yes.
So I'm saying,
Yes.
when did all just mean some?
Why would you be led to believe that he's speaking to anybody who's not Israelites?
Because he was speaking to the Galatians. I mean, not the. I'm sorry, not the Galatians. I'm talking about the whole point is he was speaking to Israel But I'm saying that he was speaking to Israel and from the position that the Gentiles, the Gentiles were actually the ones that are actually gonna be saved too, right?
Those Gentiles are speaking of Israelites who fell into sin, who fell into idolatry.
It doesn't say that though.
It's not the Bible previously. I mean, I don't have the verse in front of me, right? So maybe that's my fault for not
But
being.
I'm just saying though, we can't agree that it doesn't actually say, "Oh, I'm only saying referring to these specific Gentiles," because it's one thing to say that there are Jews that are among the Gentiles because we know that that's what happened. There were Jews among the Gentiles, but it's another thing
Let
to
me show
say
you
that
something.
all Gentiles exclusively are Jews. That's two
The,
different
Gen-
statements, and we know that that's not true.
but you also got to remember that Paul again was very learned in these matters, and he was a master of the law. So give me 1 second, because I want to show you something. And might have got the wrong verse. Okay, if you go, and this is my point, where a lot of Christians, not just you, but when we looking at what Paul says, when we look at 2 Peter 3:15, right, or 3:16, it says, also in all his epistles, speaking in them of these things which some are some things hard to be understood, which they that are unlearned and unstable rest, as they do also the other scriptures unto their own destruction. So I understand like some of this is confusing, but Paul is speaking to Israelites. He's not speaking to Gentiles. He's not telling them that they're about to get salvation. That don't even like,
Wait,
bro. That
say
don't
that
even make
again. Say that
sense.
again. Which verse was that?
Second, Second Peter 3:16.
Mm.
And you could honestly, you should probably go up to verse 15 for context.
It says, and on account that the long suffering of our Lord is salvation, even as our beloved brother Paul, also according to the wisdom given unto him, hath written unto you, also as also in all his epistles, speaking in them of these things, in which are some things hard to be understood, which they are unlearned and unstable, rest as they yet therefore, but the knowledge of our Lord and Savior, to Him be the.
Right, and when you look at the next verse, it says, "Seeing ye know these things before," because they're only speaking. Remember, they're only speaking on the Old Testament, which was written before. It says, "Beware lest ye also, being led away with the error of the wicked, fall from your own steadfastness." So again, salvation is only it has only been for Israel, and these Gentiles that you're speaking
That's
of
not true.
are not
That's not true.
are not. What do you mean,
I'm no. I'm saying
bro?
like that's not true. That's not
Can,
true. It's
can
just not true.
all
Like
right.
I don't even
So we already.
like. It's not true. It's not
We,
true. And like I'm not
we,
even trying to make this a Bible conversation, but that's not true.
I'm not. No, but you brought. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the verse. I probably can't. So I want to let somebody who else is a little more built up than me get on here. So give me a second. Let me see if I can find it.
Um, Marcus Harrison says that's real. Walter says I knew I wasn't alone on this topic. um, uh, the John Truth Williams show says Black Hebrew Israelites say everything bad that has happened or is happening to them is a curse, and they do wrong is a test, aka excuses. So that's why blacks are drawn in by them. They give them. Yeah, I think that's absolutely facts. It is excuses.
Wait. Say that again. Hold on, because I kind of
Basic,
took offense to that. Can you
basic,
say that one more time?
basically paraphrasing is that you guys give people an excuse, and that's how you all operate. You give people an
Really? Because
excuse to justify the bad things
th-
that happen, and I agree. I agree.
that's that's an interesting point. But we tell people to be perfect though under the law. We tell people that you can be perfect. under the law.
You can't be
Christianity
perfect under
ain't
the
no
law.
telling no people not.
You can't be perfect under the
What'd you
law.
say?
You can't be
You said
perfect
you
under the
can't.
law. You cannot be
Like
perfect
can't.
under the law alone.
So again, you of course alone because you need
Now
Christ,
understand what I just said. I said you can't be perfect under the law alone.
right? Because you need Christ.
No,
But
you need
remember,
faith
Christ
in
said in
Christ.
Matthew,
Faith in Christ. Not just
yes, you,
Christ, faith in Christ.
yes,
It's very specific.
of course. But remember, Christ said, "Be ye therefore perfect, as your Father in heaven is perfect."
And I get that, but I understand that's the whole point of why Jesus came, which is to redeem sin. To redeem, he paid the price of sin, so that before when the Israelites would have to, when they would sin, when they would commit sins, they would have to go and they had to cut up a goat. They have to go cut up a sheep.
Yes,
They'd have to go sacrifice and shed blood in order to pay for their sins. When Jesus came and paid the price for that sin, I'm saying that circumvented and paid the price for violating the laws. But the laws only apply to the Israelites.
correct.
Are you
Jesus
getting
paid
what
the
I'm
price
putting
for
down?
us, not
Are you getting what I'm putting down
yes,
now? It only
yes. In
applied
your
to the Israelites.
right. So if you would be an Israelite, you must keep the law, and Jesus died so that we don't have to sacrifice for sin anymore. We don't have to do that anymore, but we must still keep the law. But like I said, I want to let somebody who's more built up come on here and speak to you because I'm still young in this truth.
I mean, I'm not no biblical expert. You know what I'm saying? But I want to more focus on, like I said, I don't want to make this a biblical conversation. I want to know how I'm cooning. That's why I want to know. I'm just gonna be honest. I want to know how I'm cooning.
I already told you.
I mean,
I, I feel like it's very basic. My position is that black people are the chosen Israelites. For you coming through and telling them like, yo, y'all not if your position is that we're not Israelites, if I misheard that, then no, you're not cooning. But if your position is that we're not Israelites, or even saying that we're the chosen people is creating a victim mentality, bro, that's to the destruction of our people, and
no,
that's to
that's
me
not what
that's
I'm
cooning.
saying. That's not why I say you have a victim mentality. I say Hebrew Israelites have a victim mentality because they teach oppression. They teach oppression. That's why I say
Okay.
that. And they teach people that they'll never be able to benefit from anything except for following the laws and I don't have a problem with that. You know what I mean? That's not that's not my big issue. But the problem is, like I
Okay.
said, it's preying on people's desire and their need to want to belong to something. It's cult like. That's the truth. That's the truth. I mean, I'm saying so it's not cooning, and I'm not saying that there might not be black people because like to say that there aren't blacks that are Jews, that's an ignorant statement, right? But I'm just saying to say
Right.
that everyone that they're claiming under that umbrella is unilaterally a black Israelite. I'm saying that's facetious. I'm just saying.
Right, I hear you. So, and again, I already said last time I conceded that obviously every single African American is not an Israelite, but the majority of African Americans more than likely are Israelites. Like, and we can historically see that. But even then, to the point prior to that, that we're saying we're under oppression. Currently, we are still in a land, and I told you this last time. We are still in a land that our forefathers were brought to via slavery. Like, we didn't have a choice in this. In the Bible, when we look in Deuteronomy, specifically 28, it shows us what the nature of our oppression will be. That's why we always bring up Deuteronomy
But isn't that
28.
but
Not
isn't that
just,
the one where it also said that nobody will buy you?
yes, do you know
They
what
bought
that,
slaves.
and
They
what
bought
is,
slaves. We were bought.
that,
We wouldn't be here if
that's
we
not what
weren't
that
bought.
word. Right, that's a great question. Let me break that down to you. Back in that time, the reason it says why no one will buy you is because if you were a slave, the way that you could be redeemed is if someone had paid the price to buy, let's say like your contract, for example, even though it wasn't your contract, but you would be redeemed by someone buying you, and then they could set you free. So what it's actually saying, especially when you look into Hebrew, this is not just my interpretation. This is from the Hebrew translation. It's saying no one shall redeem you. Essentially, God is saying, you went into a covenant with me. No one is going to redeem you because this is a prophesied slavery. No one from Africa came looking for us. No one, no one redeemed us out of that slavery. That's not how that went down, and that prophecy is proven true. It's not talking about a transaction.
You
Again,
so
that's in the
so
Hebrew too.
no, I'm saying when you're talking about the redeeming, you talking about like like in the same way that applied to like Ruth and like the family redeemer. You talking or are you saying something different?
Like, um, even in slave times, you could buy your freedom. You could literally buy your freedom in slave times. That's closer to
Because
what the
that's what I'm
Bible is
saying.
talking about.
But that's what I'm saying. Slavery it was a cultural thing. It wasn't just about being based off of race or anything like that. It was like a cultural thing, and it wasn't a permanent. Most of the time, you were either a slave of war or you were a slave because you owed money or you owed a debt. So that's I mean I don't
Right,
understand.
but
But that's
this
happened
time,
to everybody. That's happened to everybody.
when we went into slavery, it was people going and grabbing Jews and selling them to the European man. So and then they took them on slave ships as the Bible prophesied. No one redeemed them as the Bible prophesied, and they were there for as long as the they were in slavery for as long as the Bible prophesied, to the exact year actually when you count it out in Hebrew years.
So you don't think so? Whew, like I said, man. I mean, I mean, you can give it however you want to run it, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's still oppression, man. Like you still like basically just living oppressed, and you letting white people live in your head rent free. And I'm just saying that's
I'm
not
not
productive.
okay.
That's
Listen,
not productive.
I'm not letting white people live in my head rent free, but at the end of the day, I know whose land I'm in, and it's a certain way that you have to move around in the land of your captivity. It's not saying
That's
that,
not captivity
okay,
though.
again, I wasn't brought, my people wasn't brought here, to have fun. They was brought here on slave ships. So at the end of the day, this is the land of my captivity.
But
That's just a matter of
you
fact.
yourself have the ability and more freedom than any of your ancestors, and you live a better life than any of your ancestors.
That's true, but I have also felt the weight of oppression in this land.
No, you haven't.
It's a lot of things that I couldn't do that my white counterparts could do.
Says who?
Says me.
Right, then that's your problem.
But
You let them dictate what you
I've
can
seen
and
it
can't do.
though. I've seen it though with my own eyes though. That's the thing.
I think that's a perspective. I'm just saying. I think that's
You
your
could you
perspective.
could say that, but personally, from my perspective, like my adoptive family is white. Like I grew up with my biological family,
Right.
but I went into foster care. My adoptive family is white, so I've seen a lot of things, and I've seen both sides. And personally, they obviously don't like the fact that I'm in this truth. But regardless, I must hearken into the voice of the Lord. So it is what it is. And I know that this is true. Historically speaking, like I said, historically we can prove a lot of these things. So
How?
um, we know who was dwelling on the west coast of Africa. We know they were Jews.
Were they all Jews or were just
We
some people Jews?
I can't say obviously I can't say that they were all Jews. That would be a wild claim to make. But we know when Portugal expelled their Jews, I forget in which year, we know that they were black for one, we know that they went to the west coast of Africa for two, and then for three, I can actually historically prove that they were taken captives in the slave trade.
I mean, yeah, a lot of West Africans were taken captive. So, I mean, but how do you know that all of them were Jews or
I'm not
most of them
saying
are Jews?
all of
Or
them were
I'm
Jews.
saying you're right. My bad. How do you know that most of them are Jews?
Listen, I can show you the proof. I think I've seen some of your socials in your description. I'll hit you up with some of the proof, all right?
All right, Bet.
The some of the
Cause
so,
I'm just saying that Dante Forstner dude or whatever. I mean that John Olive, that kind of that stuff. I mean, I'm just saying his credibility is in question, brother. Just saying.
okay. I'm not sure about the other dude, but what would make you think Dante Fortune is not credible?
I didn't say him. I
He's
said the
definitely.
guy that he was quoting.
Oh, okay. No, yeah. I'm gonna show you some things I got from him. All right. I'm gonna hit your social, but like I
I
said,
I,
I
I
want to let
get.
somebody else.
Yeah, that's cool. I was just saying. I was just talking about that one guy. But I mean, that's cool though. I mean, I appreciate you coming up though. I mean, if you.
Of course, like I said, I'm young in the truth. I want to let somebody else come on. Uh, I love you, brother. It's always fun talking to you, even though we don't agree.
Yeah, it's all love, man. Appreciate you.
Of course.
Okay. From Seattle. Can you unmute? I'm sorry. I think I gotta add you in order for you to add right. What's going on, man?
What's going on, brother?
Nothing much, man. Well, what's your pushback?
It ain't no pushback. It's just I'm trying to get some clarity. I mean,
Okay.
I basically heard what your moral compass is. I mean, I know you believe in God, right?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, so you do believe, you know what I'm saying, that the Bible. You believe in the Bible.
Yep. Hmm.
Okay, and the reason why I'm asking these questions, brother, because I mean, some people or individuals they ascribe to certain things. Like, I mean, the next thing I was gonna ask you, do you ascribe to the Apocrypha?
When you say the apocrypha,
And the only reason why,
you
respectfully,
just
Jay,
for
is that all right if I call you Jay?
yeah. That's cool.
Okay, well, brother Jay, check this out, man. The reason why I say that, because some, say they believe in the Bible and they don't ascribe to certain books or certain, canons in the Bible.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. I think I think that all books are valid. I think that there's a canon for a reason, but I think that all books are valid.
So, what do you think about the Apocrypha, sir?
I mean, I'm familiar with it, but I'm not Catholic. You know what I mean? So I'm not Catholic and I'm not Hebrew Israelite, so I don't really. I'm
I
not.
hear you, brother, but whether you know it or not, I'm not gonna say that, but I'm gonna say this. Know that, you have a nationality, man. I mean, I know you don't come from the land of black or, African American. I mean, those are two set nationalities, if I may. Um,
I
like I
mean,
said, I mean, like,
but when we say when we say black, we saying like it's like basically saying Negro people, right? Which I mean
right. I
that's
mean,
what Negro
and
means.
and quite frankly, if you really want to get technical, that's in the Bible too. You know that, right?
I think the Greeks used it. The right.
No,
Yeah.
not just the Greeks, not just the Greeks, brother. And this is what I was gonna say, brother Jay. I understand your platform. I'm gonna respect it, but all I'm saying is, brother, just like search the scriptures first, man. Really search the scriptures, man, and really see it for what it is. Because I mean, may I ask you how old you are, brother?
30.
30? Yeah, I got 10 years on you, brother. But what I'm saying is, like, this is the thing, man. And that has nothing to do with age, man. Because, Christ, he taught at the age of 12. He went to the synagogues at 12. So, I mean, like I said, I mean, it's you got to have more, you got to be able to comprehend and understand what platform or what, the actual, what you're reading. Because, like, I mean, I know this from history, just from history, period. We don't even have to go in the Bible. We know from history that we were deprived of a lot of things. Am I right or wrong, Brother Jay? As a people.
You saying well the quote unquote African American black Negroes?
Yeah, so yeah, basically, sir.
Um,
We were deprived of a lot of things, right?
I mean, yeah, during slavery, yeah.
Right. So and what I'm asking, brother, this is what I'm asking. Had anybody, saying, through that time in America, I'm just talking about in America, go through the atrocities that our forefathers went through.
Um, yeah.
And we're
You
not even
saying
speaking Bible. I'm just talking about
you
history,
saying well,
fam.
you saying in America? You saying limited to
In
America, or
America,
you
yes.
saying worldwide?
This nation,
Um,
that we're the soil that almighty America.
nah, we're pretty young. America's pretty young.
But what I'm saying, this is what I'm asking, Brother Jay. I'm asking, did any other ethnicity go through the atrocities that we went through or our ancestors went through
No, the
since
reason
we
why
since we stepped this plane?
the reason why I'm saying that the country is young, because we know that it wasn't long before the country was established, before they started bringing slaves over, right?
And
So I'm
who
saying
established this country, though? If you don't mind me asking, who established this country?
European colonizers.
Okay, so if
Well,
that shows you,
yeah, this country, yeah, European colonizers.
yeah, that's the truth. That's just the proof of the pudding, and that's history. We don't
Right.
never
I
go in the
mean,
Bible.
yeah, that's not an insult to white people. I don't think. I wouldn't take it as an insult
Well, I
if
mean,
I
I
was
wouldn't
white.
care what they think, to be honest. All I'm saying is, brother, do you love everybody?
Love everybody. Yes.
Does the Bible? So let me ask you another question. So, like, does the Bible, you know, what I'm saying, say that you know, what I'm saying, you're supposed to love everybody?
I'm not gonna say that the Bible says that you should love everybody. I'm gonna say the Bible says that you should love thy neighbor. Love thy
Do you know
neighbor.
who the neighbors? Now, when you say neighbor, what is your definition of neighbor?
My neighbor is everybody, because, like I said,
Everybody.
because I believe, like I said, I believe in the New Testament and the New Covenant, where Jews and Gentiles are considered one under faith through Christ.
Now, the brother that was, you know, what I'm saying, trying to explain that to you earlier, he tried to, you know, expound on how a Gentile doesn't just mean, you know what I'm saying, like everybody. It could also mean, for example, I'll just give you an example, because you consider yourself a Christian, right? Right? I'm just gonna give you an analogy. I'm just gonna show you something real quick. Say
I
like
mean, for
are you a
argument's sake,
Christian?
yeah. I mean, for argument's sake, yeah.
Okay, just I'm trying to, you know, for edificational purposes, brother. I know this is your platform. I just wanted to, you know what I'm saying, to give you my input, you know what I'm saying, and what
Yeah,
I,
no,
you know what I'm saying, what I,
no, you good.
and I'm being respectful, brother, because it tells me, you know what I'm saying, to be that towards my brother. And that's what I'm gonna get to when I'm gonna give you a scripture on that about, you know what I'm saying, your neighbor. Matter of fact, if you get a chance, man, go look up Leviticus. You hear me? Go look up Leviticus 19 and 17, brother. Look up Leviticus 19 and 17. Because I know, you know, you hear about the Israelites, you know, saying they had commandments and statutes and laws, right?
You said Leviticus 19, right?
19 and 17, sir.
Oh, okay, hold on. I'm gonna pull this up real quick.
You want me to read it for you? I can
I
read it
mean,
for you, brother.
you can if you want to.
It's up to you. I mean, I would rather you read it, though, to be honest, you know,
Oh,
so
okay.
so I can explain it to you, brother.
Okay. And it says, so 19, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak
Start
unto
at 17, sir. Sorry about that.
17.
Verse 17, chapter 19, verse 17, sir.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron and unto his sons and unto all the children of Israel, and say unto them, This is the thing which the Lord hath
Hold on,
commanded.
brother Jay. I'm not to be disrespectful. Like the verse I was trying to get you to get is chapter 19 of Leviticus in the 17th verse.
19.
You want me to read it to you, or you want me to follow with you? I'm walking with you, bro. I'm trying to walk with you because that's what it tells me to do.
You saying 17, right?
Chapter 19, verse 17.
Yeah.
Can you
Thou
hear me,
shalt not
brother?
hate thy brother in thine heart.
That's right. Keep on reading.
Thou
Keep on
shalt
reading.
Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer
Do you know what
sin
that?
on him.
Do you know what rebuke means?
I mean, we can go to the dictionary.
You can look it up, but I'm gonna tell you, rebuke just means to correct. Just means to correct somebody, brother.
You. Express sharp disapproval or criticism of someone because of their behavior or actions.
Right. It means to correct. It seems like when you rebuke somebody, it's like, hey man, stop doing that. You know what I mean? It's more in a harsh way.
Yeah, I get that. And I'm just I'm just saying, what is that like? What's the correlation?
I'm about to go get to verse 18. This is about the neighbor part.
Okay. Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou
Okay, hold
shalt.
on. Right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. Read that part one more time. It said that, the part where it says the children of who?
The children of thy people.
So that's who the neighbor's talking about, brother. The children of thy people. You're my people. You see where I'm getting at though? That's who your neighbor is. I'm your neighbor.
But again, like I said, my whole position is that after Jesus came, the Jews
Jesus,
and
you
the
know Jesus
Gentiles.
preached this, right?
No, yeah, but
We can go.
I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Like, going off of Old Testament law is never going to apply to a Christian because at the end of the day, we believe that the Jews and the Gentiles are equal under Christ.
Okay, let me ask you a question, man. What was most of Christ quoting during the time he was on earth?
He quoted the scripture, which would have been basically it would have been the equivalent of the Torah, or and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, so this is Torah. You see where I'm getting at? This is Torah. And I can show you a verse. I can show you actually, if you want me to. It's called. You know what a precept is? You know what a precept is?
It's something that come before something else. And for lack,
I'll say this, brother. Look,
yeah,
and I'm not saying this in disrespect because I got love for you, brother. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to be respectful towards you, brother. You know what I'm saying? Because I know that you're kind of unlearned, man. And the only reason why I say that because you grew up with a doctrine of like, and it's not just you. I had too, brother. Just hear me out, man. I had too, man. I grew up in the church. I used to go to Sunday school, Sunday service, listen to the pastor. And some of the stuff just didn't make sense, man. But I know I don't know if you're familiar with a 501(c) is. You know what that is?
that's the um that's the tax exempt status.
Right. And it states in the three, you hear me, that you can say you can't discriminate on anybody else in that church, or you'll lose your license. If you understand what I'm saying. That's why say most of these pastors they gotta hold that license to accept everything. They can't just be discriminating towards, anybody else. So that's why they have that in place.
That's not true.
It is true. Actually, go look it up.
No, I'm saying that.
And
No,
matter of
I'm
fact,
not saying
say
what
that.
you're. I'm not saying that there aren't government laws that try to force inclusion and all that kind of stuff on preachers. I'm saying that preachers don't have to abide by that. They choose to.
Well, I'll say this, brother. I'll say this. If somebody
Because
complains about it,
there are plenty of preachers who speak out against homosexuality
and there's
and
and
all that
there's
type of
certain and
stuff.
listen, brother, and there's even certain. I hate to say it too. I'm just gonna be real with about. There's certain camps that do follow that doctrine too, bro. But what I'm saying is, in state versus church, man, there's certain things you can't say, bro. You can't say, bro. Seriously, because you can lose your license. Seriously, but this is all I'm saying, brother. We can get to what the neighbor was talking about. Is talking about the children of thy people. There's also a precept on that in Matthew's, brother, which Christ quotes, and it's from actually this verse right here, brother. So, like I said, I mean, all I can say, brother, man, I respect your platform, brother. I
That's
would say, like, matter of
uh,
fact, if you get a chance, go look up John. Go look up John 5 and 39 real quick, brother. Just real quick. Cause we
John
gotta
5.
we gotta relearn the Bible, man. Cause this, and I'm gonna be real with you, man. You're gonna come up with your own conclusion, brother. But at the end of the day, that book was only given, written, and spoken by the Israelites, fam. That's who it was given to, bro. It wasn't given to no other nation, man. It wasn't given to no other nation. Whether you want to, go to Paul or, one more thing. Do you believe that, Paul, the whole book of like the epistles that Paul wrote, are they all the word of God?
I think everything in the Bible is the inspired word of God.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something, man. You gotta read John 5:39,
That doesn't
bro.
mean that the other books aren't valid. I just said that everything in
I'm
the
not saying that.
Bible
I'm not saying
is
they're not
valid.
valid, because look, you know Paul, he quoted things that was on his own accord. You hear me at times. That's why people didn't really understand. It's like how he showed you in 2 Peter 3:16. It's hard to understand Paul, man. You got to understand Paul. So when we go to authority, there's a order. You know that, right? There's an order according to, you know, saying 1 Corinthians 14:40. You know that, right? There's an order.
I get it. I mean, I'm trying. Yeah.
But what I'm saying, how you read the Bible, that's, you're supposed to read it a certain way, brother. That's all I'm saying. You got to read it a certain way. And all I'm saying, brother Jay,
So
just keep on.
just for argument's sake, right?
Okay.
Who actually came up with the idea that you have to read the Bible this specific way that's different than the way that people that have been studying it for centuries and centuries have come to the conclusion? What sparked the deviation from traditional understanding is what I'm more wondering about.
I'm not going to speak on my own accord. I'm going to speak what the Bible says, man. So I'm going to tell you to go to, you hear me? Go to Isaiah, man. You got to go to Isaiah chapter 28:10, brother. Go to Isaiah chapter 28:10.
Mm, hold on. Hold on, give me a second. You said 10.
Go to 28:10.
Yeah,
Go to chapter 28:10.
for precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line
You
upon
see it
line.
doubled up. You see how it doubled up? It said precept upon precept, precept upon precept.
Yeah, rules upon
It
rules.
doubled up. But keep on going, sir.
Line upon line, line
Line
upon
upon
line.
line.
Here a little and there a little. For with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to his people. To whom he
So
said,
that's,
uh,
go ahead. Go ahead. Keep on reading. Go ahead. Because I'll explain it all to you, brother. But that's how you're supposed to read the Bible. Go ahead. Go ahead. Read verse 12. Go ahead.
to whom he said, this is the rest where ye may cause the weary to rest, and this is the refreshing, yet they would not hear. But the word
See,
of
so in that time, listen to me, brother. I'm about to explain something to you. In that time, you know what I'm saying, there was, you know what I'm saying, people that, you know, Isaiah was trying to, you know what I'm saying, explain the law to, and they were being disobedient, bro. They're being disobedient. So he had to remind them. He had to give them a constant reminder of how to, you know what I'm saying, to search them scriptures, fam.
and I
So
get
that's how
that,
you're supposed to read the Bible, man.
and I
And
I get
Christ,
I get
and
that, but
Christ,
that doesn't really answer my question.
what's your question, brother?
No, I'm saying
Because I know I've seen it.
how do you get
You
to the
talking about black
deviation?
supremacy, right? You
No,
go
I'm
and say
saying
it again, sir.
well, that is my question. That is my question. Because I 100% think that Hebrew Israelites are a black supremacy cult. But I'm saying how
Well,
did
how?
uh,
Okay.
yeah,
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
yeah,
ahead.
I was saying, how do you get to the deviation of where, like, how do you know that? Because, like, let's just be honest, like, somebody had to start the Hebrew Israelite movement. So,
Right.
how does one just go and just wake up one day and just say, oh, this is how the Bible is supposed to be interpreted? Oh, we've been interpreting the Bible wrong. And how does that, how does one actually, like, come to terms and come to grips with that, if that's what it makes sense.
So you're basically saying this. Let me just clarify it so we be on the same page. I want to, you know, when I answer the question, I don't want to answer off of my own accord. I want to answer what the Bible says. You hear me? That's what that's what that's my practice. That's my moral compass, man. I'm supposed to live every word, man, according to First John. You hear me? But anyways, I mean, you know, John the first chapter, Salaki. But anyways, so you're saying, how do you, like, you're basically saying, like, identify, how do you identify it, right? all in one wop. You're saying how could you be sure to identify that this is who you are, right?
I guess we can go with that.
I mean, explain it. I mean, just tell me,
Well, I
bro.
mean, because
So I can.
it's more so like I said, it's like somebody had to wake up and interpret the Bible a certain way in order for the Hebrew Israelite movement to start. So I'm saying, like, how does one say, like, how do you just look at the Bible and then just say, this applies to me, when you know what I mean? Because like I said, it's like is no there's no actual like there's no real historical like physical evidence of to support a lot of the claims, but it's you know
Well,
what I
actually,
mean.
there's a lot I could do, and most of them. I mean, I'll say it, not most of them. I could go to Deuteronomy 28 easily, but that I wouldn't even go there. I can go to some other places too, brother. You know what I'm saying? Where it talks about, like we would forget our identity. We would, you know what I'm saying? We would, black on black violence.
But we didn't forget our
What
identity
else?
though.
We would come out of no. Just hear me out, brother. Hear me out, Jay. We would, you know what I'm saying? Like neglect our children. We would neglect our wives. We would neglect our family. We'd have an evil eye. All those things, man, would happen.
But
Or
all
we would
that
go into slavery. We would go into captivity, or we would get put on boats, or we would, you know what I'm saying, have to serve servitude, or we would die on crosses or on trees, just
that's
like how
happened
Christ did.
that's happened
I'm
to
just saying, I mean,
everybody, not that's
I
happened to
can,
everybody though.
but what I'm saying is, brother, it was prophesied that. Oh, let me ask you a question. When they
Mhm.
say, like, do you know, like the basis of Deuteronomy 28, the gifts and the curses?
That was basically God. I mean, that was God's promise of fulfillment to His people, saying that if you follow
Right,
my commandments, then I'll make you a
right.
rich nation. I took y'all from nothing, and I'll bring y'all up to everything. But if you don't follow my commandments, then guess what? It's gonna suck for you.
So let me ask you a question, man. Just hear me out, man. When I say this too, man. Did anybody, you know what I'm saying, during the time, like coming to this land, were anybody else, you know what I'm saying, put on ships?
Every slave that would have been sold during that time would have been on the ship.
But what ethnicity, brother?
They were people of
Ethnic
color at that
wise.
time. They were people of color at
But
that
who's
time.
people of color though?
A lot
We
of
can say
people, and
people of
that's my
color.
point. That's literally my point. It's so many mixes of people. There's no
This is the thing.
like even
But,
even if
but
you
we
look
know
at most
historic.
African Americans, there's no pure blood. There's not even pure blood among them. We all mutts. It's just the truth. You know what I mean?
But
Like
see, this the thing. This the thing, and I get what you're saying because I mean, I done had a conversation with a lot of people about lineage and all that stuff. We just go by, you know what I'm saying, what's happened to our forefathers, man. Even if you go back, you know what I'm saying, like 2 generations. Because I mean, slavery wasn't just, you know what I'm saying, it wasn't too long ago, whether you know it or not, man.
that's why I was saying the
And what I
country
mean
was
by
young.
that, right, but during, okay, I'll just say this, man. During the 1900s, the beginning of the 1900s, man, was there slavery?
Yes.
Okay, so that should tell. Was there segregation?
There's been segregation since human history, yes.
But okay, then this is what I'm saying, brother. This is all I'm saying, brother. Were we treated equal? Even during
It's
the Martin Luther King time, let's just throw that out there, or during the so-called Civil Rights Act,
mm,
were we treated equal? It's simple, yes or no, brother. And I know you got to think about it. I mean,
mm.
I'll say this.
Because
I don't
no,
know. Like I
because
said,
it's
you're 30 years
context,
old.
it's context to that.
Yeah, but I'm
Because
saying, but like we're going by historical, you saying figures, fam. What I'm saying is that just hear me out,
I
man.
mean, is it fair to get conquered and
But it
sold
says
by
that it's
other people? I mean,
prophesied. I understand what you're saying, Jay, but you know that was prophesied in the Bible. You know that, right?
but then by that logic, wouldn't the Holocaust also justify the real those Hebrews being or those Israelites being
I know
genocide?
what angle you're going at, but at the same time, I'm gonna say this though. They got, you know, saying they're in the land still, right? Are they still in the land? They're still in Israel, right? Or Jerusalem, right? Right?
Um, well, I mean, they technically don't really have it like that. You know what I mean?
But they live there, right? Israel is a nation, though, right? Am I right or wrong?
There is a nation, Israel. Yes.
Right. So they have their own nation, right? And they have their own, you know what I'm saying, land, right?
Yeah, the Palestinians have it.
Okay. Okay. Now just hear me out, man.
I'm
Just hear
just
me out,
saying.
bro.
I mean, I'm just.
No, but I'm saying that who are they warring with? You know this is probably, you know, this is in the Bible. You know that, right?
Yeah, the
This is in
Palestine.
the
Yeah,
Bible.
yeah. The Muslims.
They're not just Muslims, they're
Well, I'm sorry.
Palestinians
I'm
too.
sorry.
But I
The
mean,
Islamic people. I'm sorry, Islamic people. That was wrong.
or same thing. I guess you could say that, but what I'm saying, this is all I'm saying, Jay. This is all I'm saying. I'm gonna get off your platform because I mean, like I said, I'm gonna respect you, brother, because I don't envy you, I don't hate you, because it tells me not to do that, man. Just remember that, man, and just all you. If it's anything that I said today, man, just remember that.
I just wish it. I just wish you didn't feel like that only because I was black. You know what I mean?
It's not even about your being black, fam. That's the thing about it. You gotta learn. You
Oh, I'm
gotta learn.
sorry.
You
I'm
gotta
sorry because I'm a Israelite. I'm sorry.
right, right. Because actually, you would be a Jew. You would be a Jew,
I don't.
probably from the tribe of Judah. But what I'm saying is, this is what I'm
I don't.
saying, brother.
I don't know about that.
Hey, I'm just saying, man. The spirit can only bear witness, man. And if you want to belittle yourself, that's on you, man.
I
And
mean, I
that's
can take a
also
genealogy test and figure it out, but I'm just
that's not
saying
gonna do nothing. That
how.
that ain't gonna do nothing, man. The spirit got to bear witness, man. That's man made. You could be, you know what I'm saying? You could be, I'll just be on some real shit, man. Like, I have one of my partners, man. He was considered a Doberman pincher, fam. On his what's called on his DNA test. No, I wouldn't.
Did he get a TB?
I wouldn't do it. Some brothers do that. I don't. I would. I don't trust those. I don't trust them DNA kits. But what I'm saying is, this is all I'm saying, brother. You know, just know that if you believe in the Bible, God's coming back for His people, and He's going to destroy this place. I'm literally going to destroy this place. I think, you know, I believe. I ain't gonna say think. I believe this place is going to be destroyed. You gotta be ready, bro, because this place ain't going to save you, bro. This place is not going to save. America is due for its work. That's all I can really tell you, man.
I mean, but technically, aren't all the other nations? All
All the other
nations that
nations are
aren't
going to man
Israel.
cleave to. All the other nations are going to cleave to the, you know, saying, to the house. That's all that's going to happen. All the other nations are going to cleave to the house. And that's in Isaiah, you know what I'm saying, 14 and 1, all the way down to, you know what I'm saying, 4. You can also go down to, you know what I'm saying, to 21. That's what I'm saying. They're all going to have to pay a price, man. They're going into, they got to go into captivity. Just like it says in Revelations 3 and 13 and 9. They got to go into captivity, brother. It is what it is. And this ain't even me saying it. That's if you believe in Christ, that's what he said.
I mean, like I said, I mean, we don't disagree about that point. We mainly just disagree on the fact that you guys think that salvation is exclusive for you guys, and that's just not the case. Based
Let
off
me
what
ask you
we
one more
based off what
before
we
I
believe.
leave. Before I leave, I want to ask you one question,
I do
and I'll
want to
leave
get
you
on the
alone
black
after this.
supremacy.
And I want to get your information,
Yeah.
bro. I want to get your information, man, because I mean, I know you're a bright brother, man. You know what I'm saying? And I, like I said, man, I appreciate you, man. You know what I'm saying? Being on your platform, man. I just wanted to get some clarity of what, you know what I'm saying, what you believed in, or what your moral compass was. You know what I'm saying? Because we're trying to do. I'm not trying to do it. I can't do nothing. The Most High can only do it. Would you agree? The Most High can do all things, right?
I think that's true, but I think that people can do things in order to improve and help it be better. You know what I mean? That's why I guess that's why. But even before you go, like, I don't want to hold you too long, but like, even before you go, I would like to get on that impact of the community aspect, because, you know, like I
That's where it
said,
starts.
yeah, that's where it starts. And I know the conversation that I was having with the last time I did a stream, I didn't really get what the Hebrew Israelites are actually doing that benefits the black community besides waking them up.
Well, I'll say this, man. First, you got to clean up house, man. Just like how you said, you got to clean up house, man. You just got to, man. It's one duty while you're put on earth, man. Is keeping His commandments, man. And we know you said that, you know, you can't keep all. Of course, we can't keep all of them. We're in captivity. There's certain ones because we don't have a temple, and there's certain things that we can't go on the land. But that's when Christ comes back through him, you know what I'm saying, we can do all things, brother. That's what the brother was trying to tell you. The one who was just speaking with you earlier.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So like I said, brother, I mean, if I can, you know what I'm saying, I would like to, you know what I'm saying, like I was gonna just ask you one more thing though. Sorry, Salaki,
That's
but
cool. That's cool.
I was gonna ask you one more thing. Do you think salvation is for everybody?
I think salvation is not for everybody. I think salvation is for everybody who has faith in Jesus Christ. And
Oh, okay. Now let me ask you a question. Now you believe in the Bible, right?
yeah,
Thus saith the Lord, though, right? Because a reason why I say this, because a lot of people run to Paul, and he don't quote always "Thus saith the Lord." That's all I'm trying to tell you, man. So like when you read Paul, if it lines up to what was in the scriptures, then that's what we, you know what I'm saying, we expound on. If you understand what I'm saying, that's what we expound on. Because it says in, what does it say? It says in Acts. It says in Acts 5:29. You know, Peter said to the apostles, "We rather obey God rather than men." You know what I mean? We
yeah. I mean,
don't
I
we
get that.
don't we don't go by what, you know what I'm saying, the next man does, or what they, but we go by what, you know, the scriptures was revealed to men with inspiration through God. If you understand what I'm saying.
And I get that, but it's like, but at the end of the day, it's like, it's almost like you're cherry picking on which part that Paul is qualified to speak on and which one he isn't
Well, we
qualified to
can. I
speak
mean,
on.
like I
You know
said,
what I
my
mean?
question was being. No,
Well,
go ahead, bro.
because the reason why I say that is because Paul, all like, literally said that in this new covenant, this new age where Jesus sent the apostles out to go preach the word to the Gentiles. You know, we can disagree about who the Gentiles are, right? But when he goes out and he sends them, when he's talking to these people, why would he do things like say that the law alone is not enough? He would say things like the law, like a man, like, you know, people that live by the law but don't have faith are not, or is not the same thing. So that's
I know
that.
what you're saying.
Yeah,
I know what
yeah.
verse,
So
brother.
it's
This is what I'm
like,
saying.
yeah.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No,
You
yeah. I
want to
mean,
expand on
yeah. I'm not trying to like belabor it or nothing like that, but it's just like, you know what I mean. It's like when we say, you know what I mean, that the salvation is for everybody, it's because literally there are scriptures that is pointing out that God is specifically looking for the Gentiles. You know what I mean? Or he's going to use the Gentiles. There are Gentiles. I mean, and I get that we disagree about the Gentiles, but it's like I was saying to the guy before. We cannot, like, I think it's a reach to say that all Gentiles are Hebrew or all or Jews that are in exile. Were there Jews that were exiled among the Gentiles? I 100% agree with that. You know what I mean? But like I said, I believe that Paul was talking to Israel. He was talking to Israel, but the
it.
laws
Okay.
and principles can be applied to followers of Christ, and that's basically how I believe that
I
it's
see what you're
applied.
saying, but this is the thing. Now it depends on what verses you're talking about and what epistles you're, you know what I'm saying, talking about. Because like if you really like the Romans, for example, you know, for example, we're American citizens, right? We're
Yes,
American citizens, right?
yeah.
Right?
I mean,
Because
yeah,
we were born on the
I am.
soil.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I
No,
am.
I am
But
too. I'm just saying. I mean, I am too. Shit. And right there alone should tell you that, you know what I'm saying, that's a part of captivity. And what I mean by this, because without that, say like if you want to go out of the country, or like I live in Seattle, for example.
mm-hmm.
If I want to go to Canada, man, you know what I gotta have?
A birth certificate. I
I
mean,
gotta have an advanced license. Why can't I just go freely?
you know, you talking about a passport?
Yeah, no, I don't even need a pass. I need that or an enhanced license. Why can't I just go freely?
Because it creates disorder if people can just come and go out of people's country freely.
I understand that, but if I'm free, I should be able to go free wherever I want to go then.
Yeah, but
I shouldn't have to have no passport. That's my whole point.
Canada is under a different sovereignty. You can go anywhere in America that you want to.
But there is no sovereignty though. If I have this, that's my whole point. There's no sovereignty. If I'm sovereign, I don't even have to do all that. I can just go
No,
through.
you're not sovereign. I'm saying that Canada has a different sovereignty. I'm saying, and you can go anywhere you want in America, but Canada
See,
is a
I'm gonna
different
say
country.
this. I'm gonna say this, man. Like when I was younger, this is weird, man. Because like you say you 30. See, I'm 44 years old, bro. Like I used to go back and forth, back in like in the mid to late 90s, man. Back and forth to Canada without no what's called passport, no ID. We used to just walk
Legally?
across.
Legally?
I'm not lying. I promise you, bro. And then listen, when that 9/11 shit happened, they stopped all that shit. They stopped all of it.
Yeah, security risk, man. A lot of security risk.
And we used to sneak too. I ain't gonna sit there and lie. We used to sneak too, but we just never had no problems like how they do now. Now it's really like they got U.S. Customs and the Mounties, whatever they call the Mounties, up on in
Yeah, I
Canada or
know what you're
whatever.
talking about. I know what
But
you're talking about.
anyways, yeah, they're strict on that shit, man.
Yeah,
They're
I
strict
mean,
on that
and
shit now.
but I think that they should be, because at the end of the day, you can't just have people just going, you know what I mean? I'm like, and that's the thing, because it's like you can go. Well, I mean during that Rona stuff, I mean you really couldn't. But that's what I'm saying. I think that if Canada was actually a part of the United States, because it's not, it's just in the North American continent. But if it's not, it's a different country and a governing body. So I mean, I don't think that there's any place where you can just freely just walk across the borders like that without checking in some way, shape, or form.
But my whole point saying that, Jay, is this is what I'm saying, brother, is that they came up with that. They took it from the Bible, if you really want to get technical, man. But what they do is they make their own rules, man. They make their own rules. Like for example, like law or whatever. You can't break the law by you can't steal, or you can't murder nobody, or you can't trespass, or you know what I mean, shit like that. You know what I mean?
But
That
those
has
are valid laws in order to make society run better.
right. My whole point of saying that is that it was taken. See, that's what I'm saying, man. You gotta read more of the Bible, man. Study them scriptures, fam, because it talks about that in the Apocrypha. There's an actual book in there that talks about, you know what I'm saying, like how, they colonized and changed the book to their likeness. If you understand what I'm saying,
Okay.
there's a you ain't got an Apocrypha. You got a regular Bible, right? King James.
Well, this one is online.
Okay, go to this real quick. Go to First Maccabees. Go to First Maccabees, the 3rd chapter in the 48th verse. Because all they did is, you know what I'm saying, all they did is, like took our laws and use it in their likeness. That's all they did, bro.
That's the one with the that's the one where they were talking about the Greeks and how they revolted against the Greeks.
Yeah, it's the Greek captivity, fam. But go to listen.
Hold on.
Go to First Maccabees, because this is what they don't tell you. You hear me? They don't tell you in the Bible. That's why they took the shit out, because they don't want you to know about, you know what I'm saying, how your people were great.
You said
But anyways,
348.
3 and 48. First Maccabees 3 and 48. There's 2 Maccabees, but go to First Maccabees 3 and 48.
First Maccabees 3 and laid. Hold on.
Yeah, you got it right. That's right.
And let's see. It says, and laid open the book of the law, wherein the
So
land.
so hold on, before we you know, said, I just want to stop you a little bit.
The Torah.
So okay, like, so they open up the book of the law, right?
That's the Torah.
You know what that is, right?
It's the Torah.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Wherein the heathen has sought to paint their likeness of their images, right? That's basically saying the Gentiles stole, they stole their images.
Right. So, like, I know you know about the Russian icons, right? Are you familiar with those? Because they're showing, everything's coming to light now, man.
You talking about those the paintings and stuff like that with the black.
Those are ancient paintings.
Yeah.
And they worship that, right? Even though we ain't supposed to do that, but they worship that. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Because they're going to have to. They're going to have to in the end. But anyways, keep on reading.
Let's see. They brought also the priests' garments and the first fruits and the tithes and the Nazarites. They stirred up who had accomplished their days.
So that's basically talking about, you know what I'm saying, the positions. Because you had Nazarites, you had the priests, the Levitical priests at the time, because that's the ones who do the atonement. If you understand, see, that's what I'm saying. If you gotta really dig, even if you don't subscribe to that, man, read those books, man, because there's a lot of history behind that, man.
Yeah,
It talks about Christopher
yeah,
Columbus in there.
you
It
talking
talks
to
about,
somebody that that entertains the Book of Enoch. So I mean, I get what you're saying.
yeah,
But
it
you can't
depends on
pick and
which book of
choose. You can't
Enoch.
pick and choose though. You can't pick and choose.
Actually, you can. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show you something. Go to look. I'm gonna show you something, brother. Go to Deuteronomy. Go to Deuteronomy chapter 4,
Mm,
and verse 2.
mm,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I'm just. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, the book of Enoch, man, that's not even the actual canon, fam. That was something that, you know what I'm saying, Amalek came up with. I don't know if you know who Amalek is. According to the Bible, you know who Amalek is?
No. I'm not gonna. No, I'm not gonna
Okay, well,
lie.
that's the ones who say that they're Jews. The ones that are, you know what I'm saying, in Israel right now. They came with that doctrine, fam.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you believe in mermaids?
You said, do I believe in
You
mermaids?
believe in mermaids. You read the
Uh,
book of Enoch, right?
yeah, I don't have any proof that they didn't exist.
I'm just saying, I mean, do you believe them or not, bro?
I don't like speaking in definites.
Do you believe it's a righteous act to be a pedophile?
You said, do I think it's
If you read the book of
righteous?
Enoch, I'm just saying, bro. This is what I'm saying, brother. Have you read that book? Let me ask you a question. Have you read that book?
Um, it's been a long time. It's been a
You
long time.
go reread it,
A
bro,
long time.
and read it in its entirety, man, and see if that, you know what I'm saying, see if that lines up, you know what I'm saying, with this book.
But yeah, that's wild.
I mean, like I said, I mean, look, brother, like I said, man, I don't want to take too much more of your time, brother, because I know you got a platform.
Ye
But I'm gonna
shall
say this, brother.
to the word which I command you, neither shall you diminish aught from it, that ye may keep the commandments of the Lord your God.
Right? You may do what? That you may do what?
Keep the commandments of the
Keep the
Lord your
commandments.
God, which I command you. Your
This
eyes
that.
have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor. For all the men that follow Baal Peor, the Lord thy God hath destroyed them from among you.
Have done what?
Destroyed them from among you.
See, and that's why. Listen, the reason why you ain't supposed to change, do anything, because that's what the heathens' intent was to do anyway, brother. That's what the heathens' intent was to do, according to, you know what I'm saying, First Maccabees, the 3rd chapter and the 48th verse. But like I said, brother, look, I like, is this your platform? I can, you know what I'm saying, find out your what's called, like your like your I want to say like you got Gmail or whatever, or like
Yeah,
a platform where I can, you know what I'm saying, correspond with you, bro.
yeah, my IG is the same as this.
I don't have that, man. I'm in. My
Uh,
son does shit like that, man. But
I
I
mean,
mean, if you got this platform,
yeah, I got Facebook. I got Facebook. I got let's see what else.
oh, okay, I do Facebook. I do Facebook. I do Facebook. So what you got, like
Yeah,
you
it's
got a
just
platform on there?
yeah, it's just J Red on there.
All right, J Red. Okay, I'm gonna look that up, brother. You know what I'm saying? But hey, look, I'm gonna say this, brother, man. Even though I don't know you, I still love you, brother, because it tells me I have to love my brethren, man. You know what I'm saying? But bro, you gotta read them scriptures, fam. And I'm not gonna because I mean, you're gonna come up with your own, you know what I'm saying, conclusion at the end, bro. But at the end of the day, according to Ecclesiastes 12 and 13, man, the whole duty of man is to keep his commandments, man. That's the whole duty of man. That's why we put on earth, brother.
That's fair. So yeah, I mean that's fair. I'm like I said, I mean, I think it'd be ignorant to say that Jesus said to forget the laws. I'm not saying to forget the laws. I'm just saying like,
Right.
you know what I mean? I'm just saying that we have a different type of grace now because of the new covenant. And that's what I
Right,
say.
and we're on a grace
Yeah,
period. It's just like if you know what I'm saying, you got to pay rent. You hear me?
right,
Same thing. You got a period to do it, right? But see the thing about, you know what I'm saying, our grace period with the Lord, we don't know when he's coming back. He
right,
can come back right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying it can happen.
right. I
So
mean,
we
that's
got to be
fine.
ready, bro.
Right.
Gotta have that rent money ready.
So I got a
Got
question for you. I know
ready,
you said
bro.
I know you said you was gonna burn out. I mean, it ain't no rush or nothing. But so do you think it's a fair statement for me to say that the black Hebrew or the Hebrew Israelites, I'm sorry, are a black supremacy cult, a racist black
Not really,
supremacy
because
cult?
that'd be kind of irrelevant, man. Because you know what I'm saying, we believe that so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native American or indigenous people, you know what I'm saying, of the earth are God's chosen. It's not just black. That's an understatement. Because I mean, you know what I'm saying, if you want to really get technical, man, I mean, King David, man, he wasn't black, but that's, you know what I'm saying, you know, that's
I mean, they were people of color. They were people of
that's
color.
see the hold on, brother. I just want to, you know, saying, explain something, because I mean, we look at it as a color. It's not a color, man. It's about your bloodline, fam. That's what it really comes down. But now, when you read the scriptures, describing, you know what I'm saying, certain prophets, you know what I'm saying. I don't know if you're familiar with that. You know the word niggers in the Bible. You know that, right?
Nigger?
You didn't know that?
The word nigger.
The word nigger, man. Go to Acts 13, man. Go to Acts 13, man. Go to Acts 13, bro.
You said
And
Acts
I want you to
13.
do this too. I want you to read that first in the KJV. You hear me?
That says Niger.
Okay, now look. Now go back. Now watch. I'm gonna show you something. Go to that same thing and read it in the new translate the NLT, the new
You mean the
letter
NIV?
of translation.
Uh,
Read it in the NLT. Same verse. What does it say?
among the prophets and the teachers, and were Barnabas, Simeon, called the black man.
The what? Called the what?
The black man.
So it was basically in Latin. You hear me? And also listen. You, this is what I would recommend you to look up, man. Go get the Blue Hub Bible online, or go to the Blue Letter Bible. You hear me? It'll break down it'll translate it. It'll break down the word. It'll give the etymology of the word. But that's nigger though. See, our oppressors had us to think that, you know, when they add that G, that would make nigger. You know what I'm saying? But we were called that. You know what I'm saying? That was we were called that back way before. And actually, it wasn't even disrespect. It was actually a royalty to be called that. Because that's who the first prophets were. The teachers, the disciples, the first Christians. They were called nigger. Eye opener, huh? Don't take my word for it, man. Go search them scriptures, bro. Go search them scriptures, man.
It just means black and rich.
Yeah, black.
Literally.
So what I mean, what's the whole purpose of, you know what I'm saying Niger then?
I'm saying I don't think that that's pronounced though.
Go look up, look, this is what I want you to do, man. Go to this website real quick and go to Blue Letter Bible and go to that same verse.
You said go to the what?
Go to the Blue Letter Bible, bro. It's you gotta go. Can you go online right now and go check check it out?
Yeah, you talking about the strong Greeks lexicon, King James Version pronunciation.
Strong's G 3526. Niger.
Niger, huh? Niger, huh? Play that one more time,
This
man. I want you to play that one more time.
Strong's G 3526. Niger. Niger.
Does that sound like Niger? Does it sound like Niger, brother? Brother Jay?
I mean, technically I said Niger. Technically,
I
like the
mean,
Niger River.
either
But
way, man, but we know that's not what it says, brother. Or how it's pronounced. I'll say that we know that's not how it's pronounced. You can also look the etymology of the word too, bro. It's gonna tell you who it was, man.
yeah, I mean,
That's why I think that.
I mean that's fair. I mean, like I said, I mean, like all those words, I mean, basically mean black. It's like just like Negro does. I mean, it just means black in a different language. But I mean, I get what you're saying, but like
I'll say this, brother.
Like okay,
You gotta.
so what does knowing that actually do for people?
It's giving an identity, fam. It's giving you an ideology, man. Instead of calling yourself, you know what I'm saying, what your oppressors call you, man.
But
And
why?
actually they took that word and made it a disgrace. They made it a disgraceful word, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think
I
that's
mean,
fair. I mean, I think that's fair. But what I'm saying is like even like when you say like our oppressor, you know what I mean? Like, what does what does that do for people?
you call on the Lord, brother.
Then what?
I mean, oppression. It says in Ecclesiastes 7:7, man, oppression will make a wise man mad, man. I mean, I'm kind of, to be honest. I mean, for me to have to go to my, you know what I'm saying. I mean, think about it. Anything that we do, we got to go to our enemy. We got to go to the store to go buy something. We get taxed. We got to, and we think that's not that bad, and it ain't that bad. But I mean, it's the thought, brother. It's the thought that you got to do it, and then you got brothers who got to think of paycheck to paycheck. You got brothers you got to think about, you know what I'm saying, when you die, you know what I'm saying, how your kid's going to be able to survive, or your lineage is going to have to survive and go through oppression.
Life for sure.
I'm just saying, I mean, this is, we don't even have to go to the Bible, bro. These are statistical facts, bro. Anytime we complain, and this is a funny thing about anytime we complain, though, it's a problem. And I'm not saying just within the other nations, but even our own people. I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying, like, from what the brothers, like when I came on your platform, I see, you know what I'm saying, I understood what you were talking about, you know what I'm saying, oh, well, you know what I'm saying, why are you getting mad at the white man? I get that, brother, you know what I'm saying, but that's the truth, though. That's the truth in the whole matter, man. But I see what you're saying. What are we going to do about it, right? That's what you're trying to find a solution, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, because at the end of the day, I mean, the best thing to do for the black community is to be better. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It's to be, because like I was saying, there's in 2024, we're not enslaved and we're not oppressed by anybody. So
well,
I mean,
I'll say this, man. You're right. I'll say this. I'll say to a certain extent, because you got to understand the eco structure and the white power structure. What I mean by that is how it's controlled and how it's ran, bro. Because you can't say certain things, like on this platform right now. I can't say certain things, or your shit will get flagged.
I mean, no, your
right. Shit will get flagged if I say certain things that I'm free to say. You feel I'm getting that though? Yeah. I can't even practice my First Amendment right.
Well, I mean,
so I gotta watch out. Especially, I think you know what I'm talking about when it comes to, like, whether it's Diddy, and I call it Diddy month because I got to be very selective with my words on how I say things on certain platforms. You know what I'm saying? Because they'll take that, like, oh, that's hateful. Oh, you can't say that. You know what I'm saying? So I shouldn't have to think that way, brother.
Well, I mean, but like I said, I mean, it's kind of like a they platform, they rules type of thing. It's like you don't have to use their platform. It's kind of like the same.
Right, and you don't.
But it's the
but
same
how
thing.
How am I going to
that same thing applies to America too, though. It's like you don't have to go to the store. You can literally pay one-time fees and get seeds and grow your own food. You know what I mean? You don't have to.
Where I'm from, listen, I'm gonna say something. Where I'm from, like a long time ago when I was a younger kid, like there were certain parts of Seattle where you can like raise certain things like horses and chickens and shit. But now you can't even do that, man. You got to be incorporated. It's called, like, the county where I'm from is called King County. Incorporated King County, you know what I'm saying, you can only, you know what I'm saying, do that. You can't do that in the city of Seattle. You'll get fined, man. You can't even collect rainwater. You collect rainwater, man. That's a crime. So that should tell you something, man.
That's crazy work.
I can't make this shit up. You go Google the shit, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You go Google the shit, man. I can't make this shit up, man. You can literally go to jail for that shit. First, it's a warning, a fine, and then you can do jail time for it if you're caught doing it again.
Yeah, but I think
So-
that's valid, and I think that it's valid to not like the rules. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's valid to not like the rules, but I think
Gotta follow them. We gotta follow them, brother. It doesn't tell us that, you know what I'm saying? It tells us the Bible tells us, you know what I'm saying, we gotta agree with our adversaries quickly, fam. And that's just out of safety, man. We don't want to, you know what I'm saying, like, that'd be stupid. If I put you in trouble, you know what I'm saying, and try to get you, you know what I'm saying, your life, in jeopardy. That'd be stupid of me, man. And I would get judged for that, bro.
But what if one could argue that by doing and saying some of the things, I'm not gonna say you specifically, but some things that certain groups of Hebrew Israelites do, or certain actions that they take, might actually be having that same effect on all black people and making life harder for black people.
Well, I say this, man, like if it has to do with the, the law.
Because let's just be clear though. But let's just be clear. Let's just say if we were to actually get into if because there's a lot of people that want this, but if we were to actually have a race war because of the things that black extremist groups were saying, that would hurt the black community because we would lose. We would lose.
It's not even that's gonna put them in jeopardy, man. That's not how we're supposed to get down. The Most High don't want us to get down like that. There's certain order, man. Like I said, man. You saying everything's supposed to be done in decency and order, man. You know what I'm saying? And what does it say? It says in Romans, you know what I'm saying, that let him have his vengeance. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but
have his vengeance. His vengeance is his.
And I agree with that. I agree with
that.
But
however, what I'm saying is though, don't get it twisted though, bro. Because it says, like, if we gotta defend ourselves, man, it tells us to defend our. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show you something real quick, man. Go to Psalms real quick. Because everybody thinks that, you know what I'm saying, you could be a good Christian, and you know what I'm saying, you're supposed to turn the other cheek and all that shit. That's not what that's
yeah, I don't think that. You said
no, but I just want to show you something, because I'm saying a lot of Christians, you know what I'm saying, adopt that trait. And that's what I'm saying, that the Most High don't get down like that. Only if it's necessary. Go to Psalms 144 and 1.
Hold on.
Yeah, that book has the most chapters.
You said 141 and 1.
No, 144.
No, 144. That's what I meant. Says blessed be the Lord my strength, which teacheth my hands to war and my fingers to fight.
My fingers to what?
To fight.
Oh, my fingers just to, you know what I'm saying, to give you peace, give you the peace sign.
Yeah, that's what I say. I'm not saying that. Is he saying I'm an anti-gas? This is crazy. This is
man, don't worry about that, bro. Just you gotta listen, brother. Listen, brother. He was gonna say, "Hey, listen, you hear me? They did the same thing to Christ. You know that, right?
No,
the Pharisees did the same thing to Christ, man. So I mean, it is what it is. It says, "Blessed those, you know what I'm saying, who are, you know what I'm saying, persecuted in his name's sake, bro. It's gonna happen, bro. Everybody ain't gonna be on the same page as you, man. Yeah. You feel I'm getting that?
No, yeah, I get that.
You gotta take it with a grain of salt, man. It is what it is.
Yeah, yeah. But like I said, I don't necessarily subscribe to that. Just that whole peaceful,
I understand
that peaceful Christian ideology. I don't subscribe to that. I think that people are taking that out of context. But like I said, it's just I don't think. Okay. Let me try it like this. Do you think it would be unfair of me to call the Hebrew Israelites racist?
I mean, God's racist.
Oh God.
He's is he not?
No.
Is God racist?
No.
He's not racist.
God is not racist. No.
Okay, okay, watch this, man.
All the
Watch this.
tribes,
Go to,
all the
I'm
tribes and
about to
all
show
the
you something.
people that God ever wiped out or did anything, it was because of things that they did, not because of their bloodline.
But you're saying
or
God's
skin
not
color.
racist, right?
Yeah.
God ain't got a chosen people?
Being the chosen people is different than being racist.
Okay, so watch this, man.
Israel
Go to Deuteronomy.
Israel, no,
Go,
because we have to have context to that. Israel.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you.
No,
I'm about to show you context on it.
But listen though, Israel was formed from Abraham, who was not a Jew. So technically, by definition, Abraham would have been a Gentile, right?
But everybody ain't. But listen, everybody is from the seed of Abraham is not God's chosen people. That's what I'm trying to tell you, brother. There's an order, brother.
But what,
you got Abraham, right? Hold on, you got Abraham, right?
Yeah.
And you got Isaac, right?
Yeah.
Then who becomes a Jew? Who's the next one that comes forth?
Jacob.
Jacob. There you go, man.
And I get that, but what I'm saying.
So basically.
But
and that's in Romans too. We can go into Romans too. But look, this is the thing, brother.
But
look,
that wasn't because of race and skin color, though.
Brother, it was because, listen to me, brother. If you read Romans 9, man, tell me if that's racist. If you read Deuteronomy 7 and 6, you tell me if that's racist. If you read Matthew 15 and 24, you tell me if that's racist. I'm just saying, I mean, this is from Christ's mouth, fam. All those verses, man, I'll put it like this. Does God have the right to be racist?
You saying, does God have a right to be
Does
racist?
God have the right to be racist?
I mean, God, I mean, it's not for me to decide what God has a right to do. God is God.
Right. So he can do anything then, right?
Yeah. That doesn't mean that he
okay,
will,
so why would you say that he's not racist?
Because like I said, because he said that he considers the Jews and the Gentiles one.
Do you know which verse are you talking about, man? I want to see what verse you're talking about, man. I can show you like several verses, man, where it's talking something way different, brother. And to be honest, like I said, I mean, I can stay on this platform. It's just that I just want to be respectful. I don't know if anybody else is, you know what I'm saying, like want to jump in or whatever.
Anybody else in the background? Oh, they can if they want to. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, if you want to have this conversation at another like more in depth at another time, I mean, I'm down. But you know,
that's cool, man. I mean, that's cool, brother.
I know, yeah. Just because I know somebody else just joined, so it's up to you if you want to hang around and then we just come back, or
I mean, if you want me to, I mean, that's up to you. It's your platform, brother.
I mean, it's
I'm on your platform.
Yeah, on this one, it's up to you. I mean, you could just hang around in the green room, or I mean, we just, like I said, you call in another day. I'll be cool with that either way. It's up to you.
Oh man, like I said, I'm just here, man. Like I said, I saw your little thing on. I was going through YouTube, going through little channels, and I saw your thing live and seen the thing on the thing. I was like, oh man, let me see what this brother's talking about first, because you're supposed to judge things at first. Because everybody talk about, oh, you ain't supposed to judge certain things, and only God could judge me. And I ain't heard nothing like that. Sound like some Tupac shit. But anyways, like I said, I mean, you know, I know you're supposed to judge righteous, man. That's what the Bible tells me. You analyze the situation and judge righteous, man.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna see what Rev is talking about real quick. But I mean, like I said, you can hang around if you want to.
It's up to you, brother. Like I said, man. Actually, you know what? I'm about to probably, you know what I'm saying, I'm about to call it a night, man. I probably just like have your what's called on just to, you know, listen, brother. But I appreciate you, man. You know, with respect. I got respect for you, brother. Love you, brother.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you for real. Yeah, like I said, I
But you
mean,
gotta, hey, listen, man. I'm gonna say this, brother. Gotta
yeah,
keep the commandments, brother. Whether you know it or not. You said it yourself too, a couple minutes ago. But I mean,
I
keep
don't
what
think.
you can.
Yeah, I don't think that the commandment should be cast aside. So I don't want to say that. You know what I mean? That just be not true because Jesus lived by the commandments. But you know what I
That's
mean?
right.
But at the same time, I'm just saying that I just believe in, like I said, the new covenant. And I believe that we are like new. But like I said, we can have more, this conversation more in depth later on if you want.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's fine, brother.
All right,
That's
bet.
fine, brother.
Okay, cool.
All right, bet.
All right,
All right.
appreciate you, man.
All right, brother. Peace.
Peace. All right, Rev.
Hello, brother.
What's going on,
What's
man?
going on, man? I appreciate you having me here. Me and my brother Josh was putting you up on some real game, man. Some news you can use, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah,
So do
yeah. He
you?
got some good breakdowns.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I hear y'all. I listen to y'all. So I mean, I hear what you saying. Um, so I got a question. Do you think? Do you think that I'm wrong in saying that the Black Hebrew Israelites are dangerous for the Black community?
Uh, I wanna kind of rebuttal it, just by saying, you familiar with gang culture, hip hop, and stuff like that, right? That
Yeah.
nature.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Trash.
is that
Trash.
detrimental?
It's
It's
trash.
trash, right?
Yep.
It
For
doesn't
sure.
benefit the black community whatsoever, right?
100%.
Okay, so the Hebrew Israelites are outside teaching the commandments that we must love our neighbor, right? Love each other as Christ loved us, right? We teaching that we shouldn't be gang banging, telling jokes to each other, brotherly love in all essence, just for the sake of the conversation. But you think that's putting a harm to the black community?
I think it is when you teach. I think any group that teaches racist rhetoric is harmful for the community.
Racist rhetoric, like
White
as
people
far as
too.
what?
White people too.
Okay, I mean, the KKK, they're Christians.
Right. That's why I said any group that spreads racist ideology
Mhm.
or twist things up in order to basically fit that racist ideology, I think is harmful for society at large. In order for a thriving society to basically be able to move forward.
I got you. I got you. Well, what is this country built off of?
Um. I would say the country is built. I would say this country is just built off the ideas of rebels.
Um. Okay.
I would say that white colonizers rebelled against their king, and then they came over. They came over and started their own country so that they could be the boss of their own rules. They wouldn't have to
Right.
pay they
Right.
wouldn't have to pay taxes to everybody else. They get their own
Off the
taxes.
expensive. Off the expense of who though?
I mean, off the expense of, slaves. Yeah,
Right. So called the enslaved. Right. Because they weren't always slaves. They were a people before they were enslaved. Right. That's not their only culture.
that's.
That's
I
what I'm
mean,
saying like that.
that's fair.
All right. So, that being said, this country was built on entrepreneurship and violence, right?
Like
It was built based on entrepreneurship and violence,
like every
right?
successful country.
Absolutely, but it was white nationalism. For but to say that When we say the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, right, are the chosen people of God and that we're Israel, that we should be linking up with each other, that we should be building up our house within this captivity, right, and separating from the so-called oppressor, right? That's that's a that's a bad way to think.
Yes,
Is that
because
detrimental to to
because you
to us as a people?
because you believe you have an oppressor when you don't.
Are you wait? Hold on. So are you familiar with the 13th Amendment?
I don't know it off the top of my head. I am familiar with it though. I mean, I can Google it real quick.
Well, in the Constitution, the so-called black men or the descendants of the enslaved people are only 3/5 of a man. So you're not even counted as a whole human being. So technically, those, however they the laws don't necessarily apply to you. They apply to the so-called white nationalists.
Um,
So technically, you do have an oppressor. You see the atrocities of his name, but he walked up in that church, in Charlotte, and he was taking the
hold on, you
McDonald's.
cutting
Man,
in
they
and out.
gave him a Happy Meal
You
and all
cutting in
that.
and out. You cutting in and out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
All right, can you hear me now?
Uh huh.
Okay, so I don't know the kid's name, but it happened in Charlotte where he ran up in that church and pew pewed a couple of our people down. And he was taking the McDonald's. They gave him a Happy Meal, man, right? But
Well, they
George Floyd, I don't know what his crime was. He had to get put to death.
George Floyd didn't get put to death.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't. He passed away. Uh, It was unfortunate, but that's what happens when you do dangerous drugs like that.
With a police officer on your neck,
Yeah, if you're having an overdose from a
you saying
drug,
I can't breathe?
if you're having an overdose from a dangerous, deadly drug that 25% of a penny is enough to literally can be considered a lethal overdose, and somebody is on your neck, yes, it's entirely possible that you could freak out to the point of passing away when you're having an overdose. Yeah, that's possible, 100%.
I don't know, man.
They didn't
I
tell
just
you. I
I just
mean, I
see
mean, I'm
that
just saying you didn't know that he ingested fentanyl before the officers
I
came
had
and
no
got him.
idea.
Yeah, he
Just to
ingested
be honest,
fentanyl.
I had no idea.
He ingested fentanyl.
Yeah.
The man was having an overdose.
How do we know that?
He ingest. We see him ingest fentanyl. He had fentanyl in his mouth. They showed it in the
We
court
watched him
case.
do that.
They showed it in the court case. He put fentanyl in his mouth. They showed when he was getting tackled. He had a little white little pill thing in his mouth. I'm just saying it don't take
All
much
right.
fentanyl to kill you.
Let's let's not use George Floyd as an example, right? How about Castile?
Orlando Castillo, that's the dude that was in the back seat with his girl, right?
Yeah, and he was put to death by the police officer.
Uh
What crime did he commit?
I don't remember exactly what he did, but I mean that was a stupid officer. I mean, I think that's fair.
Okay, awesome, sweet. So why wasn't Castile met with McDonald's and he didn't get a Happy Meal, man? He got sent to heaven. But what's his name that went into the church? He got a Happy Meal, man.
I mean, I mean I've
It was
heard
like
that.
it was
I
like they were rewarding his bad behavior.
But who was rewarding it? You think the officers were rewarding his bad behavior?
Saying it without saying.
So I'm just saying, do you think that the officers represent the entire system of America?
I
Or do you
think I think that was a good spiritual representation on how we're perceived in this country versus the actual white nationalists whose this country was made for.
Do you think that it's possible that maybe we're perceived that way because of how we portray ourselves and how we act?
That
Because of
gives nobody, but
because of
brother,
I'm
that's
saying because of things like we established earlier that that the culture, the
yeah,
media and all that kind of stuff, that's the portrayal that
uh-huh,
most people have of black people. So I'm just saying,
yeah.
so don't you think that it's possible that that might play a role into into why we're viewed the way we're viewed?
I see what you're saying, but that also go like because I could say this same argument, right? When ladies dress provocative, does that give them a does that give other like the ethos the right to sexually assault that woman because she decided to dress a certain way?
No, it doesn't. But I could be
Is that an
wrong. But no,
invitation?
no, it doesn't. But I could
No.
be. But I could be wrong. But let me
Mm-hmm.
say this: that there is an old saying that says, "Don't tempt the lion." So even though yes, it's wrong to sexually assault them, I'm saying that when you do certain things, you get certain results. So I'm not saying that it's okay to assault them. I'm saying that there's a reason why there's modesty, like there was a modesty standard and rules in place like that. It wasn't just to
Right.
control people. You know what I mean? Because when you look at it, most women are conservative because they don't want people objectifying them. You know what I mean? The ones that are
Right.
conservative, I mean.
Right. And so like you got brothers like me, right? I got face tattoos. Um, I'll get a different response in a hoodie than I would wearing a suit and tie. I get
A
that.
hundred percent. 100% you
I
would.
completely get that. But they're still going to go based off of the face tattoos and the color of my skin. First and foremost, before I even open up my mouth, before the first interaction, they're going to already have these. What do you call it?
It's
Conceived
prejudice. It's
already,
prejudice. It's
perceived.
prejudice.
Yeah, it is. It
But
is.
everybody's
It's a certain
prejudice.
prejudice.
Everybody's prejudice.
To yeah, yeah, and I don't think there's anything wrong with having prejudices. And like being a so-called racist, right? It's because you love your people more than any other people.
Mm-mm.
That's
Mm-mm.
not a harm.
But that's not being racist. Racist is where you actually view yourself as above another person. It's not, or it's superior to another person, and or inferior based off of race. Prejudice is based
Yeah.
can be based off of anything. You know what I mean? Like if you like when you
Okay.
know what I mean. Like the best way I look at prejudice as a universal prejudice is if you see a bunch of dudes coming. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you see a group of dudes coming walking towards you, and then you clutch your belongings or something like that, or you cross the street. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? And it's not necessarily
Right.
because you think they gonna do something to you, but you know that they
Right.
could. So you preparing yourself, and that's you prejudging them. You're prejudging them
Right. Being
because they might.
proactive. Right.
You know what I mean? And so I don't think
Mm-hmm.
that it's bad to be prejudiced inherently. There you can be racially prejudiced, but I think that there's a difference when you take it to racism because racism is also associated with a behavior. That's where the ism comes from. You know what I mean? So it's a
Right.
behavior. It's a behavior and a mentality and a philosophy that you have that you're superior or that you know what I mean or inferior to another race. And so based off of race.
Okay. So when God chose Israel, right, and called him, he said in Deuteronomy 7:6, right, chosen to be above all nations. Is that racist?
Um
Because you just literally said, by your definition, right, to
I
be
think
superior than another race, superior than another.
I'm I don't think that that's the context in which it's you know what I mean. I think.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 76. Let's read it, brother. Let's read it.
Go ahead.
Let's read it.
Oh, you want me to pull it
Sure,
up?
and then I want to. Yeah, 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 yeah. Because I got this other verse I'm holding.
All right. What'd you say it was?
Deuteronomy 76.
SOI. You want to come up? SOI. You can come up if you want to.
Hey, we all SOI, man. See the Israel, man.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, resurrected. You want to come up? You said Deuteronomy. Which one?
7 verse 6.
7. 7 or 6. Okay.
And honestly, you can start at verse 1 for the context of that chapter, right?
Yeah. And resurrected. No, you're dumb. I ain't never had a white girlfriend before in my life. Just so you know. just stupid. My bad. You said all
Yeah,
right.
brother.
You said 7, right?
Yeah, 7. Yeah.
Okay. So it says, "When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and hath
Mm-hmm.
cast out many nations before thee, the
Mm-hmm.
Hittites and the
Girgashite.
Girgashites and the
Mm-hmm.
Armorites and the
Mm-hmm.
Canaanites and the
Mm-hmm.
Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou."
Mm-hmm. See
And
that?
when Yeah, and when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly
Mm-hmm.
destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show
Mm-hmm.
mercy. And now, just for context, I'm this is the one where God sent them into that city and told them to wipe everybody out, right? And told them not to leave nothing, and then they ended up killing the guy because he ended up taking some stuff from them. You know what I'm talking about? Is that the right
Yeah,
story?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Right, right, right. But this right here, this verse in itself, this is a law on when that is to happen, right? This is going into what they're going to do, right? This isn't exactly saying what happened already. This is what's going to happen,
Right.
right? This is a law on what the Israelites are to do when they come into that land.
Right, but I'm the reason why I asked is because in context that wasn't just because of their race though. That was because of the actions and the atrocities that they were committing as a people.
No, not necessarily, because these 7 nations, these are Canaanite nations, right? So when we look in Genesis, Noah cursed who?
It wasn't
Canaan.
Ham. Yeah, it was Canaan, but
Canaan, right? That was the son of Ham, or grandson,
his son. But
his son, right? And so Canaan is already cursed. So his seed line is the cursed seed line, right? And so it has everything to do with their bloodline, right? First and foremost. Let's keep reading.
uh, oh, it says, "And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them and smite them, make no covenant, show no mercy, and neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son, for they will
Mm-hmm.
turn away from thy son from following me." So basically, but I'm just saying, like, you got to point out the context in that he's saying because of their ways right there. That's what he just said, because of their ways.
I mean, it's because it's exclusive to them people. He didn't say he didn't say Elamites. He didn't say Edomites. He didn't say
But it was exclusive to those people because of their ways.
What I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm finna tell you, right? The Moabite, right? His ways aren't perfect or a way that Israel should be following either. But he doesn't list them. It's not exclusive to their ways. Is This is literally because they are a cursed people.
But weren't they also in the land that God was literally trying to give it to them?
Yeah, and so what did God tell Israel to do to these people?
He said wipe them out because of their way. It was,
Wipe them
but it
out.
wasn't. But it wasn't just because of their race. It was because of their
It
ways.
is
And
because of their race.
where does it say that? Where does
Why
it say?
didn't why didn't it name why didn't it name any other people?
Maybe
It just named those 7 nations.
like I said, maybe it's possible that those people were just doing like the egregious guy. I know I've heard what the Canaanites were doing with all that child sacrificing and all that stuff that they were doing. So I'm
Yeah,
just saying,
Molech.
yeah, Moloch. That's what them a lot of those politicians and all them be worshiping that moon god and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. But
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying though. It's like a lot of these people were doing some really egregious things that anybody would consider, you know what I'm saying, a sin against
hmm,
humanity, let alone God. You know what I mean? So I think
okay.
I think it's specific things that specific groups of people were doing. You know what I mean? Because God didn't just wipe out Sodom and Gomorrah for no reason. He wiped them out because they were doing egregious things, specific egregious things. You know what I mean? So, like,
Yeah.
I do get what you're saying, and I'm not saying
Hmm.
that God doesn't have chosen people, but the reason why the Israelites were chosen is because God chose to make the covenant with Abraham. You know what I mean? That's why.
So, well, yeah and no, right? Because you're missing a little a piece to that, right? And hopefully we can edify that, right? So, why did God choose the dove as his favorite bird?
Because it was pure.
I mean, all the animals he created is pure, right?
No, I think they sent out like a raven or a crow or something like that first, and crows are scavengers.
Where you see that at?
Well, I shouldn't say scavengers, but they not. They
No, I get what you're saying.
kind of, you know what I mean, they not the I mean, like I said, you get what I'm trying to say. They not really like the ideal when you would think of a holy animal. I wouldn't think of a crow or a raven. You know what I mean. Just given how they actually operate in practice. You know what I mean, as animals.
Okay, but the thing is, he created everything, and he
Yeah,
has a specific. He likes or favorite specific things over others. Right? He's got his favorite bird. He got his favorite land animal. He got his favorite river. Right? His favorite landmass. He got his favorite trees. He got his favorite flower. And the list goes on and on and on. But he, out of everything he created, he has his favorites of everything. Right? Are you familiar with Second Esdras?
you said second Hebrews,
Second Esdras.
second who? I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying.
Esdras. Esdras.
ESD Esdras.
Esdras. Yeah.
No, I'm not familiar with that.
All right. Let's look it up on your computer real fast. 'Cause I know we didn't finish 7 and 6, but I think we need to move on to this point here. I think this is a very important thing to see. If you could look up two Esdras, second Esdras, chapter 6, and we'll start at verse 55.
Is that part of the Apocrypha?
Yeah.
Okay. You said Esdras?
Yep.
It, it's ESDEROS.
No, it's ESDRAS.
Oh, Ezra, you said which one?
Uh, it's the second one, chapter 6, verse 56.
Mm, Um, that's I'm trying to make sure I'm getting the right one. It's the you have said that the other nations born of Adam are nothing, that they are like spit, and you have compared their abundance to a drop of a pitcher. Is that the right one?
Yeah, yeah, that's it. Right. So all these people, right? We all come from Adam. We are the chosen people, and what he says verbatim about the other nations. What does that sound like to you, brother?
Mm, mm. Sam, what does that sound like? I mean, it don't sound like racism.
Yeah.
It don't sound like racism.
How it don't? If we talking about how we best people on the planet, everybody else was
Oh, you
it.
breaking up? You breaking up? You in the matrix?
Okay, so look. I'm cooking, right? So, I don't know if you hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you cutting in and out. It's like it's like you sound like a robot.
Man, that ain't no good. That ain't no good, brother. I was
It's
sitting here cooking. Hey, so look, if I said, yeah, so look, if I said we the greatest people on the planet, all right, and all the other nations are like spit, that's not racist.
mm, mm, yeah, I would say no. I would say no. And the
Why?
reason the reason why I
Because
say
he got.
no, the reason why I say no because like if I was to say like Africa or Haiti or like you know what I mean if I was to say that they were like crap hole countries, right? That wouldn't be racist. It would be a
Hmm.
fact. It would be a fact. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Uh,
You know what I mean? So it's
Well,
like
yeah, but I'm saying, like as a people, I'm not talking about like the condition of the country or none of that. We talking about just straight up people, me and you, because we descend from Israel, and you know what I'm saying, this, that, and the third. Black people, the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, we the best on the planet. Anybody else is like spit. That's not racist.
I mean, if you say it like that, yeah. But I mean, I don't know. But see, the problem, see
Okay.
the problem with the apocryphers is I just gotta I would have to like
So.
see, I have to like look more into them and see like why people like have a consensus of why they don't want to include them. Now I'm not saying that they're
Hmm.
wrong or anything like that. I'm just saying that it's like you know what I mean. It's just I just want the
Yeah.
context for it. You know what I mean for my own self. But
I got you. Go ahead and search. Search and study to show thyself approved. That's what you're supposed to do. But I'm gonna leave you with this. In the Geneva and the 1611 King James version has the apocrypha in it.
yeah,
Uh,
I know that there are versions with the apocrypha in it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean I I like I said I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I get how it might look like it's racist, but I don't think that it's just about race. Is what I'm saying. I think it's like more context to that than just racist skin. Are you still there? Oh, Yahweh, you still there? Oh, I think he gone. Uh-oh. Hello? Uh, I think we lost him, guys. Yeah. Oh. Oh, well. But yeah. Um and like I said, I do wanna address address what Resurrected was saying though, because bruh is a trip. What is this? What is the Stockholm? I don't get it. Like, what's the Stockholm syndrome? What's any of that kind of stuff? Like, I don't get it. And you know what I mean? It's like at the end of the day, I genuinely want to have this conversation because I don't understand how anybody could think that promoting racist ideology is any way productive for society, especially when considering that the biggest gripe that I'm hearing from the Hebrew Israelites is that they're oppressed. It's the oppression. So it's like, why would you even entertain or want to do that, and do that to somebody else? That's one thing. But I don't understand how any group that teaches people that they're oppressed and that some big white devil or some white monster is keeping them from being what they want to be, when that's not the case. Like I said, in 2024, the only thing that's holding you back as a black person is yourself and the people that look like you. And that's the truth. That's the truth. We see it every day. We see it every day. An example showing why black culture is the way it is. And it's not because white people are doing it. And it's not because just, you know what I mean, like God is punishing us. Some of that is just because, we do stupid stuff as black people. It's the truth. It's the truth. Sometimes it's just because black people do stupid things and they get stupid results and rewards. And that's the truth. Like, and I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm never gonna just be able to just go along with just the victim mentality and all that kind of stuff. It's like, mm, I don't know. I don't know. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. And then it's like, oh, you a sellout, or oh, like that. And it's like, not a sellout. Not a sellout. It's just, I just don't agree. I don't agree. I don't agree. But at the end of the day, when people really look at it, who's really doing the most damage to the community? The people that are telling you and raising you up and training you to be victims and lifelong victims, or just somebody who's saying that maybe you can be better than what people are telling you that you can be. And that's all I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I mean, and especially because every time it's like every time you criticize anybody that's black, now all of a sudden you hate your people. Oh, now it's self-hatred. Oh, you hate brown people. It's like, no, it's like, I'm consider me like everybody else. You're not that important. You're not that important to the world, and I hate to say that, but it's the truth of the matter. It's the truth. I make the statement that the black Hebrew Israelites are like a cult because at the end of the day, What do cults do? They prey on people's need to belong. And anybody that knows anything about African Americans is they have no sense of belonging. And the truth of the matter is, no matter what section of black culture you're in, for some reason, the vast majority of black culture can't seem to move past race. You can't seem to move past what the white man did to you, and you live in this perpetual hamster wheel of just the victim Olympics. And it's pathetic. It's really pathetic. That's the truth. That's the truth. You're never gonna get you're never gonna improve the state of the black community or the people that look like you or the people that come after you by teaching them that they can be victims. Teaching them that all they'll ever be is victims. And I hate that for y'all. I hate that that white people live in y'all head rent free. I do. I genuinely hate that. It's sad. It's sad, man. White people live in black people's head rent free, and yet and still, at the end of the day, what do we have to show for it? What do we have to show for it? Nothing. Nothing. We don't got nothing to show for it. We don't got nothing to show for it at all. It's just pathetic. I'm gonna go on a little intermission real quick. I'll be back, guys.
Não é só na vida que a vida não é na janela que se olha. Há uma linha clara perto da saída. Fecha os olhos e você vai ver. Não é só aqui que sol ilumina. Coisas do além que vão além. Quando de repente é coincidência, nem precisa se esforçar pra crer. Apagaram as luzes pra eu ver. Saí da onde vim pra eu poder ser. Você mostrou o caminho pra eu andar. Eu disse é pelo mar que eu vou nadar. Não é só na vida que a vida não é na janela que se olha. Há uma linha clara perto da saída. Fecha os olhos e você vai ver. Não é só aqui que o sol ilumina. Coisas do além que vão além. Quando de repente é coincidência, nem precisa se esforçar pra querer. Apagaram
just met you, but you look. Oh girl, you blow my mind. And I know what I would like to do, but you just keep on talking. I see your dog needs walking. Your folk drive you insane. I know, yeah, that's true. Of course, you ain't the one to blame. Keep on talking to me. You keep on telling me your dreams. You keep on talking to me. But I just wanna see you move. Yeah, I just wanna see you move. I just wanna see you move. Yeah, I just wanna see you move. Sure, I like to listen. It's not like I don't wanna know. It's just that you've been talking to me 3 nights in a row. I think it's time to let go. Forget the past, just lose control. Cause life's too short for yapping. Come on and dance, come give me soul. You keep on talking to me. You keep on talking to me. You keep on talking. You keep on talking to me. You keep on telling me your dreams. You keep on talking, but I just wanna see you move. I just wanna see you move. I just wanna see you move. I just wanna see you move.
So we are back. We are back, and well, honestly, like I said, I don't mind having conversations. But I absolutely would love if some Christians would come on, come up, and give their perspective too. That would be dope. But if there's anybody else from the Hebrew Israelites that wants to come in and basically I guess explain how they aren't damaging to the community, because I'll reiterate what my position is. I believe that any group that teaches and promotes that their people are oppressed and that there's nothing they can do because white daddy is never going to get his foot off of their neck, and they use that as an excuse to justify, well, let me not say that, because in all fairness, the Hebrew Israelites, they do call out the trash in black culture. So that you have to give them that. You have to give them that. My problem is, at the end of the day, what is the end goal? What is the end goal? Because you say, okay, we keep the commandments, right? But like I said, just the idea that God only came from us for a specific group of people is it's just crazy. It's crazy. I mean, it's just
People who have been
crazy.
oppressed more than black people. Then name a group of people who have made more inventions than black people.
The white people,
Really?
100%.
When were they oppressed more than us?
even right now.
When were they oppressed more than us?
Right now, they've
No,
been oppressed for the
histo-
last 70 years. White,
70?
yeah, the black people.
So they've been-
black people have been blaming them, taking their stuff, calling them racist.
That's not true.
Beating their children.
He's right. That technically does qualify as oppression. He might be right. I'm being a little facetious, but still.
Calling it knockout games.
That's not true.
Robbing and raping their homes.
That's not
taking
true.
their purses on the streets.
It's 100% true. So stop it. That's 100% true. Do y'all remember when we had the bat virus problem? Y'all remember what they were doing to Asians? They had to pass a bill in order to stop Asian people from being victims of attacks. And do you know who the people that were getting caught on video doing it were? They were people that look like you and me.
Telling that if you disagree, you're a racist.
That's not true.
You don't know all that's happening?
No, not the way you're saying
You
it.
got all those degrees and you're not
Not the
aware
way
that
you're
that
saying
is
it.
happening to the white man?
And it's happening to black people too.
No, I'm asking.
Knockout, they hit everyone when they play knockout.
Stay with me with that. You got all those degrees and you don't know that the things I just...
Guys, make sure you call in if you agree or you have any pushback that the Hebrew Israelites are dangerous to the community. Because what I'm doing right now is I'm using their own ideology to expose why they're dangerous. And that's the truth of the matter. That's the truth of the matter. And it's like I said, it's not any like ill will or anything like that. It's just the truth. It is dangerous. And I build my channel on calling out. Do you know there are people that on this channel that I've called out that are celebrities that I respect and I like, but because it's bigger than that. It's bigger than that. And be honest, this is bigger than me. So, I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, I disagree with everything that the Hebrew Israelites say? No. But I think that their rhetoric, the way they present it, is damaging to the black community. That's the truth. That's what I think.
Are happening to white
The
people.
stuff you named are happening to more than just white people.
No. You asked me to name any group that been more oppressed than black people, and I told you the whites, and it's happening right now. You said it's not happening,
but
right?
when you name the stuff, you can't name stuff that's also not happening to black people.
But
and
you
other
asked
groups of
me who are
people.
more depressed than the black.
All
I
right,
told you the
so-
whites.
No, but
Whataboutism doesn't work in that. You can't just be like, oh, well, who's more oppressed? And then you say, well, it's not as much as the black people.
you name
White
stuff
people
that's
are
happening.
scared to speak up to the black.
You name stuff that's happening to us too. Black people are scared to speak up to whites and
they're
everyone.
not.
Yes,
No,
they are.
no, they're not.
Yeah. Oh, yes, they are. At my school, I'm the only one who speaks up. When the people who are in charge of the school who are white, when they come in and say they want to hang up LGBTQIA flags around the whole school and stuff like that,
You back,
I'm
guys.
the only one who speaks.
We're back. What's going on, man?
What's up, brother? I like talking to you. Excuse me, I like talking to you. And I'm an Israelite. You a smart dude. You feel me?
Yeah,
Love
I
talking to you,
appreciate
my
it,
brother.
man. I appreciate it. For real.
Of course, of course,
For real.
man.
Like, that's
I'm
that's what
really
I say.
happy with
It's
them.
all love because I agree. Even though, like I said, I disagree with y'all. It ain't like no hate or nothing like that. It's not hatred.
For real, like I'm not even ashamed to admit it. I genuinely love talking to you. Like you a smart dude. Like it made me very happy when I said I wasn't built up enough to give you certain truths, and them brothers came in and they broke it down in a way that I couldn't. Made me very happy. Like I really hope you look them scriptures up that they showed you, cause that's real.
No, yeah, no. I mean, like I said, I mean, I'm open. I'm open to hearing, but you know, what I mean, I still fundamentally, as you hear, I still fundamentally stand by what I say. But
hmm
I
But
mean,
what's your question? What's your
huh?
question though? I'm gonna go back to what I told you before about your question, because what we're trying to do for the community is spiritual in nature. Like yes, like I said before, yes we go out, yes we feed the people, we do a lot for our people. But the blessings pertaining to us, we're supposed to get in the kingdom, which is gonna be on earth. We're not playing. We don't believe that heaven is up in the sky. Heaven is coming down here, and it's innately spiritual. So yes, we do what we can to help our people here, but when the kingdom is brought down to earth, um,
Right. So
we want to
I
get, we
got,
want to.
so I do got a question, and I don't want to make this like a big Bible thing, but so I'm asking. So wait, you said you don't believe that heaven is in the sky, or heaven? I shouldn't say in the sky. I should say that heaven is above. You don't believe that?
There is the third heaven where the Father is. Yes, there is a third heaven. There is a heaven in the sky, but that's not our kingdom. See, our kingdom is going to be on earth because it means rulership or power. Remember how we talked about last time those 12 gates in Revelation?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, if you go further back in Revelation, when he's having a vision of the new heaven, he says that he saw it coming down. He saw it coming down from the sky or from the third heaven, if you will.
Right.
So yes, it's going to be on earth.
But
We
what
will be
about
here on earth.
well? But that doesn't mean that there isn't a heaven in the sky, right?
No, there's a heaven in the sky, and the Father's in the third heaven. But that's not where our kingdom is going to be. Our kingdom is going to be here, because, like I said about recompensing those who trouble you, they troubled us on this earth, and on this earth we are going to be in rulership, and we're going to be in power. It's just karma. This is what's going to happen.
You're not. Hebrew Israelites are not going to be empowered. They're going to benefit from the power that God has.
They're going to benefit from the power that is bestowed upon them, and they are going to rule over the other nations.
It never said that Israelites are going to rule over other nations. It said under God.
Um, didn't we go over Isaiah 14:2 already?
Saying that you're special, saying that you're special is not the same thing as saying that
No,
you're
no,
going
no,
to
no, no.
rule over other people.
Um, no, 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 no. Isaiah 14:2 says that we will take them as captives, whose captives we were. See, we're not going to be building up the kingdom. The kingdom has to be built, right? And it's not going to be us. These other nations who took us as captives, they're going to do that for us. Yeah, we're definitely going to be ruling in the kingdom, and they're going to build the kingdom for us.
But how could you do that if you've only been oppressed up until now? You don't think that that would make you
That's the
bad
thing.
rulers?
Um, but we're keeping the law, so we know how to do these things, because we have the commandments. We're the chosen people. So are you saying that if we were in power and we were out here whipping people, then we would know how to whip them just right in the kingdom?
No,
I'm a little confused.
I'm saying that I'm saying that if the Hebrew Israelites, for instance, became the ones that were in power, they would do exactly what the white people did. 100%.
No, we wouldn't.
100%.
How would that make us any different from those nations? What would that make
You're
us?
not.
What would
That's the point. That's the that.
like? I hear you, but no, we're not gonna be doing that. Nothing like that. I mean, if they don't want to obey Christ, it does say somewhere in here
I'm
that
just saying. You
well,
remember the guy yesterday? He said God's getting his get back, right?
by putting them into slavery who took his precious jewels into slavery,
But I'm just
which would
saying,
be us.
I'm just saying, get back. What is associated with get back? What is that's not a positive thing. That's get back isn't justice, right?
No, it is justice. It is justice.
Get back isn't justice. Get back is revenge. That's not justice.
I mean, yeah, but remember, I
Like for
already told you,
example,
is
like no, I'm saying like for example, right? Say for instance, if you murder one of my friends, right? You unalive one of
hmm
my friends, right? Justice would be
hmm
for me to unalive you, right?
according
Get
to
back,
the law of the Bible, yeah,
but
you
get,
gotta die.
but get back. Get back would be
hmm
okay. You took one of my friends, so I'm gonna take one of your friends. Might take one of your family members. Might do this. Might do. It's tit for tat. That's what I'm saying. That's what get back is.
I
So
see. I
you
see.
know what I mean.
hmm
So even just putting
Yeah.
that title on that, that's a negative connotation. You know what I
All
mean?
right, but yeah, and um let me see if I can find this verse for you. So, and this is Joel 3 and 8, right? It says, "And I will sell your sons and your daughters into the hands of the children of Judah, and they shall sell them to the Sabians, to a people far off, for the Lord has spoken it." Again, remember the Lord is he's with the action as far as repaying his people for the things that have
I'm not
happened to
saying
them.
that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
Yeah.
that's
So
not
as
get
far as
back.
like
But that's not get back though.
right, well, I can't really speak about what LP was talking about. I know what you're talking about. I'm just saying the Lord is going to repay in full for things that have happened to us. You and like someone told me, when the kingdom comes, you want to be in rulership. You want to keep these commandments so that you can have a mighty lot, so you can have a few cities to your name. You want to be in rulership. That's why we keep these commandments. We're trying to put our people in that powerful position.
But how could you do that if you never known what power is? The whole doctrine of the Hebrew Israelites is that we're oppressed. So if you've never been in power, how could you tell people how to get power?
I mean, our faith is in the Lord. Of course, He's going to show us these things. Of course, He's going to show us, what we have to do. And you have to remember, at the end of the day, we keep these laws. That right there is our wisdom and our understanding in the sight of these other nations. When they look at us, they're going to be like, "Wow, these people are so wise because they got the law." So no, I'm not quite sure how to rule over other people, but I do know how to love my God and I do know how to love my neighbor. Well, I'm working on the love my God part, but I do know how to love my neighbor.
I mean, and like I said, I mean, and I get that, but I get that, but like when you take it back to the point, like I said, like you don't think
How can we rule?
it's
Yeah,
not
I
well,
hear you.
it's not even just how can you rule. It's like the very idea or the foundation of the belief is based off of the idea that you're oppressed or the idea that you don't you don't somebody is over you. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And I'm just saying like from a practical standpoint, that doesn't benefit
Mhm.
any culture, any society. You know what I mean? Like we proved that slavery didn't work with with American slavery, which debatably is the most successful slave enterprise in history. You know what I'm saying? If we being fair,
Uh,
that
I'm
yeah,
confused. How could you say that anybody proved that slavery didn't work because of America? If we weren't, let's say we're not black, right, and we're of another nation, we're looking at America as this great nation. We're like, damn, these slaves really built up America. I don't think another nation would agree with you outside of America, even some white people. I think that they would be like, yeah, it's a great nation because of slavery. I don't. I'm really
I don't
confused.
think
How do you
most people.
arrive there where you say,
I don't think most people would agree with that.
I mean, America's a great nation today, and most of their wealth was built off of the backs of slaves. So I
No,
don't
they
see how you
had wealth,
arrive
and
there.
that's why they were able to purchase slaves.
Now, I'm not saying that slavery works. I'm just saying that
No,
in
I'm
the
saying
case of
I'm
America,
you said that wealth was built on the on the backs of slaves. I'm saying no, they had wealth, and that's why they could purchase slaves. Poor people
They
couldn't.
had some, yes, but they got exponentially richer after, they took us from Africa. They were selling cotton, doing what they did. They got exponentially richer. So, I mean,
Mm,
it's kind of clear that slavery definitely profited this nation a whole lot. So I'm not saying slavery
I'm
is
not
right.
saying
It's
it
just
didn't. I'm not saying it didn't. I'm just saying. I mean,
I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just saying in the context of this country, I don't really see how you could arrive there given how much, slaves did for this country. In the context of this country specifically, I don't really see how one could arrive there. It
because
seems to have done too much.
I mean, te- technically, America's the proof is the fact that America did better after slavery was abolished.
America did better or we did better?
No,
Like, because those
America
are two
did better.
different things.
America did better, and as Americans, we
America
benefited from it.
already, America already had the money. America had already set up institutions with the money that they got from having slaves. So we could
Right,
say
and
they
they
got
made
better
more money, and they made more money.
again, but they had to start from getting capital from enslaving people.
But
So
that's not
as
true. That's not
yeah,
true. A lot of people that came over on the ships had slaves.
as indentured servants, that there's a difference.
Yeah, they just
Now
stopped
that
letting
there's
them
a
out. They just
difference.
stopped letting them out. But they were still working under the employ of them. And see, indentured servant, you can't make indentured servant sound good. You still working for free.
You're working for someone for 7 years, actually, usually, and I think they did
For
pay you a
free.
little actually as an indentured servant.
For free.
Hmm?
No, it's for free. You're paying the debt. You're
Nah,
paying the debt. And an indentured servant is paying the debt.
right. So I mean, you still got something because you went into debt. But here's the thing, though. That's a very big difference between. There's a very big difference between you being in debt to me and me taking you on as an indentured servant for 7 years versus me kidnapping your ass, bringing you to a strange land, and then holding you there for a minute, and then taking your kids as slaves when you die, and then taking their kids as slaves.
But
That's a very you
they
gotta.
didn't do that though. They didn't
What do
do it.
you What do you mean?
They bought it from other Africans and black and
Oh, I'm
Arabs.
sorry. Yeah, African. Still, though, you're gonna kidnap by Africans. And by the
Yeah.
way, um,
Who they
I
were
don't know
getting
if
conquered by.
somebody.
You know that the Africans that were selling them, they were conquering them. That's what that movie, the
Yeah,
Woman King, was about.
that movie. I heard about that movie.
Trash.
It's a
I
lot
mean,
of things.
trash,
It,
trash. But yeah, you know
it's
what I mean.
it's a lot of things wrong with that movie.
Because they
Actually,
lie.
it's a
They
lot of
lie.
things.
Yeah, they lie. It's a lot of
Yeah,
lies.
historically speaking. The, but yes, the kingdom of the homie did take over the kingdom of what the white man called Weta or Judah because there were so many Jews there. There's more historical proof that there were Jews in West Africa. But yes, um, and again, this is another point that you keep making that we all come from three people, and the brother kind of touched on this. Africans and Israelites are not the same, right? And it's a really basic point, and
Yeah,
I'm
they're
gonna break
not.
it down like this.
They're not.
Basically, um, most Israelites can tell you, and I'm gonna just keep it on the eye. Africans are Hamites, so they come from Ham, which is, as you said, we all come from three people. So
That's
I'm
the
glad that you know
consensus.
that
Yeah,
for real.
that's the consensus. Yeah.
Israelites, by definition, come from Shem. We don't come from the same place. We are not the same people. So and the reason I bring this up is because the idea that, oh, black people are over there selling black people is a European idea, and where in reality, Hamites were selling Israelites into slavery. They weren't selling their own people into slavery.
But you do know that a lot of African Americans do have what would be known as Ham or the DNA of Ham in them, right?
But yeah, I've heard this, and again, as the brother told you, and my issue with this is mainly that Ham is cursed according to the Bible, or one of his sons, Canaan, is cursed. So that's a old. I'm not saying that that's not true, but that notion has. has some racist underpinnings. Let's just put it like that. When you
It's not
because they
racist.
used to.
It's not racist.
It has some racist, I'm saying it has some racist underpinnings because they used to say that black people were Hamites. A lot of people actually still believe this to this day that we are Hamites, and because it allows them to say that we're a cursed people. I'm not saying that we don't have Hamitic blood. We done got our thing on with a lot of women in a lot of places,
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm saying. We all are mixed with something. So that's what I'm saying. We all,
but
but it is a fact that a lot of African American people have Hamite blood running through their veins.
again, and we don't really agree with DNA testing anyways, but I'm sure that there were some Hamites taken. Like we talking about Africa. I'm sure that there were some Hamites taken. And even some people on the west coast of Africa today are still Israelites. They didn't come and grab everyone.
Yeah, I mean that's true. They're scattered.
I think Yeah, like I was talking with my friend on the phone one day, and he was running in the store somewhere. He was asking the dude a question, and I was like, "Yo, he sound African. Ask him where he from." I think he said he was from Biafra, and I asked him, "Do you know that you're an Israelite?" He's like, "Oh yeah, we know. A lot of Africans they know this better than us." He's like, "Oh yeah, we know for sure. We Israelites."
I mean, some people are. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I've never, like, if you notice, I've never said that there aren't people who are Israelites. I just said that I just don't believe this blanket umbrella. Everybody fits into that scope. That's all I'm saying. Because
Right, but not everybody.
and like just to touch on that point about were you saying that like the curse of Ham was racist, or are you saying that people using the curse of Ham was racist?
People try to use it in a racist way. 100% people try to put that on black people and say that by and large we were Hamites. But certain yeah, it
But
got used in a racist
but
way.
why is their racism okay and you or not okay and yours is?
No, it's by and remember, I believe that African Americans are by and large Israelites. I'm saying that their logic is by and large false, that African Americans are by and large Semitic rather than Hamitic. They were using that in a way that was wrong, according to my beliefs. That was wrong because we're not Hamitic by and large. We're
So
Israelites.
so it's not racist, it's just factually incorrect based off of what y'all believe.
It's factually incorrect, but the white people who were using it, I'm led to believe, were saying that for a reason to try and tell my people that they were cursed. So I'm saying it has some racist undertones to it.
But you're using it, but y'all use that verse in order to tell people that you're better than them and that they'll be cursed. So what's the difference?
I mean, at the which verse? Deuteronomy 28.
No, I'm saying that y'all. No, I said cursed, not versed. I'm sorry.
Oh, um, I don't say that I'm better than nobody because okay,
But Israel, if you believe that your God's chosen people and salvation is exclusive for you, see, is
yes,
the see that's the difference because like believing that okay we're God's special people is one thing, but to also say we're God's special people and salvation is exclusive for us. That's another. That's two different. That's two different levels. So that's what I'm saying. So why is their racism okay and yours isn't? I mean, yours is and theirs isn't.
like I said, because they incorrectly attributed something or a nationality to us that they more than likely knew who we were at the time because there were so many Jews that when we look on their maps, they called it the land of Judah. Like if you're so they more than likely knew who we were, but tried to tell us we were somebody else because when you look in the book, they were cursed. But ours is just based in truth, based in looking at these blessings and these curses and this history and this archaeology and seeing like, yo, our people were really Israelites before we got here. I mean, it's just is what it is. We Israelites at the end of the day.
Yeah, but what if
I can't. I
what if
didn't write this book
but what if what y'all say start a race war? Then what?
because we're telling people the truth.
It could. I'm saying it could happen. Yeah. What if what you're saying starts a race war? Because you're telling a whole nationality of people, white people, that they're not that salvation is no longer an option for them. So now, what if they just say, "Well, now I don't have to worry about salvation. Now, why not just go to war then?" That
That's
wouldn't hurt black people.
again.
That wouldn't hurt the black
I
community because
gotta.
we wouldn't win. We wouldn't win. So I'm just saying, I'm just
I hear.
saying,
I
you don't
hear.
think that will cause harm to the community?
It could, but didn't the brother already answer this question that it's certain ways that you go about things, and even then, it is something. It is something like that prophesied to the Israelites in the Bible for in this time. I know and that's a whole nother topic. Jacob's trouble is a whole nother topic that I really don't want to get into with you because I want you to just get the milk, which is you're Israelite. You need to keep the commandments. But I mean, if I was to get into it, I'd be like, yo, there's something called Jacob's trouble. We don't really know what it's going to look like. Are people going to have to run away from the cities? And you might want to keep the commandments for when that time comes. I would just leave it at that. But if it starts a race war, then I'm led to believe that that would be prophesied according to the Bible. But it's certain ways that we do things, and it wouldn't be wise to just to do something that would harm my neighbor. That's not how we get down.
Which I don't consider white people y'all neighbors.
I'm talking about the
Oh, I
other
get what you're
Israelites
saying. I
who,
get what you're
yeah,
saying.
yeah.
You're saying that causing a race war would be detrimental to your fellow Israelites, so that therefore you
Yeah,
wouldn't do
why
it.
would I do something like
I mean, I would hope not because we wouldn't win.
that? No, we wouldn't win. But as far as Jacob's trouble goes and what's prophesied, just so you know, um, it is every time it's prophesied, it says that we will be saved out of it. So,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like I said, I get what you're saying, but I mean, I'm still kind of like I said, it's just the fact that I don't believe that there's any like I said, I don't believe that there's any society that has continued to thrive through into the modern world through slavery. There isn't any,
mhm,
and the true if we use if even if we just use American slavery for example, right? They didn't free
mhm,
slaves because it was moral. You know what I mean? It wasn't they didn't abolish slavery because it was moral. If it was more profitable to keep slaves, they would have kept slaves. There were other reasons and factors why they got rid of slaves. So what I'm saying is it's like that needs to be taken into account that if the greatest country on the world, and I know people probably don't like me saying that, but America is the greatest country on the world right now, and we run things. We're on top, and if we decided that the system of slavery wasn't good enough for us, that I think that we've set an example because even when you look at people that they show it that you have these former communist countries that are adopting democracy like Japan and stuff like that where they have presidents. They still have their prime minister and all that stuff, but these people are influenced by America. So I'm just saying it's like it's just that, and I don't see the oppression. I don't see the oppression. I see a time where black people can do anything that they want to do, and that they're more free than they've ever been. They have more power than they ever have, and they have more potential than they ever have. They just throw it away and they waste it, and then they want to blame that on the white man.
right. And another part of this Israelite doctrine, which I don't know why we didn't get into this with you yet, is maybe because it's so basic. We used to have our own land at a certain point, and certain things used to go on, and we don't have that anymore. We don't have our own land. There's a lot of things that we can't do. Our people are all spread over the globe. Like in some way, even though you may not see it, our point is that we are oppressed. Like he's trying to break down to you the fact, other brother, we can't leave this country if we wanted to.
You can't.
We're always if we want to go to the bank, we're borrowing from, which again, I think LP brought this up with you. And you even said, I don't know, he was more than likely a Jewish person. That's that's probably right. We always borrowing from someone else, and the Bible says you will be the lender, not the borrower. Is and we're buying. It says, "Ye shall go to your enemy in want of all things, in hunger and in thirst, and in nakedness." So we own very little, and we're seemingly always going to these other nations for things. These are literally what the Bible describes as the tenets of being in captivity. This is how we know we're not in power. That's the Israelite position right there. When we
Being
see certain things,
but not being in power and being oppressed are two different things.
I mean, I hear you. I agree, but there's also other curses in Deuteronomy 28 that let us know that we're oppressed.
But
And it's more than just Deuteronomy 28. It's just a whole lot. We
okay, but tell me, how are you oppressed in 2024?
um I don't know. I
I
got to
know,
get
I know,
back to you on that.
I know you said that you can't go out of the country without permission, but that's not true. You just need a passport.
Hmm. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna get back to you on that. For real.
No, I mean, but I'm just saying though, if you're oppressed, you should be able to like tell me how you're oppressed now, right?
I mean, it's hard for me to see outside my current position because personally, I just want to say, yo, I can't get a job right now. But that's neither here nor there. So I'm just saying, let me get back to you on that. Obviously call back in probably tomorrow whenever we have this discussion again. I'm gonna let you know.
Okay. I mean, that's
I'm
fair. That's
personally going
fair.
through some things right now.
No, that's
I'm
fair.
personally going through some things right now, and I can't really see outside of them because it's hard for me to get a job, and I'm stressing about a few things. So I'll
No,
let you
no,
know.
no. Yeah, no, I get that respectfully. I get that. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
it's just, you know what I mean? I'm just,
cause
no, no, you can go.
yeah. But I actually got a question for you. Do you believe, like, forget doctrine, whether or not that means you have to keep the law, any of that? Do you believe that you're an Israelite?
No,
Why not?
I don't
Cause,
have any
cause this
proof
is
that I am.
this is the
I
milk
don't
right
have, because I don't have any
here.
proof that I am.
Hmm.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't have any proof. I mean,
So,
I had an uncle that did the genealogy, you know, the genealogy, the ancestry thing, and I know I at least on that side of my family, I have roots in like West Africa. You know what I mean? I forgot exactly which tribe it was, but it was like it's West Africa. But
but
that's and
but
like I said, that's one
your
side.
fa-
That's one side.
but your father is a so-called black man, correct?
Yeah, quote unquote black man. Yeah, a light skinned
Right.
light skinned black man, by the way. So you know, it's
Yeah. I know. I used to get hung up on that too. Actually, that was one of the first things I asked. I was like, listen, um, damn, how could I put this? I know we're on YouTube. I was like, I asked Hebrew Israelites, like, how y'all be coming up, mind you, because remember I said I'm new in the truth. So I asked them, how y'all be coming up with this when it was a lot of people, it was a lot of women who were victims, right? Let's just put it like that because we're on YouTube.
right.
And they were like, well, first of all, a lot of those children didn't make it. Like a lot of times they wouldn't end up making it. Just leaving it at that. And that didn't really suffice with me. But and they told me like, Romans 8:16, if your spirit bears witness to this truth, then you're probably an Israelite. And that didn't really sit right with me either. But then remember I told you I'm adopted, right? But I know my
Mm-hmm.
bio family.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So actually, I saw it with my own eyes. I saw someone who spiritually could not bear witness, like my adopted family cannot bear witness to this truth, no matter what. They know I'm an Israelite, and it's not just because they're white. Like when I interact with them, it's like a spiritual wall right there. And once I saw it with my own eyes, I began to understand like it really is spiritual. But that's from my experience. That might be something you have to personally see. But I've seen it and I know that, if your spirit bear witness to this truth, you are an Israelite.
Now I am, but I'm also gonna say like one of the things that typically, if you'll find that you find in like cults and stuff like that, is they try to put up barriers between you and your family and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not
Hmm.
saying that's what's happening with you or anything like that. I'm just saying that when you look, what I'm saying, we all watch the documentaries, you know what I mean, about how
Yeah,
these
yeah,
cults
yeah.
operate and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just saying it's like, let's see. How do you say this? It's like, yeah, I
No, I
don't
get what
have
you're
any
saying.
I don't have any proof. I don't have any proof. But at the same time, it doesn't matter to me. So if I would like
Hmm.
so if so let's just say in a hypothetical world, I do happen to be of a bloodline of an Israelite, right?
Right.
It doesn't change anything. And it doesn't change anything for me. It doesn't affect my life at all because I live I live according to the Christian doctrine, which, like I said, I believe that the Jews and the Gentiles are on the same playing field. Jews are God's chosen people. Gentiles get His grace too. That's how I believe. So I don't think it's in. You know what I mean? It's no different because
Right.
I believe that
But
Jesus came and Jesus came for everybody. That's what I believe.
okay. But here's the thing. Do you keep all the commandments now? Like you don't eat pork, you don't eat shrimp, you wear your
I mean,
fringes,
I
all
don't
that
eat
good
pork.
stuff?
I don't eat pork.
Right.
um,
But if you, because the reason I asked is because I've been listening to you long enough, and I remember you even said Israelites, they got to keep the law. Like for sure, if you're an Israelite, this law still pertains to you. So if you
but
found
that's
out
a
you was an
cultural thing.
Israelite, you,
But it's I mean like the cultural laws.
what do you mean?
I mean
You
like
you
the
think the
eating pork,
law?
and a lot of that kind of stuff was more like that became more like cultural norm. You know what I mean? It's
Nah,
like it's like no
that was
well
from God.
no, but I'm
That
saying
was thou
like
shalt not.
yeah, but the Hebrew they adapted their material laws based off of their given laws. You get what I'm saying? I'm saying that
Uh,
there's no difference between the two because Israelites, you know what I mean, and you know this, y'all believe it too. Israel, the Hebrew culture, it was a culture, right? It's not just a religion. It's not just
hmm.
the Jewish religion. We're talking about the Hebrew culture. So the laws that they followed, it's not like, oh, it's just biblical. It's it's non-religious Jews that still follow the law. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. It's like
Yeah, but
the
you
the
know,
law the
I can't even get into that.
but the law is practice is what I'm saying. The law is practice, and I'm just saying that it's not just as simple as just, oh, it's just the biblical law, and you can't separate the two when you're talking about Hebrew culture. Just like the same way Islamic
Right.
people will tell you the same thing. They'll tell you the same thing. You know what I mean? Whether you agree with them or not, they'll tell you the same thing. They'll say there is no difference between being Muslim and the laws of being Muslim and the laws of being Islamic. You know what I mean? It's not gonna be a distinguisher between the two. So I mean that I'm just saying it's not that different.
I mean, it's only like one. All these laws in the Bible are from God. So if you're practicing Israelite, you're keeping the law. It's really that simple. I mean, but you got to remember that Leviticus 11, the dietary law starts with, and the Lord spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying unto them. So the Lord is telling Moses to tell the children of Israel what to eat and what not to eat. So it's all from God at the end of the day.
But
And
what about
and the
but
reason I ask is because,
But what about
hmm,
in Matthew? What about Matthew and Mark when Jesus said that that food can make a man unclean?
can you show me that? I think I know what you're talking about, and I do not believe that he's referring. I think what you're trying to say is, let me see if I can find this first. I think I know what you're talking about.
It was Matthew 15,
Because
17 to
what
20,
he's
and then it was Mark
talking,
7, 15 to 19.
said Matthew 15. Let's see if I
17.
can break this down. I might
Be
not be the
specific.
one to break this down for you. Um, See, because when I'm reading this, it's my understanding, and again, you may need to get someone else to break this down for you, that he's talking about doctrines and the things that you're saying. He's not talking about literal food. He's talking about the things that you're saying because, but those things which proceed out of, do you not understand that whatsoever entereth in at the mouth goeth into the belly and is cast out into the draught? But those things which proceedeth out of the mouth come forth from the heart, and they defile the man. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not the one to break this down for you. I'm literally still in the Old Testament. There's certain things I understand. Like I'm an Israelite, I have to keep this law. But I obviously do not believe that this is talking about that we can just break the law, because um, in the New Testament it says that sin is the transgression of the law. Whosoever sin transgresseth the law.
Yeah, but look, at 13 it says because it said when you go up in that same scripture, it says 12. Then came his disciples and said unto him, knowest thou that the Pharisees were offended after they heard his saying? That's where he was saying that now that which go into the mouth defileth them. That's where he was saying that not what goes into a mouth defileth a man, but what comes out of a man will defile him. Then basically the disciples they ask and they say, you know they were offended by that. And so he says, but he answered and said that every plant which my heavenly Father hath not planted shall be rooted up. Let them alone, they be blind leaders of the blind. And if the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into the ditch. Then answered Peter and said unto him, declare unto us this parable. And Jesus said, are ye also yet without understanding? Do not ye yet understand that whatsoever entereth in at the mouth goeth into the belly and is cast out into the drought? It basically just means is excrement. It becomes excrement. It's waste, right? You know what I mean? I'm just saying it's waste. But
Hmm.
he's saying that it's worse. It's worse the sins that come from your heart, the things like adultery, fornication, those types of things. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah,
not
but do you
saying.
know?
Oh, my bad.
No, do you know what the context is of this? Because I'm reading a little bit into the context, and it's even though I'm simply like, I've heard this before and I'm not trying to deal with it now, and I'm humble enough to admit that. I also have I'm also questioning if the context has more to do with verse 2, when the Pharisees, they're always trying to trip up Christ, and they asked him, why do thy disciples transgress the tradition of the elders? For they wash not their hands when they eat bread.
Right, and
But he
that.
answered and said,
No, I'm saying, but into that context, he's explaining about the transgressions of the commandments, right?
yes. Right. He's talking about them um, choosing to forego the keeping of the commandments for their traditions. When he's saying the commandments are higher, he's saying that's not even a commandment.
Say that one more time.
Again, I got so the scribes and Pharisees came to him and they asked, "Why do you wash not your hands when you eat?" And he answered unto them and said, "Why do you transgress the commandment of God for your tradition? Because the Pharisees, they were hypocrites. They would talk a lot about the law and they would debate the law, but they didn't keep it. So he's saying, why do you not keep the commandments? But you're talking to me about your traditions. Like, if he's Christ, he wants me to keep the commandments of God. Again, I gotta look more into the scripture. I have to look more into it. I'm led to believe that it's talking about doctrines and the things that people say,
Mm, that's not
and
what it
them
says,
giving
though.
out false doctrines.
That's not what it says, though.
You think that this is talking about literal food, right?
I know. I think that he was using that as an example to show that. I think yeah, he was using that as an example to illustrate his point.
And what do you believe that was? Just so when I study more, I could come back to you on this.
I mean, like it's like I said, I don't like interpreting per se, but
Mm-hmm.
basically what I got from that is that it's not so much important about the things that you eat, but the things that come out of you. It's not about what goes into you, it's more about what comes out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, like I said, I could be
Um,
wrong. I could be wrong.
okay. Well, the Bible also says, a wise man attaineth wise counsel. So I'm gonna have to look into this. I'm sorry, but that's the best I could do for you. And I'm not above saying that. So I will look into it, and I will get back with you on this. I just I've never, now he may be saying it's more important. You may be right that it's more important for you to do X, Y, and Z than worried about what you're eating. But at the end of the day, it's a law, and we have to keep it. That's my fallback. But I want to become more, I want to read more into it for you.
Um, and it was one more because I took notes on this. It was one more. It was one more I had.
Oh, by the way, some dude in your comment section is going off right now.
Oh, sorry. You said what?
Some dude in your comment section is he's talking his shit right now.
Uh, well, yeah. I mean, it's only fair though, right? I'm just saying. They was getting on me earlier.
Yeah.
They was getting on me earlier, so yeah, I I got called that that animal with the black rings around it, everything. So,
No,
um,
that was me, bro. Again, I apologize for that. That was me, and I'm sorry for that.
nah, it was that
Well,
other dude. It was that other dude. Um,
oh.
nah, that was that resurrected dude. um, hold on, I'm trying to.
Wait a second, because I'm still reading into this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I'm reading down verse 17, I think the matter is clearly resolved when you read it 17 through 20, because 17 says, Do not ye yet understand that whatsoever entereth in at the mouth goeth into the belly, and is cast out into the draught? But those things which proceed out of the mouth come forth from the heart, and they defile the man. For out of the heart proceed evil thoughts, murders, adulteries, fornications, thefts, false witness, blasphemies. These are the things which defileth a man, but to eat with unwashed hands defileth not a man. I think the matter is clearly resolved by verse 20.
Yeah, uh-huh. And that's what he was saying because it entered not into his heart but into his belly and goes out into the jar purging all meat. That's I think that's the Mark one. When I went to Mark.
No, I was still looking at Matthew 15 and 17 through 20. So yes, he is talking about the things that you say and why that's more important. He's essentially saying, why do y'all come to me trying to trip me up with something like me not washing my hands when there's weightier matters of the law? Because this is what the Pharisees did.
Mhm. Mm, uh, oh yeah, sorry. You said 17:20.
I was still looking at Matthew
Yeah,
15.
17. Yeah,
Um,
whatsoever enter man goes into the belly, but those which proceed out of the mouth come from the heart. For out of the heart proceed evil thoughts. Yeah, those are the things which defile a man. But to eat with unwashing hands defile. Right, but he didn't say like what I mean. It wasn't about food.
right. it's not about food. Because it's a parable.
Right, but no, no. When I say that, I mean the whole point of him. Like it goes back to what I was saying. The whole point of it's not isn't like they're worried about stuff that's not important, right?
Hmm.
So
Right.
I mean, I think we can agree on that. But
Yes.
what I'm saying is like when you look at it, basically, um, hold on, it said but when you look at like Mark, when you look at Mark 7, verse 15, and that specifically, it's the what's the word I'm looking for? It's the the actual what's that the counterpart verse? It's them telling the story about the same incident. You know what I mean? It's the same incident or the same parable, just different a different version of it. And in this one, it
Right.
says there is um there is nothing from without a man that entering into him can defile him. But the things which come out of him, those are they that defile the man. So you see what I'm saying? Like this is just that I mean,
Are you trying to
hmm,
are you trying to make the point that not eating pork or not eating unclean foods is not an important matter of the law in the face of other things?
no, that's not exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that no, I'm saying, hold on, I'm gonna find the exact verse, but it was a verse where it basically said that, where it basically talked about, that basically, as long as you give thanks to food, then it's not considered unclean. Hold on, um, uh,
But the point is this, bro. We cannot. Part of keeping the law is, and
okay,
the reason that I
here,
asked that question about.
here you go. I got it. I got it. I remember.
All right.
This it said right here, and it says for every creature of God is good, and nothing to be refused if it be received with thanksgiving.
And what verses? What chapter and verse is this?
That's Timothy 4:4. 1 Timothy 4:4.
Right. Okay. See, I'm reading this, but you got to remember that these are Israelites who know the law, and they're speaking on more oftentimes than not. Or when they are speaking on the book, they're speaking on the Old Testament, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, in verse 3 says, forbidding to marry and commanding to abstain from meats, which God hath created to be received with thanksgiving of them which believe and know the truth. For every creature of God is good, and nothing to be refused, if it be received with thanksgiving.
For
So, I
it
mean,
is
we gotta,
sanctified by the word of God and prayer.
yeah, that's not saying that um that you can just eat pork as long as you pray over it. Because we gotta put on our critical thinking. And I'm not saying this to be funny, like we gotta put on our critical thinking caps. The Israelites not about to tell you that it's all right, especially a master of the law is not gonna tell you that it's all right to break the law by just pray over the food. That's not what that
I'm
means.
not saying that. I'm saying that it's not anything. I'm saying that it's not considered. Well, first of all, again, I mean, again, like it's the it's the law, but I mean, he literally just said, and like I said, the law applies to Hebrew people,
Mhm.
So that's what I'm saying. So it's like if if it says that if you give thanks and it's sanctified, I mean, how else do you interpret that?
Um, I interpret it like we can eat, and this is why I read you that verse from Peter about listening to the epistles of Paul to their own destruction, because Paul was very what's the word? Let's just say he was very intelligent, but he was also very loquacious when he says certain things, and he made it seem like he just made it seem like we could eat pork and shrimp, but no, he's it's clearly certain things that's not even in a culture to eat. So he's saying, don't let nobody stop you from eating meat. Like let's take Catholics for example. Going back to verse 3, don't let them tell you not to get married and that you can't eat meat except on this certain day because that's not in the word. It's okay to eat meat as long as you pray over it. It's fine. But is he talking about pork that you could eat unclean foods? No, he's not talking about you can eat unclean foods. Because you got to remember him having the dream that Christians like to run to, and he said, "I have never eaten any unclean thing."
Right, because he was Hebrew. And Paul
Right. So
also
that's
didn't
my
Paul
point.
also condemn Peter for doing the same thing? For eating with
For
Gentiles?
what? Right, because he thought like I think he thought that they were that you shouldn't
Eating
be
pork.
eating with them.
Eating pork.
It was the more so eating with Gentiles actually.
So it wasn't about them eating pork because Gentiles ate all kinds of meats and foods.
I got to see the scripture again, but I believe I know what you're talking about. I believe that has to do with him eating with Gentiles. I don't believe that he was eating unclean food with them. I think that was about him eating with them. You got to remember, they didn't want to deal with them. They didn't want to deal with them because remember how Gentiles were Israelites who had fallen into idolatry. They
But
didn't want
that's
to deal
not
with
true
that.
though, because literally
No.
Jesus sent his disciples to work on the Gentiles.
Give me a
He was
second.
doing his job.
Jesus sent his. I showed you the scripture in James 1:1.
No, I'm saying I'm
Jesus sent
saying that
his.
I'm saying that the places that his disciples went were the places with the Gentiles.
Yes, to go find the Israelites who were in captivity under them.
I think that there are scriptures that would counteract that and say that it was to bring Gentiles to him.
Give me a second. Because remember, I showed you James 1:1 where it said James was talking to the 12 tribes just scattered abroad.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that there aren't 12.
Or you want me
I'm not saying that there aren't 12 tribes scattered above.
to
But
abroad?
what about the verse where God was basically just talking about how he was talking about how the Gentiles and like I said, I mean, he basically said multiple times that he even it was even one verse where he was talking about how he sent his son for the Gentiles. He sent him so that he sent it and had it set up to where the Gentiles were going to be the people that were envied by the Israelites. So that's what I'm saying. It's like it's
Because they're not keeping the law. Because them dudes was not keeping the law. They was going off. Is when Israel starts, as we call it in the truth, when they start freaking off and they start doing all this weird stuff, they get called. They've been called Gentiles many times in this book. So by them seeing the blessings, right? These Gentiles, this is supposed to incite some jealousy. Like, yo, we not keeping the law. We should start doing what we supposed to be doing.
yes, but look at Galatians 3. Look at Galatians 3, right?
Yeah, I love
14
this, man.
verse 14 says that the blessing of Abraham might come on the Gentiles through Jesus Christ, that we might receive the promise of the Spirit through faith. Brethren, I speak after the manner of men, though it be but a man's covenant, yet if it be confirmed, no man disannuleth or addeth thereto. Now to Abraham and his seed were the promises made. That's not discrediting that God made a covenant with Adam, right? He made the covenant with Adam. I mean with Abraham. He confirmed it
Right.
with Isaac, and then he confirmed it again through Jacob, and then he confirmed it again multiple times through other descendants of that line, right? So nobody is saying that Israel is not precious to God. Israel is what God chose to make his covenant with. But at the end of the day, and he says, and this I say, that the covenant that was confirmed before God in Christ, the law which was 430 years after, cannot disannul, and that it should make the promises of none effect. For if the inheritance be of the law, it is no more of a promise. You hear that? If the inheritance be of the law, it is no more of a promise, but God gave it to Abraham by promise. Wherefore, then seventh the law. It was added, or what, where then serveth the law? It was added because of transgressions, which is like you said, they couldn't get their act together. And then till the seed shall come to whom the promise was made. That's Jesus, right?
Mhm.
And it was ordained
Right.
by angels in the hand of a mediator. Jesus was the mediator. Now a mediator is not a mediator of one, but God is one.
Mhm.
Is the law then against the promises of God? God forbid, for if there had been a law given which could have given life, verily righteousness should have been by the law. But the scripture had concluded all under sin. That means everybody's under sin. Everybody. Nobody is special in this regard.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
What is the?
Nobody's special in that regard. That's
Mhm.
So it says the script. I'm sorry, that's verse 22, by the way. So and it says, but the scripture had concluded all under sin, that the promise by faith of Jesus Christ might be given to them that believe. Now it says all under sin. All. It doesn't say some under sin. It doesn't say only the children of Israel under sin. It doesn't say only the Jews under sin. It says all. Now we have to agree and believe that God is smart enough to know, because we believe that these are the inspired texts, right? So we have to believe that God is smart enough to
Yes.
know when to say all and when to say some, right? Because you guys have shown examples where God singled out Israel. So when you if he's not singling out Israel here, how can you still say that he's singling out Israel?
Because of who his audience is.
No, and
He
you're
is
right.
speaking.
But like I said, you're right. The audience is the Jews because, like I said, Paul was a Jew. He was a Jew. But
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, it's an example for everyone to follow. For
Mhm.
everyone. That's all. That's all, because it says before faith came, we were kept under the law, shut up unto faith, which should afterwards be revealed. Wherefore the law was our schoolmaster to bring us unto Christ, that we might be justified by faith. Right. That means that basically
Mhm.
those commandments were given to basically tide the Israelites over until Jesus came and fulfilled the promise. Right.
Go down to the last verse in verse 29. It says, "And if ye be Christ, then ye are Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise."
All
So
right.
if you keep this faith, that's indicative of you, not just because like you keep the law. He's saying you need to keep the law and believe. Then ye are Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise. And remember, he's speaking to Israelites, so he's saying you need to keep the law and have faith.
No, but remember the verse above that says, there is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male nor female, for ye are
Right, right,
all
right.
one in Christ.
But you know that I believe that that's talking about Hellenistic Jews, like in the Apocrypha. Remember that brother read to you out of the book of Maccabees? Well, in the
Yeah.
book of Maccabees, it actually explicitly states that it was unlawful for a man to profess himself to be a Jew, that he had to call himself a Greek because they were in that captivity.
I mean, that's
And this
I mean, I get that, but that doesn't mean, you know what I mean, but do you think that that means that all Greeks are black?
No, I believe that that means that he's speaking to those who are calling themselves Greeks and going off and acting like them. He's saying under Christ, it doesn't matter.
So
Um,
but I'm saying though, but That's what I'm saying. It's like, how can you determine that all doesn't apply there?
because in like I said in Maccabees, Jews were literally forced to call themselves Greeks. It was not lawful for you to call yourself a Jew. You could be killed for that. You could
Yes,
be in prison for that.
no, I get that, but I'm saying like it says that all are one under Christ. It says that all are one under Christ. It doesn't say the Israel, the lost tribes of Israel. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say some are under Christ. It says all. It said they, and that's the point. Like that's really the main disconnect that I've seen from Christians and Hebrew Israelites. It's the fact that it's that interpretation that you guys believe that, like I said, that salvation is exclusive for the Israelites, and Christians believe that Israelites, yeah, you're important, but guess what? Gentiles are just as important because they said that Gentiles are just as important. That's what the whole resurrection is for. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, yes, Jesus came and he focused on his people because and I think that that's where the I think that the disconnect goes into, like, even with the God is racist thing, because I think that there's
Yeah.
a difference between God focusing on a particular people and thinking that those people are better than other people, because I don't think that God thinks that Israelites are better than other people. He 100%
Nah,
doesn't.
that brother. I hear what you're saying, but that brother already shows you Deuteronomy 7:6, where it said God chose Israel to be above all nations that are on the
He
earth.
chose the
Meaning
least
for
to
that
be,
re
but he chose the
no
least
no 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 no
to
no
be
no
above.
no.
God
Let's
called them
let's
the
go back to
least.
Deuteronomy.
He called them the least.
I mean, at the end of the day, however you want to phrase that, Deuteronomy 7:6 says, "For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are on the face of this earth." Now, I get what you're saying in the next verse. The Lord did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because you were more in number than
But you
any
can't
people.
ignore that though.
For
You can't
ye,
ignore that. You got, like I'm saying, you
it
can't
doesn't
ignore that.
say. Right, but it doesn't say because ye were the fewest of all people. It says for ye were the fewest of all people,
Right. That
but
means that
because the Lord the next part says but because the Lord loved you and because he would keep the oath which he had sworn unto your fathers, which the Lord had brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you out of the house of bondmen from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt.
right. But do you know what
So
he's
he,
saying? What he's saying right there is he loved Israel because he loved Abraham. He loved Abraham, so
yes.
he loved Israel. But that's not, but you got to remember, Abraham wasn't a Hebrew. Abraham wasn't a Jew. Abraham was a Gentile.
You know what? This is a really
He
good point
literally
though,
he
because
literally
at the
came from a pagan family.
here's here's the issue though, right? The issue is this, right? Um,
God wouldn't. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, Israel is not. There's
right.
nothing like when you compare Israel to other nations, even just on a secular level. Israel is not a strong country or a strong nation. So I'm saying when he says that I chose you of the least of us, that's not saying. Oh, that's not saying that, oh, you're supposed to take that and feel special. It's saying that because you're the least of us, I'm using you to be
And
I'm using you to show my glory. And that's the difference. God uses Israel to show his glory, not to glorify Israel. There's a difference.
right, ain't no Israelites out here like trying to glorify the. I mean, maybe it's some trying to
It's a
glorify
nigga on a.
themselves.
I seen the video with a nigga on a horse. A nigga
I mean, maybe.
walking into the horse, ushered into the horse like he was Jesus Christ.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he didn't claim to be Yahweh Shai though, or Christ. But here's the thing, right? And I already read from you Romans 9:7, right? Neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children, but in Isaac shall they seed be called. So yeah, God loved Abraham, and that's why He chose Israel. But you also got to remember, Esau came from Abraham too. And verse 11 speaks about him. For it says, For the children being not yet born, neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand. So God ordained all of this before we were here, before Israel was here. He ordained who was going to be his elect, not of works, but of him that calleth. It was said unto her, the elder shall serve the younger, as it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated.
But I'm saying though, has it? But
They
what
come
is
from
the?
Abraham, bro.
But what? Yeah, and I get that. But what is the reason why Esau was hated?
I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read verse 11 again. For the children not yet being born, neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand, not of works, but of him that calleth. It's it's because God ordained it so, because He has His elect. He, like the brother was telling you before, God has His favorite flower. God has His favorite animal. God has His, or His favorite animal in the air. God has His favorite animal on land, and God has His favorite people,
Yeah,
and
but
He
I'm
has
saying,
chosen to
but I'm
elect
just,
Israel.
but that doesn't make him racist
Why not?
because God sent His Son for all people, not just some people. That in itself is the very definition. God, and what about all the times where God did spare Gentile cities or where He sent people in order to deal with them? He only dealt with the people that really were opposing Israel, right?
But even then, right? That's not the same as them getting salvation. That's not the same,
If you
and that's where I
sin,
find a lot of Christians. Hmm?
if Jesus Christ came and died for all of our sins that we might be redeemed, that is salvation. That's what the
Again, I've
redemption is.
already
That's what the redemption is. I mean, I get that we like fundamentally disagree, but I'm
I've
just
al-
saying, I'm just saying though, that's what the redemption is. The redemption is eternal life.
right, and I've already showed you that my interpretation of, because remember that brother came in and he said that there's a specific way to read the Bible. When I read the Bible according to the way that that brother showed you, it does not support that. It does not support that John 3:16 means that he came to save the whole world, but rather he came to save the world that is Israel.
But you understand that Israel is not the world, right?
You understand that Hebrews 1 and 1 says that God ordained multiple worlds, right? And Isaiah 45:17 calls Israel, says that Israel shall be saved, a world without end.
World without that. I mean, that's an interpretation thing.
No, it's not. That's a direct quote. That's not an interpretation at all.
No,
Give me give me a
I'm
second.
saying now interpret the world part is an interpretation.
Nope, that's in there actually. That's in the verse.
I'm
Um,
saying the meaning of the word. I'm sorry, I should be more clear. The meaning of the word world is an interpretation there.
yeah, I would definitely. I will. You got to go back and translate that, like that brother showed you. He showed you how to get the Blue Letter Bible. Some of these questions that you're asking are really good questions, and I'm glad he showed you how to get that because you can
But I
look up
looked.
that word.
Yeah, I looked it up. It's cosmos. I mean, it's the Greek word for cosmos. So I mean, it's like it basically means like a ruling body or a unified group. But you
Right?
understand,
But that's not the world. You got to admit, like, bro,
it
that's very
is.
different from. That's vastly different. That's so different. It would
No,
make
I
one wonder,
didn't.
like,
But when I was
what
saying
is.
that, I didn't mean that. Like I meant like he was saying like the stars and the moon and the sky and the different planets and all that stuff included. I meant like is humanity. When God says, "Are you of the world?" He's not saying, "Oh, just this nation." Oh, just this nation. He's saying the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, are you. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But again, a ruling body of people is vastly different from everyone on this earth. Like, God is not the author of confusion. So
Right,
I'm
but
saying that
technically,
that ruling.
but technically, right? Technically, everybody who is not a child of God technically is a child of Satan. So saying the world could universally, couldn't one argue that the world could universally just mean everybody who's a child of Satan?
Child of Satan. Um, I mean, you could argue that in some context. In some context, if God is saying like, "Yo, don't be of this world," you know, but be of me. Yes, you could argue that God is saying like, "Yo," and to be a devil just means to be a deceiver. So God is saying, "Don't be like the people who are deceiving you, not to keep my commandments." I wouldn't, if I went into the Hebrew and the etymology and everything, I wouldn't have a problem with an interpretation like that.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair because I
Because you
mean,
got to understand. We
well,
we Israelites at the end of the day, we've been deceived out of keeping his laws by a few nations many times. So when you got once but again, I want you to get the milk. Like I want you to, keep the
but
commandments,
have
do
we
what we gotta
really?
do, get into the kingdom.
But if we've really been deceived, then how would you be able to find out that we were deceived?
God already said he wouldn't take this word from us. That's one thing he already promised. We still got the Bible, we still got the Apocrypha. God said he wouldn't take this word from us. And we still got the blue letter Bible now. We still got the Hebrew manuscripts. Like, and that's another good question you asked is how the hell do some of these brothers come off with interpreting the Bible in this brand new way? Well, at a certain point, you got to realize that we was lied to, and sometimes
By
I feel
who?
like it's hard for people to accept that.
By who?
Um, a lot of these different religions, a lot of these people who had their hands on our book when they shouldn't have, because they wasn't Israelites interpreting it for us. Um, I would be honest. I feel that Christianity has done a lot of lying, a lot, and you could tell just from my interpretations not lining up with Christianity why I feel that way. We've already went over that, so
Mm, do you think that Christianity does more harm for the community than the black Hebrew Israelites? I'm sorry, the Hebrew Israelites.
so long as it continues not to tell my people who they really are, so long as it continues, and we could say that Christianity don't teach this, but I was in a Pentecostal church only a year ago, and I got pulled away from it because I learned the truth. So long as they tell my people that, that your nationality doesn't matter, they taught me this. So long as they tell my
It
people
doesn't
that
matter.
you could eat what you want, so long as they telling people that you don't have to keep the law. Then yes, I feel like in the end, you may not see it right now, but Christianity does way more harm than good. I feel like it does a lot more harm than good.
What if I told you that
It's
Christianity built the foundation of the modern world that we know it?
again, I would believe it. That doesn't mean that that's a good thing. That doesn't mean that's a good thing.
So you don't think we're better than we were 1,000 years ago?
1,000 years ago, I'm trying to think where we would have been. Um, I don't know. I'd have
Thousand
to look
years
more
ago is
into
just
it.
1900.
Oh, that's 100 years ago. So 100 years ago, are we better off than
I'm
we
just
were
playing.
100 years ago?
I'm just playing. Yeah, but yeah, nah, I'm just messing with you. But yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I'm like. What's going on, man? But I was gonna say in 1900, honestly, nah, I like some aspects of segregation. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. You know, I like some aspects of segregation. I
but
want my
but
people to be separate.
you don't think that well I mean you one could argue that black people were better off during segregation. I mean, but
You know, I would.
that's not, like I said, that's not productive to society. But you know what I mean. But like I'm just like, yeah, I was being a little facetious with the the 100 year versus 1,000 year thing. But I'm saying like you genuinely don't realize how much better the world is now because versus how it was before all you know what I mean, before this modern way that things are now was introduced.
Um, I see why. I see that there's good aspects. Like LP was telling you, the ability for me and you to come together and talk like this. That's amazing. You got
Yeah,
edified by some brothers tonight. You know, that's amazing.
you can't do that in
But
Israel. You can't do that in Africa.
hmm,
You can't do that in Israel. You can't do that in
right,
Africa. You can't do that in China. You can't do. There's no other place in the world where people can sit up and say the things that you say, the things that I say. You know what I mean? We can't do that in other places. It's the truth, and that's why. That's one of the reasons why I
right,
say that we live in the best country, really better than everyone. It's not perfect, but it's better than any other place to live right now. If we're being honest, you're never gonna get the freedom.
right.
You never gonna get the freedom in order to be. You know what I mean? Like the way that the IUIC, I think that's how you say it, the IUIC, the way they go
Yeah.
out on the street and do they altercations with people and stuff like that. You think you would be able to do that in other countries?
They do. IUIC is in a lot of countries, my nigga. Be careful what you say, cause I think you need to go look them up. They everywhere. Like them brothers is everywhere.
I see.
They
I see.
ruthless where they go.
I see.
Japan, Guatemala, they like everywhere.
They let them do that over in Japan?
Yeah. Look, go on YouTube right now, and I'm pretty sure if you type in IUIC and add in a lot of countries, I'm not saying every country will come up, but them brothers is everywhere. Let me see if I can find them right now.
Yeah, that's crazy work.
Yeah, they have an IUIC Japan. Yeah, they do. That's I'm telling you, them brothers is ruthless. They everywhere, bro.
So, I mean, and you think that's a good thing?
Yes.
Well, I mean, of course,
Israel would be
I mean, of course, you would probably think that's a good thing, but I'm just saying, it's like, I mean,
yeah. Salute to them brothers. Because remember, Israel will be spread across to the four corners of the earth, and they out there trying to go to the four corners of the earth and talk to every nation and let them know, like, listen, if it be any of you black brothers up in here, Hispanics and native indigenous peoples, y'all Israelites. Y'all need to stop taking after these nations. I think that's very fire.
and so what does it mean? What does it mean when y'all say that taking after the nations? Because that's something I don't understand. Because
Um,
like, like, what does that even mean?
So we have our own laws. We believe that we have our own laws, right? And I'm not saying what you think I'm about to say. I'm not saying no anarchy said like we don't have to follow the laws of the nation. That's stupid. The Bible tells us how to be in captivity as harmless as a dove and as wise as a serpent, and to agree quickly with the adversary.
But you're
So all of
not in
that,
captivity. I
no.
just want you to know that you're not in captivity.
We don't agree on that point. This is the land where my ancestors were brought over here captive. Thus, I do believe that I'm in captivity. But
Yeah,
either
you're
way,
free.
right?
You're free. You're free. Your ancestors were brought over in captivity, but you're free.
We could say that, but I'm still not in the land of Israel right now. There's
But
still
you
some
can
people
go.
living over there.
But you can go.
That all of my people can't go over there and reclaim that land. It's an ordained time for that. But I'm sorry. Now, what was the original? Oh, what does it mean to take after the nations? Certain things like we're not supposed to hold their customs. We have our own culture that's given to us by the Bible. And we're not supposed to take after the customs of the heathens that be around us, such as, let me see if I can find the verse. Um,
I mean, I know,
Celebrating our birthdays,
I know what
that's
you're talking
off.
about, though. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. It's like you basically talking about you talking about what they had Daniel doing. You talking about in that Daniel time and all that kind of stuff when they were like,
Yeah, like
yeah,
that's off. Celebrating your birthday, that's off. Celebrating Christmas, that's off. Let me see if I can find it real quick for you. Oh, Jeremiah 10:2, right? Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. For the customs of the people are vain. And this is getting into a prophetic allusion of Christmas, actually. For one cutteth a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen with the axe. They deck it with silver and gold, and they fasten it with nails and hammers that move not.
Yeah, wasn't that talking about that other
So
that's not talking about Christmas. That's talking
obviously, it's not talking
yeah.
about
No, but
Christmas
I'm saying no, that is talking
at that
about
time.
yeah, but but it was a Roman I think that was the Romans that did that nasty stuff where they would go into town, they would cut the tree open and then they would have sex with each other and do all that stuff. Yeah, I think that was the
Yeah,
Romans. Yeah, I think that was them.
I
Well,
can't remember, but it's also talking about you got to remember for Christmas we do something very similar, and I'm a Hebrew Israelite, so I follow all the holy days that are found within the Bible. I'm solo scriptura, meaning only within Scripture. If it's outside of Scripture, I don't hold that. I don't care about that. I don't take after that. That's not the ways of my people. So there's certain things we don't do, like we don't do no fortune telling. We don't do no birthdays. We don't do no Christmas. These are all heathen customs. Like we don't take after that. That's off. That don't belong to us and don't
why is a
have nothing to
birthday?
do with us.
Why is a? I understand Christmas because of its roots, but why is a birthday a pagan?
Well, to keep it the first thing first to keep it simple. Like I said, solo scriptura, only about the scripture. That's not found within the book. And then on top of that, I was just watching a video today of some Israelites doing a teaching where they was teaching this Satanist, but kind of messing with him, kind of see if he really knew Satan, seeing what he really knew. And they said something interesting. They said Aleister Crowley, one of the biggest Satanists at one point, said Satan's favorite holiday is your birthday because it teaches, it's just it's vain. It's you um almost in a way worshiping yourself, which again you can argue that it's not, but it all goes back to that was never our custom. That was never an Israelite custom to celebrate your own birthday. So that's off. That's a heathen custom.
Mm,
So yeah, we don't. That's what I mean. Like, don't take after them, but don't choose any of their ways. Don't hold their holidays. Don't be with their women. Don't be with their men. None of that. We don't do any of that. When I say with them, I mean don't make marriages with
mm, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy work. I mean, I get it. I
What's
mean,
crazy work?
no, I'm just saying birthdays. That's wild. That's wild.
Hey, yo, it was like this year was my first year not celebrating my own birthday, so it was kind of it's hard on me.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I get that. I get it, but I mean, it's just when you really think about it, it's like I said. I mean, mm, yeah, I don't know. It still does sound kind of cult like.
I mean, bro, Leviticus 23, right? It got a lot of holy days in there, and God, like I told you before, God's not the author of confusion. That's not in there. So if it's not in there, I'm holding that.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I
And
mean
somebody,
it's fair to say that it's not in there where they just regularly celebrate birthdays. I mean that's fair. Doesn't
yeah,
also, but it
like
also doesn't
God is
mean it.
pretty clear. Like,
But it also doesn't mean that it's a sin just because it's not in there.
the book also says ye. Let me see if I can find it. I think I just read this in Deuteronomy 4, where you're not supposed to add anything to this book.
It's not adding.
You
It's not
cannot be
adding
adding.
something. It's not adding anything to the book. It's saying that just because people didn't do something or didn't mention something in the Bible, just doesn't mean that it's a sin.
It's we don't have any business holding any holy days outside of this book as Israelites.
It's not holy. I mean, a birthday. I'm talking about specifically
So,
about a birthday.
yeah, we again we don't hold that. That's we hold feast days.
And
We hold feast
I'm
days. We
saying
hold
I get that. I'm just saying that
yeah.
is it fair to fathom that it might possibly not be a sin to have a birthday or to celebrate your birthday
Um,
just because it doesn't say it in the
nah,
Bible?
nah, I don't think that's fair because the Bible is the clear written word of God, and He got some clear instructions for us. Yeah, if He wanted us to do that, why did He say that? Just like you argued with me earlier, if He wanted, if he, you know, why
Maybe
did
it's
He
not
write that in the
important.
book?
Maybe it's not important, just like
Huh?
race isn't.
I would agree that your birthday is not important, but we're not talking about the same thing, though.
No, I'm saying,
You
but
saying it's not
I
important?
would say it just like race. It's not important.
Uh, Race just means who you descend from, and the people of this who wrote this book made it clear that it's very important who you descend from, because your nationality in this book just means who you descend from.
That
That's
would
it.
be more like your bloodline and not your race.
Well, race. I've heard a brother break this down. The etymology of the word race just goes back to it meaning who you descend from. That's all. Your nationality means the same thing. We're talking about it in a biblical sense. Because you got to remember, if they're saying your nationality is an Israelite, right? It's the same thing as saying your bloodline because Israel was actually a person who was once named Jacob. Same thing. It's no different.
No, it's different.
So the
It's different.
no, the Bible talks about race just under a different name, and that name is your nationality.
I think it talks about tribes and tribes and their behaviors.
The tribes go back to
I don't think
Israel.
there is not one instance in the Bible where God ever delivered judgment on somebody purely just based off of the color of their skin or who they were. It was because of the sins of the people that were living there. Remember when Joshua and them
Let
came?
me
Did y'all remember when Joshua sent the spies over and they came over and talked about the egregious things that the Canaanites were doing? You know what I mean? It's like all these people,
uh,
Sodom and Gomorrah, they all were doing these egregious acts. They all were doing these acts that were literally displeasing to God. Like that's what I'm saying. And so it's like it's not just about the fact that they had a skin color or because of this.
right.
It was more to the story. And so when you tell people it's like, oh, well, the white man is the devil, white man is the devil. Well, no, you can't really say that because at the end of the day, God made the white man too. So you can't really say that. God made the white man, God made the black man, God made the brown man, God made the blue man, God made the orange man. Any man we see, God made.
Let me see if I can find. Yeah, but God has certain judgments on certain nations, which
because
again
of because of their
and we're
behavior,
not
because of what they did.
towards Israel at certain points, yes, but we're not really talking about skin color so much as we're talking about who people descend from. That whole color idea, that's a European idea. They're the ones who initially split the world up on basis of color lines. Like that's why we don't really go with the term black per se, because it's a way for me to talk to people who may understand initially, like, yo, are you a so-called black person? But once you start talking more and I start expounding the ideas, then I can start saying an Israelite, Israelite. But that whole color thing, nah. But he is gonna have judgments on people for certain things that their nation did. Absolutely.
But not because of the color of their skin.
Right. That's ridiculous. The color. If
No,
I
but
look
there are
at
some
you,
people
right?
that believe that. There are some people that believe that. To be fair, right? There are some people that
No,
believe
no
that.
Israelite believes that. No, respectfully, no Israelite believe that shit because they might say the term black or they might say the term white, but they're saying that just so you can understand. They really mean Edomite. They mean that you go back to a man named Esau and you have to pay for what your ancestors did at the end of the day.
So what did Esau do?
Um. Okay.
Because I remember you said earlier that he was
Esau.
blameless. I thought Esau was blameless.
I ain't never said no. I'm a practicing Israelite. I ain't never told you no shit like that.
No,
No.
you said that
Esau.
you read the text and it said before either was born, neither guilty or innocent. They said that
Oh, no,
the
right.
youngest will be served by the eldest.
Um, right, and that's the misinterpretation. Let me get back to that. What it's saying is that God had already chosen Israel to be elect before either of them were born. Israel was chosen to be elect. It was just made that way, and Esau was already decided that he was going to be punished later on. And of course, we haven't seen that punishment yet. But
But
let's get back
what did
to it
he
though.
do? But what did he do?
You mean when he was here?
Yes.
Esau
What did Esau
was
do?
Well, first of all, he Esau was a worldly person, like when we first meet him, because he sold his birthright for um
He sold his
he sold his
birthright
birthright for
because
some,
he was dying of hunger. He was
yeah,
literally
because
about to die. What are you talking about?
right. What a great way to trust in God, like because God's totally gonna let you die. What a worldly person that is.
People died.
The book literally describes him as worldly for that. It's let me see. Let me see. Let's see if I can find this verse for you. Okay. One second. Oh, in Romans 9, let's getting back to it. For the children, not being yet born, neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand. So that his purpose might stand. Before they did anything, before they came here, God had already chosen that Israel was going to be his elect, and and that Esau was going to do some of these things, or he's going to do some of these messed up things that he's still waiting on that ordained time to punish him for. Not of works, but of him that calleth. It was said unto her, the elder shall serve the younger. As it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. Uh, so meaning they weren't even born yet. He didn't even do anything, and it was already God already had that plan in place of what was going to happen. Now give me 1 second here because what you're talking about, the Bible don't see eye to eye with you as far as Oh, he was dying. Well, here's what the Bible says. This is Hebrews 12 and 15. Looking diligently, lest any man fail of the grace of God, lest any root of bitterness springing up trouble you, and thereby many be defiled. Lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau. It describes him as profane, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. For ye know how that afterward, when he would have inherited the blessing, he was rejected, for he found no place of repentance, though he sought it carefully with tears. So the Bible even says it don't show him that type of favor that you're talking about. Oh, this man was dying. No, it says he was profane
I
for
mean, I
that.
didn't say it was
It says
favor.
he was off.
I said that's what he did. I didn't say it was favor.
No, I'm saying it don't show him any type of favor that the type of favor that you were giving him of he was dying. The Bible don't say nothing like that. It says he was profane. It says nah, that's off. He was off for that.
I mean, it was stupid, but I mean, I'm not gonna disagree with that. It was stupid, but I'm just saying, I'm just saying, it's like when you really think about it. I mean, his brother and mother were conspiring against him for no reason.
Hold on. Not stop. Wait a second. Where you get this idea from? That's interesting. His brother and his mother were conspiring against him for no reason.
Yeah, Jacob wanted his birthright, so him and his mother conspired against him. It was literally Game of
No.
Thrones. It was Hebrew Game of Thrones.
No, Esau sold his birthright to him because he was a profane person. His mother conspired to do that which was right at that point, because remember, at that point, the birthright had already been sold. He was going to try to go
It was
to his
two
father
birthrights. It was
anyways.
two birthrights.
Huh,
Or it was two blessings.
right,
It was two blessings.
right, but remember, he was
The
going to.
first blessing was the birthright, which Jacob stole. That was the food incident. And then the second blessing was the blessing that you would be the father of many nations. That's what Jacob stole. Jacob stole that one with the help
No,
of his mother.
no, the birthright. that he supposedly stole with the birth of his mother was that which he already sold, because your father is supposed to bless you to give you that birthright. So Esau was going to go to his father to try to get the birthright that he already sold, and that's off. He was still going to try to finesse Jacob out of what he already sold to him. He can't just get that birthright. That's not something he just had. You make it seem like he's just carrying a birthright. No, as the elder, he's
Right.
supposed to
The
get that
elder
from his
son has a
father.
birthright. The elder son has a birthright. And
That's
that
bestowed
birthright,
upon him.
that birthright by the Hebrew culture, the birthright is the belongings of the father. That's the physical, material belongings of the father. And the blessing that Jacob stole after that was the promise that you will be the father of many nations. So that
No, no, I'm sorry, but that blessing that you're talking about, that's the birthright. That was his due from his father. That's so
so
Esau
you're
had
saying
already sold that.
so you're saying that Isaac didn't have any material. There was no material birthright.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that that blessing is part of it. So Esau was trying to finesse. Esau was trying to go back to his father and get what he already sold. And his mother understood this. So they were doing what was already right. They were getting Jacob his due because it was sold unto Jacob already. Esau was trying to run game.
Where does it say that in the Bible?
What do you mean? Let's let's see if I can find this in Genesis. But that's what I'm saying is that's part of the blessing is part of the birthright. Just from you having a son, even with I believe it's Joseph when he goes to bless Ephraim. Um, I believe you gotta give me a second. Basically, I forget who, but he says, "No, you're blessing the wrong one. You're blessing the younger." And he says, "No, I know who I'm blessing. I'm doing this right. Ephraim has the blessing." But give me a second. Let me see if I can find this because that blessing is part of it. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I can't see it right now. I'll try to get some more for you on it. Yeah. Uh, yeah. I can't find it right now. But um, again, I like talking to you, so I'm gonna pull up again and I'm gonna have this for you. All right.
Um. Okay. Um.
But yeah, that's not. No, they were doing what's right.
mm,
Yeah, I can't find it for you right now where it explicitly says like the blessing is a part of the birthright. But I'll get that for you.
Um. Yeah. I mean, there's multiple. I mean, there's multiple ideas on this, but I'm just saying it's like it's not an uncommon theory that, like I said, that or it's not uncommon to know that in from since the beginning of time, the male birthright was a physical one as well. It was a physical as well as a spiritual. That's just cultural knowledge. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
there was always going to be a physical blessing. That's what I'm saying. So it's like what Jacob did to Esau was a double whammy. And I'm not trying to justify Esau, you know what I mean? Because all things work out for God's plan. You know what I'm saying? And that I'm not
yeah.
discrediting that. But what I'm saying is what they did. Because like we said, all things work out for God's plan, right? But it wasn't cool when Joseph's brothers sold them into slavery. You know what I mean? That wasn't cool, but it worked out for God's
No, it
plan,
wasn't.
right? But it worked out for God's plan. So what I'm saying is that it's like the idea is that, and like I said, there's multiple evidence to support what I'm saying is that idea that there was a physical birthright that was supposed to be bestowed upon Esau as a natural born son, as the natural born born son, and then there was a spiritual blessing that was supposed to come over him as well, as the firstborn, to through the promise of Abraham to become the father of many nations. Jacob stole both of those. Jacob was only technically supposed to get the second one, if we're being honest. He was supposed to
And
get
that's
no,
where I don't agree with
no, I'm
you.
saying I'm saying he was supposed to get the spiritual blessing. That's the way God intended it
Mhm.
for. And
Yeah,
Jacob's deception got him, and well, okay, Jacob's deception and Esau's worldliness got lost him his physical blessing, his inheritance basically. So that's what I'm saying. It's a you know what I mean. It's just a little bit of cultural context there. That's all I'm saying.
I agree as cultural context, but we don't agree that the culture is just. I think that he sold both of them when he sold him that birthright, if anything, because I'm led to believe that your birthright is spiritual. But again, this is the first interpretation that I'm hearing of it there also being a physical aspect. So I'm gonna look some more into it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying you can look into it. Like throughout all historical culture, the firstborn got literally, and when I that by
Yeah.
physical inheritance, it means the land. It means the land, the sheep, the goats, the bread, the food, whatever resources. That's what the inheritance is. It's whatever I have, I pass on to you. That's common. You know, pretty common.
Right, and it was also common for the
But there was
firstborn
a
to get the
spiritual one too.
spiritual. Right, and it was common for the firstborn to get the spiritual blessing. Like when you look at Genesis 48,
That's my point,
I'm
though.
trying to
That's my
find
point.
it.
No, just to be
Right,
clear, that's my
right.
point. That's my point. That
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
he was supposed to get both of them technically.
But hey, I mean, like it said in Romans, God did those things before either of them were either born. It had to happen that way, regardless. God did not choose
Right,
Esau.
and that's true. But I'm just saying you can understand why he felt away, right?
I could understand why he felt that way, but again, he was not chosen, and his descendants still did some nasty things to the Israelites, and
And
none of
that's
them
why
are going
God
to be
hated them,
left.
right? That's why God hated them because they did
And God
nasty
still
things
has
to His people.
punishments in store for them.
Right, but that doesn't mean that God's racist. It just means that He hates people that do things to His people.
I mean, again, you could look at it that way because God definitely says that whosoever touches toucheth you toucheth the apple of my eye, for sure. Israelites are God's precious jewels.
The only difference is we believe that those precious jewels include followers of Christ too.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I hear you, but I hear you. Listen, man, it was good talking. Yo, you in the Midwest? It's like almost 2 in the morning.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm in the Midwest too,
And I
but
gotta
I'm
get
from
some
New
work.
York though. But I'm in the Midwest now.
Oh yeah. Whew, yeah, struggling, man. I gotta go to work in the morning and everything. But
I'm in I'm in, I'm in Chicago though. I
oh,
kind of like it out
don't
here. It's
dox
kind of
yourself.
fire.
Don't dox yourself.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You know, people crazy,
Wait,
man.
hold on. What happens if I dox myself? Like, what's the worst that could happen?
I mean, you'll be surprised.
Yeah, you are right. According to
you,
some people,
yeah.
according to some people, I don't want to name any names or nothing, but I'm in a black supremacist cult, so you never know what could happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not unconvinced. I'm just saying.
I know.
So,
I still got love for you regardless, man.
oh yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Listen, I'm up.
It's all love, man. I appreciate you for coming through, man. For real.
Of course, man. I've been hoping some brothers would come through or edify you since the last time we talked, and they really pulled up. I was gonna email some other brothers, but they wasn't gonna deal with you kindly. I'm gonna be honest. They just want smoke. Some of these
I don't
camps just
mind
want
that too.
smoke.
I don't
Like,
mind that too.
yeah.
I don't mind that.
But when I say like they is gonna show you love, but some of these camps, trust me, they literally live for that. Like they just want smoke.
Yeah, I know
And
what you're talking about.
he was very, very patient with me. So
Yeah.
I was very happy with that.
Yeah, I get it, but like, I don't know. Like I said earlier, I'm gonna start bringing them Christians on too, just to have a fair discussion. So,
I can't wait, man.
yeah,
When's your next smoke show?
oh, I'm going in on y'all all week.
All right, man. All right, man.
All week.
All
I
right, man. I'm
promise
gonna
you,
talk
man.
to you. I'm probably gonna talk to you tomorrow. I'm gonna keep calling in all week, man. You're not getting away from this milk,
All
bro.
right,
You're
bet.
gonna be an Israelite soon.
All right, bet. All right, man. Appreciate it. Oh man, yeah. Well, I just want to say, shout out to everybody that came through. You know what I mean? Whether you were friendly or hostile. Um, I appreciate you genuinely. Only way you can, you know what I mean? Only way you can move forward is to talk, right? So like I said, I appreciate everybody. We're going on close to 6 hours. So, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. But I just want to say, like I said, I appreciate you and we going hard all week. So, salute.